You see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way we choose busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said replay loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I won't rest until you know the truth. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for day one, or let's call it Friday. It's like day 3, I think, technically, of Open Qualifier number 5 here for the North American side of the world. We are trying to get 4 teams, the best 4 teams in our region, solidify at the top so we can send them to London at the end of this whole split. It's going to be a great time. Gibbs, Stacks, how you guys doing? Happy Friday, Stacks. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. You say it's day 1? No, it is day fun. Friday here in the RLCS.
That's right.
It's the middle qualifier. It's a very important one. This is where you can lose your spot. Maybe not clinch it unless you're G2 or Gen.G, but you can definitely lose it here. So a lot of pressure on all these teams.
Every portion of the season, every half of the season, we have 3 online qualifiers to help teams earn points to solidify their spot at the major at the end of the half of the season there. We're going to London at the end of this half for major number 2, June 20th through 23rd. And after that, the World Championship, folks. We bring accumulating points across the entire season to qualify to go to Fort Worth, Texas, play in Dickies Arena. Second time RLCS has gone there. Hallowed ground. We'll see how things shape up. But we got a lot of Rocket League to get through before we're back in Texas. And again, 4 teams trying to qualify here in North America. You can get your tickets to go see those 4 teams play in London, ticketmaster.co.uk. Again, we're going to have tickets for the 22nd and 23rd of June, I believe. Also, single day tickets are available. If you could only make one day, we got you covered there. You don't have to pay for 2 days just to go to one. Should be a good time. I'm excited to see how those games pan out, folks. Now, we do have lots of wonderful Rocket League action that comes at you across the entire week. Our North American action here happened on the weekends, today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Kickoff at 10 a.m. Pacific every single one of those days. You can also always catch First Touch on Wednesdays. They start their show off at 11 a.m. and they go until they're just out of energy. So make sure you catch those shows. Should be a fun one this week. Last week they had Sean and they had Spaceman and Stumpy on the show, and it was just a yell fest of all yell fests. It was incredible. Some absolutely insane takes. You have to go back and watch it yourself if you want to know about it, folks. But we got an open qualifier number 5 to get through. Gibbs, let's catch people up on how open qualifier number 4 went to. And actually, I'm not going to talk to you at all. I'm going to let the Europeans do the talking.
Why?
We're back. What a surprise with a bang.
Maybe a 6 coming. As Hawkser wins another touch, puts it in front. No way! Lands on the ball! Boostless!
Not that one.
It's going to be hard to hold on to the ball, but they're still finding the win. Zenila, what a block! Percy forces it through!
The first step towards the London Major really solidified, while also reintroducing, welcome back Cloud9 and King Jorby, some crowd favourites. So let's dive into what went down in North America's opening qualifier of the second Major. Curses are made to be broken. Space Station Gaming have led something of an awkward life in 2024. Despite poaching G2 mainstay Chicago in the off-season, they just missed out on Copenhagen. But after coming up against Gen.G, Gen.G, and finally, Gen.G, in all 3 of their quarterfinals in the run-up to Denmark, they had every right to blame Lady Luck, or whoever sorted out the seeding, Gibbs, for missing the major. This time around, they finally dodged that Gen.G cannonball, but faced off against a slightly easier on paper but obviously still dangerous OG.
Since this one across, Chicago's gonna get it! I mean, you gotta give credit to everybody, because this has been a full team effort.
SSG's top 4 has given them a real shot of reaching the London Major. Just avoid Gen.G's half of the bracket at all costs, apparently. Some things stay the same. 2 teams who each semi-final appearances for breakfast are G2 and Gen.G. The only time either missed the grand finals last split was because they happened to face each other in the semis. So it was no surprise to see these old dogs smash through their respective semi-finals to feature in yet another grand finals together this time around.
Gen.G, they just want to close this one out. Bar, goal, and down.
While these 2 have been at the top of North America's tree forever, what has changed is their respective heights on the old giant redwood. Gen.G have now beaten G2 the last 4 times they've played. Oh, and shout out to Gen.G's new coach Chrome.
Thank you, brother.
Whose first event ends with as hard-fought a victory as you can have. Hopefully for his sake, they won't always need a Game 7 overtime after being 3-1 up to take a gold medal. Though, hopefully for our sake they will. Sorry lads. New fan favourites. enough about the old guard. Let's talk about North America's Wonder Kids.
Frosty does get a good cut, and now Scribbles is playing very close. Oh, that works out for reveal.
Snowmen, with an average age of just 15.3, reached all 3 main events last split, but could never get through the Swiss. But this time, 14-year-old Scribbles, Frosty, who was dropped by NRG just before the season started, and Reveal, having the tournament of his life, smashed through a seriously tough Swiss run. They didn't stop there.
As Scribbles demo with some space, the shot right through the gap.
They minimize risks when it comes to OT, but this series has only heated, and so has Reveal!
Sadly, despite beating them in Swiss's best of 5, Snowmen began to melt under the heat of Gen.G in the best of 7 semis. Carry on like this though, and 14-year-old Scribbles could well become the youngest player ever to reach an RLCS major. But that's for the future.
Oh, and the future is right now, Cole. You were talking to us from the past. It's time to see how Frosty and the gang do here. The Snowmen back in top 16, trying to punch their ticket again. I mean, Gibbs, where we want to start with the Snowman roster. I mean, the Swiss coming through 3-0. Obviously, they played TSM and Gen.G. They also played Netherlands, America, Canada in there. But I mean, hey, going 3-0, many better, stronger teams have failed to make that accomplishment.
Oh, absolutely. And you play the team that won the entire tournament 11 games, and you win 5 of those. You win the best of 5, which was fantastic. But Snowmen, this came out of nowhere. The pros power ranked them 12th. They finished 13th in rankings for Copenhagen, but then the 3-0 in Swiss is just so incredibly impressive. And to back it up with then taking down Cloud9 pretty comfortably to finish top 4, now you have a chance. You're the talk of the town. You have a chance to do something that's never been done before. Last time around, we had Dignitas for the winter split. They were ranked 12th from fall, and then they came out of it and they made it to the winter major. That was the best ever in North American history. Now the Snowmen were ranked 13th. Can they make it to the major? And now there's only 4 spots, so it's even more difficult. So Snowmen are trying to do something that's literally never been done before in North America, but they have to do it at least one more time, Stacks.
Yeah, and the thing about this kind of format is, listen, if you're hanging around in the top 8, then you just need one more breakout performance. Get into that top 4, and that one semifinal appearance could carry you through into London. Certainly 2 of them would really do the trick. But you just get there once. Everybody else beats up on each other in the Swiss and top 8 stage. It could be just enough to snipe that top 4 spot.
Y'all think you think they do it again? Hashtag guarantee top 8 Snowmen. I got a yes.
I'm going to go yes. It's close. They're right on the bubble.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All 3 of them. I expect them to be like in that 2-2 round, and we'll see what plays out. I don't expect another 3-0, but I do expect them to fall down a little bit. But they looked so incredibly impressive last time that I have to give them the benefit of the doubt, at least for top 8. Probably not a top 4, but at least top 8.
Well, you look at all the teams that they could run into. I mean, what do they start with? I think they start with Moist today.
Yep.
So you probably favor them in that matchup just based on how the split has gone so far. And then you look at, okay, who do they have to avoid? Gen.G, G2, even though, yes, they did beat Gen.G and they played them pretty even for the most part so far. I mean, there are enough teams that they could either get a Mickey bracket after going maybe 1-1 and playing their way through. They just have to avoid the juggernauts. And I think that there are more teams that they are favored against than not that could be in their path. Yeah, I think they absolutely make the top 8.
And it obviously the if you go 2-0, you're going to face off against a strong team. The fact that they beat Gen.G was the massive story of last year, 2 weeks ago, first qualifier number 4. The fact that they might do it again, we'll see. I don't know if they'll. That's the part that's going to be the biggest question mark. Is that if they get to round 3, 2-0, can they take down another Gen.G? Obviously, Gen.G felt a little bit weak. We'll see if they clearly bounce back. Anyways, moving on here, folks. We all seem pretty confident to make top 8. Let's talk about another thing that feels like it's pretty inevitable for top 8 here. G2 and Gen.G. Speaking of Gen.G, 4-match win streak. You didn't mishear them in the video. It's a 4-match win streak against G2 right now for Gen.G.
Yeah, this is wild for Gen.G because, you know, we look at this team and the casual fan will look at this and go, oh, it's First Killer. He joins them and he makes all the difference. No, apparently Jack is still the guy on this team. He is phenomenal. He was great in the final against G2 a couple of weeks ago. I think he had 5 or 6 goals there to lead all scorers. Chronic was outstanding in the lead up to that final and made his presence felt as more of a setup guy. I mean, they have had G2's number, and even through all that, I still back G2 to make a deeper run at a major. It's so weird.
Oh, it's tough. It's really tough. Internationally, like G2, you could say because of how the bracket panned out, who knows? But Gen.G went to Game 7 versus the team that won it all, obviously. But Gen.G has just made history. No team has ever beaten G2 4 times in a row. It's never happened before, and Gen.G has done it. But you talk about these 2 teams, they are powerhouses. They are, we used to have a big 3 in NA. Yeah. It's now 2, and then there's like maybe a couple planets away is the rest of NA.
They're here, and then everybody else is down here.
15-0 in playoffs when they don't play each other. They have not lost to literally anyone. So G2 and Gen.G are on their own island. We'll see if maybe one of those teams like a Space Station has a chance to catch up. But for now, they both look so dominant.
Y'all think they both make it to the finals again?
Yeah,
I'm gonna say nay, just because I'm gonna say bracket luck. I'm gonna say bracket luck somehow puts them on the same side.
I said during the first pre-show and qualifier number 4 that G2 is gonna miss a finals this split, and just statistically, I gotta be right. They gotta do it. It's gotta happen at some point. They can't make 8 grand finals in a row. So we'll see if I'm right, and this is the time. I am running out of time, so I have to say that they're gonna do it this time. How's Chaff feel about it though? Given I don't know. I feel like this is a pretty strong. Wow, that's actually much closer than I thought it was. 50-50.
It really comes down to Gen.G on a Friday, right? Because they normally don't do that well here. They normally go 3-1 or 3-2. It comes down to where they go into the bracket. When it comes to playoffs, they always find a new form. Hopefully at some point they can fix that, because that's not really a good thing to have. And it also screws up everyone's power rankings, because everyone's like, oh, we're going to rank Snowmen high because they beat Gen.G, but you beat them on Friday. I'm not sure if that counts. So we'll see what Gen.G can do today.
I'm here for the universe where JNaps has like eternally cursed G2. He goes, I guess we'll never know. And then, boy, G2 has lost a lot of grand finals since then, with or without him.
That is funny. That is funny. We did know what would happen if they lost on their grand finals, and we're living in that world right now. Yeah, and we'll see how they do, folks. Gen.G, G2, again, they're not going to be playing each other just yet, but if things pan out as we expect them to, there's a very good chance we see that matchup again. Can G2 finally break the losing streak against their rivals? Now, the one team I think that we can all say is our first pick for who would be in that final instead of a Gen.G or G2. Obviously, you referenced him earlier, Space Station, finally making it out of quarterfinals here in qualifier number 4. They made it to the semis before running into a G2.
Yeah, Space Station, they were ranked by the pros. 3.1 was their average. I think 2 teams did not rank them 3rd, and they ranked them 4th. And that was a team that didn't make it to the Copenhagen Major because they had to play Gen.G in every single bracket, and they played G2 on every Swiss to drop them down into those 3-1 spots. So Space Station has been dominant versus everyone else, but they cannot trade wins yet versus the G2 and Gen.Gs. But this is a good moment for them. They make top 4. They go the distance versus G2.
Yeah.
Solid showing for them. And hopefully that this is a gradual increase in skill, and maybe they can join that island with G2 and Gen.G. But here we look at the major 2 points right now. For all teams outside the top 4, this is honestly ideal for what you want to try and clinch. And this includes teams like Dignitas, who are way down there, because you have 3 teams that are very, very good, and all the pros think they're the top 3 teams. You want them to always finish top 3. You want Space Station, G2, and Gen.G to finish a top 4 or better in all 3 of these tournaments, so there's less points for everyone else. And then that 4th spot is right now it's Snowmen, and obviously it was a great showing last time, but we don't know if they're consistent, right? You would probably say very likely they'll be more inconsistent. So if they are, that opens up the door for literally everyone else to try and nab that spot. So we'll see how it all plays out. It is wide open, but like after this qualifier, it's going to close up a bit. We'll probably only have about 4 or 5 teams left trying to fight for those maybe last 2 spots, maybe the last 1 spot if Space Station keeps it up. So we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah, I mean, it'll change just today. We'll see a dramatic shift there in that kind of 4 through 8 spot as half of the teams that are currently alive get knocked out. Here are the season points. G2 well out in advance, and we've been debating, like we were talking about, you know, clinching earlier, Stacks, and like could anybody, like we could see some teams knocked out of possibility of making it to Worlds today. We could also see G2 and Gen.G possibly clinch a spot.
Yeah, we could. They could clinch a spot at the World Championship because of just the torrid pace that they've been on. And then those two dominating the top, I mean, that's good news for your Luminosities and OGs who don't want like a Space Station Gaming to, you know, spike a grand final or win the whole thing and just leapfrog over them. Same for like an M80 or TSM. If they catch lightning in a bottle and they make a deep run at one of these qualifiers, then all of a sudden LG and OG really do have to make the major to keep up.
We'll see if they're able to do it, folks. Again, yeah, they're very far out in advance right now, far out ahead of the field are G2 and Gen.G, but everyone else trying to play catch-up right now. You saw OG and Luminosity there in 3rd and 4th right now because of their performances at Copenhagen, making top 4, and they need to earn extra points there. But everybody else trying to play catch-up and doing well as the field has begun to even out. Let's talk about today, though, and what is on the line for the teams that are currently going to be playing Rocket League here. In just under 12 minutes, we're going to be getting, or just under 13 minutes, we're going to be getting round 1 of the Swiss kicked off. $21,000 going to be given to first place, as well as 20 points at the end of the championship on Sunday. Today, our teams will try to go from 16th, where you're getting $1,200, up to 8th there, where you're getting, I think, twice as much as it was there. Here is the Swiss as it looks right now. Round 1 yet to be played. You win 3 matches, you advance to the bracket. You lose 3 matches before you win 3, and you are knocked out. You are done. We're going to play this entire Swiss today. If you win matches, you play against other teams that win. If you lose, you play against other teams that lose. Got some spicy matches here, Gibbs, to kick off the day. We're going to be starting things with TSM Shopify. We'll talk about that one later. What other matches should people be checking out as they're hopping around the team streams?
I'm going to talk about the new teams here real quick. One, Spade Esports. You see that little S logo versus Gen.G. That is young whippersnappers. So they got picked up. Congrats to them. And then the one team outside like the top 15 in points or top 16 in points that did qualify for this tournament is BDW. And the reason why I bring them up is because they have Wellis on their team. And if you remember 2 years ago, he was on the Pittsburgh Knights, wasn't playing. There was a lag out by one of the players. He comes in. It was round 5 closed qualifiers. They're down 1-0 in the series. Super sub Wellis comes in, wins 3 games in a row, 2 plays with 0 on the clock, 1 to tie a game. Then he wins it in overtime. Then finally, game 4, 0 on the clock, scores the game-winning goal. This is his RLCS debut now because those close qualifiers he didn't have to play that following weekend. So congrats to him finally making it. Then if you think it doesn't really matter because they're playing a G2, well, go back and watch the Pittsburgh Knights comm video. Just look up Pittsburgh Knights Wellis, and you will find an amazing comms video of why this matters so much for these teams that are ranked maybe 12 through 20 who make their first RLCS. It matters so much to all these guys. And I know we will focus on, obviously, the top teams like G2 and Gen.G, but for teams to just qualify for events like this, watch that video and you will feel the hype. It is an amazing video.
Every team that is now a household name was at some point, wait, who are these guys? And they're going to lose. We just know they're going to lose to the top dogs here. So who knows? Might see the beginning of another story like that today here. And remember, these teams are going to be playing in the Swiss, or out of the Swiss here. They'll make it into this bracket. We don't have any teams in the bracket yet, but we will have the bracket fully filled out by the end of today. We'll play those quarterfinals tomorrow with semifinals and grand finals happening on Sunday as we crown a champion. So lots of teams to talk about, lots of matchups to go through there. Excited to see some new faces here in our Swiss today. And while we got some time before we get to kick off here, Gibbs and I, every Wednesday after these events, we sit and power rank all the teams from North America and tell you who we think is best. And we're right because we're experts and that's what we're paid to do. So we're going to show you our power rankings kind of averaged here between the two of us. Stacks, you weren't a part of making this bracket. I mean, just tell the people how infallible and perfect this list is.
Oh, no, it's absolutely perfect. It's about what I would have, except I do think that Snowmen probably should be up a little bit higher. I think they probably should be at least a 5.
That's what I'm saying, Gibbs.
Wow. Okay, so I had them at 8, all right? Like, so my rationale is you're a young team. This is the first time this has ever happened to you. You got to show it to me twice. I can't put you higher than like a top 5. Like, do you really think if they played in the quarterfinals right now versus like a Rebellion, you're picking Snowmen?
Against Rebellion? Oh, God, yes.
What? All right, or like an LG.
You just asked me how would I rate this team that has all the momentum against maybe the most okayest team in the entire region.
All right.
Yes, I would take Snowmen.
No, but say they're both went 3-1 in Swiss. They're 4-5 in Seed. I'm going Rebellion every day of the week. I don't know. So that's why
I would take Snowmen in that matchup all day.
All right.
And again, we're talking about power rankings. They're supposed to be full of recency bias. I was talking with Corelli and Joby about this briefly when they were doing their power rankings last time out. It's like, yes, absolutely. Give me the wild hot take of Snowmen now making this run. Shoot them right up the standings. Put them in the top 5. They should absolutely be on the left side. You could make a case even for 4, but at least 5.
So I think this is where my argument is always at with power rankings versus like who's the favorite, right? Because I consider like whoever the favorite is, that's power ranking number 1. Like I'm going to say right now, we saw on First Touch, they're top 10 in the world. I'm still putting K-Corp as world favorite, so I'm still power ranking them number 1. I get it. Yeah. They've lost, but I still think they're that good. But.
Okay. So production with the A or nay down below, bringing up a good point. There was one team notably absent. They were also notably absent from top 16 last event, which is why they were off of our lists. Dignitas, top 10. They're back in the top 16 today. Should they have been in our? Are they a top 10 team right now, Stacks?
No. They haven't earned that. Okay. If they have a good performance today, then we can talk about it. But coming into today, absolutely not. They're a team. It's kind of ironic that they play OG because OG had an abysmal start to the first half of the season. They made the major. Dig has a little bit more ground to make up because they didn't even make the first main event, but they can start with a strong performance against OG. And but boy, it's got to come sooner rather than later.
Well, I guess they did make top 16. I was just going to say, to point out my own hypocrisy here, OG, with the way they went last season, or at the beginning of the season, where they went like 0-3, they went 0-9 in Swiss, lost 9 games in a row without winning a single one. I power ranked them 9th after that performance when they went out 15th, 16th.
Yeah, I think the hard part now is there's so many teams in that 4 through 12 range that are so incredibly close that if you have a bad tournament now, we know there's other teams around them that are pretty solid that like you kind of have to bump them off the list for at least 1 week. But I wouldn't be surprised if they made top 8 here. It's just we have to see it at this point.
Chat, what'd you think of our list? Hashtag yeah or nay. Also, I was looking at my power rankings. I missed what chat said about Dignitas. Did they agree with us or?
No, they said Dignitas is absolutely not a top 10 team.
Okay.
At one point, I think it was about 70 or 80% for nay.
The chat agrees with us.
There you go. So when we're wrong, you're wrong.
Listen, a broken clock is right twice a day. I mean,
listen. So chat, Gibbs, and Wavepunk all equal 1 broken clock. Kind of crazy. I don't know about that one, folks.
But did we cook? Let's see. We didn't.
Oh, come on, chat. Come on. I was just giving you a compliment.
Like, thumbs very much in the middle.
Okay.
See, like if this was
I think the rest of your left side is.
I think Wave's bringing us down, like personally, but that's right.
Excuse me. I'm the person that puts Snowmen in the top 5. So let's talk about today's action. Enough of our yammering here, folks. We've got some amazing games coming down the pipe. 5 rounds of Swiss going to be played. If you really are like super into round 4 and only round 4, come back at like 1 p.m. Pacific. But otherwise, just keep it locked right here. You are in the right place to watch all of today's action. We will play the entire Swiss today. 8 matches to kick off the day. They will be happening simultaneously. Every game you see on your screen right now going to be going on at the exact same time. And if we're not showing it to you, it's probably being streamed somewhere on Twitch. So go check out the Rocket League category. You can find these matches happening on team streams. G2 going to be playing against BDW. Spate playing against Gen.G Mobile 1. Luminosity Luminosity versus Netherlands Canada. OG Esports taking on Dignitas. Dignitas trying to prove they belong in the top 10. Meanwhile, 4 other matches going on. Space Station will play against NRG. That one's a banger. Cloud9 versus M80. We'll see Moist play against the Snowmen. And to kick things off here for the main broadcast, 4 minutes and 13 seconds till Shopify Rebellion kick off against TSM. Let's get into it, gentlemen. Gibbs, where you want to start?
I'm going to start with Shopify Rebellion. Let's talk about Justin, because what year is it? It feels like 2019. Last qualifier, Justin led all players in goals per game with over 1 goal per game. That hasn't happened in a hot minute, or say 5 years. So Justin, he's back. 2-piece and Parth, top 3 in assists, both of them, setting up plays. The whole team was firing. They were the -- 1 offense throughout the entire qualifier. They got to figure it out a little bit more on the defensive side, I would say. But like all in all, like I was impressed with what we saw at times. They had a lot of games with crooked numbers, putting up 5+ goals, but they just have to do it consistently. And that's why we're showing this match, right? It's 2 teams in the middle stacks that are like not necessarily consistent. We don't know where to place them just yet. So this should be a very tight one.
Yeah, you talk about Justin in 2019. I mean, it was almost 5 years ago to the day where NRG was at the top of Season 7 in North America. It's crazy how it works out like that. The Shopify Rebellion team, though, you know, they're 3-3 against non-playoff teams in the Swiss. They're 3-3 against playoff teams in the Swiss. Yes, that equals out to 6-6 overall in the Swiss. They are, like I said, the most okayest team in the region. They are painfully average. 2 of those losses, though, come against Gen.G. And I think that deserves to be kind of an asterisk there. And they've run into this TSM squad twice, not in the main event, but in the double elim qualifiers leading up to this. TSM kind of famously knocked them out of qualifier 2 in the first half, and then just last week, Shopify Rebellion repaid the favor, beat them in 5 to get here.
I feel like, I don't know, calling these teams like the okayest team, calling Shopify the okayest team or the most average team, like, yes, their results are very average, but that makes it sound like they're just kind of in the middle the whole time, where Shopify is anything but just in the middle. They are one of the swingiest teams I've seen. I mean, case in point, against SSG, they lost, they got wins back-to-back 7-2 and 5-2 in their matches against them last week. They outscored SSG 13-9 and lost the series. Like, so when they're hot, they are so hot, but when they cool off, it's very, very bad. So Shopify, can they keep it hot enough to get out of the Swiss in style, not in round 5? We'll see if they can do it. Hashtag SR if you think Shopify's got this one. Hashtag TSM for TSM there, folks, and we'll make our predictions up here as well. TSM, we didn't really get to watch them play last week, Gibbs. And one thing that like stuck out in my mind when looking through the results: 11 minutes of overtime against M80 in 1 game.
Yeah, TSM is also one of those teams, big swings, but it only happened once. That they got a top 4 in qualifier 3. Every other time, they've fallen out of Swiss. So they haven't made another top 8 since. So TSM's got to find that consistency on Fridays to get into the dance of the playoffs. But for me, I got to go Rebellion. I think they were very good last week. I think they have a chance to be a top 4 team and go to London. So I'm going to pick them.
I also am going with Shopify on this one. I mean, even just based off of power rankings here, I think we both had Shopify higher than TSM, and so it makes a lot of sense here. But we do have one side. It is not a particularly one-sided match in this situation. I mean, exactly as we outlined, 2 teams struggling to show that they've got the consistency here. Stacks, what's the case for TSM?
Well, the case for TSM, while I do think that they did kind of maybe overachieve a little bit in the first half, they're going up against a Shopify Rebellion team that is not very consistent at all. You look at their common matchups, there's not a whole lot to be impressed by. I think it was kind of a tougher go of it for TSM a couple of weeks ago. And it's Wavy's birthday today. He can't lose to Shopify Rebellion on his birthday. He's got to start the day with a dub.
He can't.
I messed up.
He definitely can. It happens all the time. It's really unfortunate. People lose on their birthdays all the time. But chat is a believer. Maybe they're just a believer in Justin, folks. It's time to get the games underway. 8 matches happening all across the Rocket League world right now. And we're going to show you a special one here. Shopify taking on TSM to kick off qualifier number 5. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
The race for London is on, and we get to kick off this sunny Friday with a grueling rematch between Shopify Rebellion and TSM. But will TSM be able to keep the tides of this rebellious offense at shore? Let's find out.
Oh man, this is a great one. We're celebrating birthdays out here. I'm back for NA. I missed you guys. And also, honestly, I saw what was going down last week while I was gone in the qualifiers. Seeing Rebellion and TSM almost kind of start to refine their groove a little bit in the RLCS has been nothing short of exciting. And Wavy already bringing out the mechs here early stages of game one. It's gonna be a really close matchup.
Yeah, the thing to highlight, Shopify Rebellion's offense, the real deal. When it rains, it pours with this team. Even more than a Brazil was scored from Shopify Rebellion against TSM. That double limb where they faced off went to Champions Field, where Shopify Rebellion came out on top. And even from the last regional, they're looking on fire. And the Dusk had to say that TSM were the okayest, but they can be great. And this is where they got to prove them wrong.
I absolutely agree with that. I think it's valid in saying that they can be the okayest, but sometimes okay is enough. And there you have it, the birthday boy himself with the opening goal there for TSM. All three players just destroying and beating out the defense. TSM go up by 1.
You love to see Wavy just kick things off in the best fashion. And when they faced off, Wavy had an incredible game 4 against Shopify Rebellion, had a hat trick, and this is the guy you got to set up for success, especially with those infield passes. And look, he's already on the tail of Parth, and the TSM offense begins to gain energy, gain traction. It's already looking more active than the last time they faced last week. And Shopify Rebellion need to not be too spacey on positioning. That was something they struggled with before. Structurally, they got to be aware of the state of the game.
Yeah, you can't give TSM any space, because even if they see a tiny bit, they'll take full advantage. And there it is. Hockey had a huge challenge up there, just raced towards it, beat out Justin. Justin, a little bit awkward trying to get back there in time. Unfortunately, third man just wasn't quite ready to try and make that save on it. TSM go up 2-0, uncontested, looking to extend the lead.
Yeah, when I said TSM looked wobbly before, here comes 2Ps with a response right off the crossbar. Shopify Rebellion still looking to be active on the field, but it's Hockey. Go up the wall, Parth watching closely. Now taking this away, a great touch by 2Ps, and protection from the back wall there. Creams not allow 2Ps to get any doubles. He's been threatening as a solo player for Shopify Rebellion in the past, and great send away again by 2Ps.
Oh my goodness, every play I've seen come out of TSM so far, whether it's been individual or an attempted at a team, has been so methodical, which I love from this squad. Everything has intent behind it, down to the demos and the cheat ups. Hockey, he tried to beat out on Parth, and instead Parth's touch actually bounced back into center there for Hockey to go again. 3 up again, still no answer to be found from Rebellion.
Yeah, TSM, the signs of life we saw to them that last match was their ability to counterattack and find the positional weaknesses out of Shopify Rebellion, namely how far that second man from Shopify Rebellion is pushed up. TSM being very cognizant of that. Hockey and Cream starting the drive, having the demo 3-on-2. See how much pressure Parth will be under. Here's Hockey adding to this equation. Wavy not getting the best of touch in the midfield, giving some space, some hope for Shopify Rebellion to strike it all. As the second half, Shopify Rebellion are left with nothing.
Oh, this is a huge shot there too. Great save from Justin, but as soon as the save comes out, so does a demo, and then the pressure just continues on. This is probably one of the better chances, but it's a slow follow-up from Justin there, and Creams was able to get back in time and make that save. And that's what worries me so much about Rebellion right now. They feel a little slow, but granted, it is the morning. It's first round of Swiss. It's first round of the match. You can take it as a warm-up, right? Even if you're down 3-0, and let's say it were to stay that way. Granted, Parth doesn't want to, but it's a shot sent off wide. Even if it were to stay that way, there is time in the series to correct what's been going on.
And it feels like the tables are turned where TSM look more sound defensively, and it's Shopify Rebellion exposing those maybe early morning weaknesses, or the slower starts, as you said. Less than 90 seconds. Where is that first goal from Shopify Rebellion? We said that this offense usually turns into an avalanche, but it's TSM that, well, they did their homework from the double elimination match that they faced. This could just be game one, nothing too much to worry about as Justin sends it off to the right. Two pieces trying to catch up. Maybe Parth to Justin, back to Parth, and tips it to Parth.
I love this. I think this is a three-man passing play. No, just between the two of them, between Parth and on it, back and forth, find each other, to find the space. First half, Rebellion's been able to grab the middle of the defense, the TSM, which is progress, finding out that connecting is gonna get you past them, and that's what's gonna have to work out, right? The solo plays weren't doing much for them. They figured out a plan, but now you only got 50 seconds to do it 2 more times. And hopefully with this pin and this clear up field, this be the start thing for Rebellion.
Justin, just a second too late. He would have got in. Oh, we would have had a game on our hands. Less than 40 that moment. TSM knocking on that door. Parth closes up. It will be back passed by TSM, maintain possession, and they will not really be going for any plays. Doc tries for double at least. 20 Wickens, and TSM, this is a great start to their game one. And even Shopify Rebellion, last time they faced, they were the ones who had that commanding start, but then started to choke up. So TSM are not playing any games anymore, at least not anymore after the next couple of seconds, because wow, what a start.
Yeah, this is a huge start here from TSM to come out swinging at 100%. But I will say, I don't think Rebellion are playing at 100%. I think there's more in the tank to keep going. Granted, you are trying to play against a birthday buff. Bro was out there. Wavy looked so good in the early stages and throughout the entire game one. But I will say, Rebellion did start to connect a little bit. They found out what was working for them towards that second half of the game there, which is huge. But there is one person in particular I want to talk about, and it's the coaches on both of these teams. I feel like sometimes we don't talk about it enough, but TSM brought in Eclipse for the last one. Granted, they didn't get the results that they might have wanted in the first qualifier, but it seems that progress, like you said, has been made. The VOD reviewing clearly worked out, at least headed into this matchup.
Especially, yeah, there's a lot to learn from the double elimination, and even the last regional where Shopify Rebellion made top 8. They looked incredible. TSM fell short against teams that they shouldn't be losing to if they want to go to Worlds. Teams like M80 or Cloud9, or I think opponents like that. So great start out of TSM, right? But it's not about how you start, it's about how you end and how Shopify Rebellion can pick up those pieces, because even positionally, sometimes in these games where they're in a winning position, they don't play from that winning position. They take too many risks, or they play too far apart. In Rebellion, you hope they find each other on the field.
Exactly, and that was what we saw in the second half of that game. Rebellion finally starting to connect a little bit more on those passing plays. Granted, I think they were probably a little bit slower than that team might have been hoping for. I think if they could speed things up just a little bit, they might be able to get past this defense. And there it is, the quick follow-up from 2-piece off the kickoff, breaks past the TSM defense, and Rebellion take the game 2 lead.
Wow, quick reaction out of Justin too off the kickoff to just flick that away before the challenge from Wavy came in. So Shopify Rebellion already making a 180 from game 1. Now Creams as Justin on his back. Gotta have Hockey behind him, and TSM wouldn't pressure this back and find the equalizer, but that was the issue with TSM before, as Creams with the double. What a save out of Shopify Rebellion as Hockey tries to change up the pace to bait out the defense. TSM still up possession, and finally they slot it in the 90 to tie it up.
There are a million things that led into the pressure that turned into this goal from Creams. It started out with Wavy and Net trying to go for a bump play to open up the shot for the double. That didn't work out, so they keep going, they keep taking shots, and eventually find their way in. And that is a huge sign of life for TSM, is being able to respond as quickly as they were, because we saw that in game number 1. Rebellion took almost too long to refine momentum up against TSM, and this time they're not gonna do that again. Justin on the board for Rebellion.
Well, I love to see how Justin, his effort on how he wants to be active and just involved in the play. And if you set him up for success, Justin knows where to slot that ball. And usually Justin's the bully on the field. He'll go for demos and really let 2Piece and Parth take it away. Even off the kickoff, Shopify Rebellion had potential, so. But I'm still impressed with TSM being able to score when all of Shopify Rebellion's defense are there, because TSM really needed those 2-on-1 or even 1-on-1 type of scenarios to find a weakened Shopify Rebellion defense in the last matchup. But what a flick out of Hockey, and we're tied again.
Such a controlled flick there to be able to get over. I think it was Justin, yeah, just right over him, and then nobody last back. And this is what I saw a little bit in game 1. Sometimes Rebellion will cheat up just a bit too far, and it's that race back to the net that TSM usually ends up winning. That's been able to keep them in the lead. Another crazy flick, this time out from Creams, crossbar and in, and TSM reclaim their lead.
And that's what I was just talking about. TSM's potential in 1v1s is so good. The last 2 goals have been off of basically 1v1s, and just being able to beat the defender and outthink them and force quick reactions. Shopify Rebellion don't play well with their backs against the wall like that. They're the ones who like to dominate the field. It's only a small lead for TSM, but holy cow, this is a match, and Creams with another one. It's a hat trick.
Oh my goodness. I mean, 2Piece did everything that he could, but right now, TSM, their pressure is so intense that it breaks down the Rebellion defense almost too quickly. I mean, if you're a Rebellion fan, it's too quickly. If you're a TSM fan, this is going exactly how you want it to. 3:33 on the clock. Wavy up in the air, an interception from 2Piece, tries to go center over to Justin. Instead, it clears back over to Wavy. Wavy's gonna take a shot. This one's clear to go in. 5-3 to TSM.
And Shopify Rebellion are suffering from those mistakes that they did in the double elim of where is that second man, the third man, always extending. But when you're down maybe this many goals, you gotta have the risk it for the biscuit, although there is still plenty of time. You don't want to panic too much, because a match like this sets the tone for the rest of Swiss. You gotta play all of that Swiss today. So it depends how those coaches, like you said, will come in and fix things between the games, between the series. But a 5-2 lead for TSM is unprecedented, especially when Shopify Rebellion are repeating the things they did last week.
Speaking of unprecedented, I wouldn't even call this lead like unprecedented. I think it's just more shocking that Rebellion isn't trading off this series. I wouldn't expect them to be putting themselves in a potential reverse sweep situation. However, that one almost went in. Hockey with a corner save on that one. But yeah, this is kind of interesting. I mean, you talked about at the beginning stages of this game, though. TSM clearly looked like they came into this with a game plan, prepared, ready for what they wanted to do. 2Piece almost found a nasty angle, but couldn't quite connect.
Yeah, it's not unheard of. I definitely remember one TSM game where they pretty much shut out Shopify Rebellion in one of the games, but went all the way to 5. And Shopify Rebellion sometimes beat themselves more than they lose to the other opponent. And that's why we just have so much higher expectations of a team like Shopify Rebellion, where we know where their ceiling is and can be. Even Parth himself, speaking of which, was tweeting about, even though they made Swiss, they know they're capable of so much more just based on how they performed in scrims and how they hope to replicate that in the game. But now things have died down since the 3-goal streak that TSM went on. So see that Shopify, now that they're minimizing risks, also the offense doesn't have as much firepower, only sending the one man.
Ooh, that was a great play formulating there. I like that out of Rebellion, though. They're starting to try, like you said, slow things down a little bit here. intercept these passing plays that are going on between TSM. But of course, once that happens, that's when the solo plays are going to start to come out, and then you got to prepare for these 1v1s, which was not quite the specialty of Rebellion at the early stages of the series here. But finally, huge clear for Rebellion. Hopefully they can transition out of this into a play. Justin from the corner tried to get the bump off the hockey, but not quite. Parth just slowly trying to inch towards this net. Two-piece looking for Justin. Pass over to him. Shot on target and in. And with a minute left, Rebellion finally get that third goal.
Ooh, Justin, when he's set up and two-piece did everything, brings two defenders up to the ceiling, and Justin just has to take the shot. So Shopify Rebellion enabling each other, and that's what you love to see, the flashes in the pan out of Shopify Rebellion, although they've usually been able to do this more consistently. Better late than never. Speaking of late, there's only 1 minute left. And Justin goes high. Who's to work with, starting to run out, leaves it to two-piece. Cream's great early challenge to just break that play up. Parth takes a shot, two-piece follows up wide to the post. Parth and two-piece collide to try and regain possession. But Justin won't be set up again this time. It's Parth to keep Shopify Rebellion within one.
It's happening. Momentum is slowly starting to be found, and it's coming in through connection plays off this one. Justin and Parth kind of inched forward towards that net off the ceiling and down. I love it from them. Rebellion, you got 32 seconds to tie things up against TSM, or maybe steal the game away from them. And right now, Parth over to two-piece. Two-piece from the corner leaves this one back to Parth to try and send it up, but instead it's a back pass to try and clear up field.
Oh, look at the synergy in the pass back to two-piece. Cream's so great with these 50s in the corner just to buy him a little bit of time for TSM to break up the structure. Shopify Rebellion with the last swing off that kickoff generated some momentum, but how do you find and read this bounce? It goes over to Parth, who can make magic happen once again. Not a lot of boost on Shopify Rebellion's side, so it lands on the ground, and TSM go to match point.
This is, honestly, this is crazy. I didn't really know what to expect between these two teams. I honestly anticipated it to be much closer. I think this game 2 was a little bit more reminiscent of how I thought the entire series was gonna go. But you can see it. It is pure smiles from TSM right now, down to the coach. They look good. They feel good. They honestly have Rebellion figured out, despite Rebellion coming back, right? And if we take a look at the replays right here, there are so many moments where we're gonna see Rebellion having these moments of togetherness. And despite that, TSM, in my opinion, was still in control of the series.
Just these moments where you let TSM create these one-on-one scenarios, and like I've already pointed out before, it's Shopify Rebellion start to rectify where to position that second man and what midfield presence they want, because those slip-ups allowed TSM to score, 2-3 times in that moment? And if that wouldn't have happened, look how different this game would have been. And then, what ifs? Of course, the Rebellion kickoff in the last 10 seconds looked like it had a lot of kick to it, a little picante, but now it's TSM that are hoping to sweep, and that's not a result you would have expected. A lot of people predicted Rebellion to come out of the series.
Yeah, I definitely, again, it's a coin flip kind of game. So the fact that TSM is sitting on full-blown match point, uncontested in the series, this is a pretty insane matchup right now. The real question is, can TSM close out? I feel like that's the bigger problem between the two, is despite either of them ever finding a lead this big, it's more questionable when it comes down to, can you close out and end it?
Now, you have Shopify Rebellion hoping to still make some space, but this comes out to Creams, bumped off the ball, so Shopify Rebellion will lead this out. Great midfield out of hockey, so slowing things down, but now two pieces up high. Dangerous ball, threatens the double, doesn't get it. Now Justin might have even been able to take the corner boost, and this suffocates TSM in more than one way.
Listen, Rebellion needed one thing in this game 3, and that was to take the lead very early on. The fact that there were 3 defenders in net and Parth was still able to place this somewhere that nobody could touch it, huge props to them. Rebellion take first blood.
Yeah, Yeah, Shopify Rebellion can be so aggressive off of kickoff, and that's how their offense doesn't start with 1 goal. It usually ends with like 5 by the time they're done, and the net is just open. Comes out to Wavy. Okay, there's the tie, I guess.
I mean, listen, I didn't expect anything less. I expected TSM to be able to respond quickly. What I didn't expect was the race back for third to try and defend off that shot. Tied game at 4-10. What's feeling like the beginning of another shootout could be underway unless somebody decides to slow things down a little bit.
After these awkward touches like that out of Parth, there needs to be that supportive second player to just help make more space, because that's how Wavy is gonna find the back of the nets, and TSM even lose that opportunity to get a lead. Shopify Rebellion want the counter attack, but they just had to retreat for boost, so Parth will catch this, and he's got enough boost to play with after grabbing the corner and leaves it to Justin all the way to the back as 2P steps up, but Wavy gets it past him. That's okay, Parth is in the net, but Wavy with that demo wants to keep Shopify Rebellion anchored in this moment. The 2v2, Wavy looking for bumps in the net. Hockey, dip, dive, and dodge, leaving it to Creams. It's a dangerous ball, but Shopify Rebellion get out.
That was a huge touch there from Hockey as well, just kind of slowing things down in the mid. But 2P's enough space off the backboard to make a double, no follow-up. Wavy able to clear this one back out mid, but Parth isn't going to stop pressure there. He finds Justin, but Hockey beats him out. This one goes center for 2P to take a shot. Everything I have seen so far from Rebellion has been wide, and they've had ample opportunity to try and extend this lead of theirs, or at least take it back. But oh my gosh, finally, a little bit wide, but off the post and in, finally in favor of Rebellion.
Yeah, Parth makes up for the pass. Great touch off the high ball. And I like that, you know, Shopify Rebellion have options offensively. Even 2Piece is going for solo plays, and he's hit some nasty doubles, and he's had those magical moments for Shopify Rebellion in the last rematch. Let's see how Shopify Rebellion start this drive. Going through the midfield against Waving Hockey is already difficult. And then the pillar of Creams at the back, it's Shopify Rebellion have to peel this back and maybe just build up inch by inch. Now Hockey against 2Piece to the back wall that Justin catches. Wavy going up the wall to meet him halfway. Second half with the Shopify Rebellion lead. Getting into the orange half has been difficult for them though.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough for them to break out of their own half. The backboard was free on this one. No double to be found though. Wavy tried to make up for that second missed touch. And there you have it. You don't even need a second touch. You just need a second player to help push this one through. I think that was a bump in net too that opened up the space. A little bit, it was Hockey. There he is. Drives up forward, pushes Parth out of the way. Makes that a full-blown open net for them there, and it's back to a tied game.
Definitely think Parth could have made that save if it wasn't for Hockey. Great teamwork out of TSM. A tie game. This is where just stress and all the weight is on your shoulders when TSM are on match point. Shopify Rebellion gotta make the reverse sweep happen if they want to start their Swiss day on a good note. Now it's Justin getting up higher than Creams off the ceiling, wanted to rock it down on this defense. But Justin takes boost, gets out of the way, lets teammates take over, hoping to just drain the resources out of TSM. Shopify Rebellion, they're a momentum-based team, and it's starting to build, looking for that lead with 90 seconds left, but Creams with a great clear.
This one infield over to Hockey. Justin, though, I gotta give him props. He has given no space to any of the TSM players, whether it's been knocking him off the backboard, again in the reads. Same can be said for Parth, though. He's been great on the intercepts, but Justin in particular, trying to redirect this one forward. No follow-up to be found. Instead, it's a counterattack clear that begins momentum for TSM on offensive attack. And as the seconds count down, you're winding towards that last minute in regulation. Creams, I will say, he's going to be back in time to make that save, but you got 54 seconds left to try and steal the lead on Game 3.
At least Shopify Rebellion are doing a better job at shutting down the TSM counterattacks, which hurt them a lot in Game 2. And that's why this game looks so stifled at the moment. It's TSM begin, but it's Justin that had to send away all the way down to the orange half, put to the corner. Justin is there, tips it towards the net. And a final touch from the defense puts it off to the side, and Wavy will continue. Creams is missing, so TSM don't want to charge forward a man down.
Man, earlier, Rebellion was pretty consistently sending one person up fairly far. I think now they're kind of waiting for the clear to follow. And I've been waiting to see if they can recreate that again, but instead they're sent back into their own half. Wavy with another shot. It's not the cleanest of touches, but a flick over to Parth. Shot denied by Cream's. Ball still in play, though. As this one hits the ground, we've got overtime between Rebellion and TSM on match point.
Who is gonna start off 1-0 in Swiss? Who's gonna be breaking brackets all over again? Justin, though, solid off the back wall. Has the reset, 30 boost. Gets demoed off the play. TSM getting more physical, too, as the games go on, where I would have expected Shopify Rebellion to be more of the demo-heavy, bump-heavy team. But it's Hockey that opens up the net. It's TSM going for demos. It's relieving that pressure that Shopify Rebellion love to build up. And this is awkward for Hockey as Parth wanted to just thread the needle. And now Wavy's off the ceiling, and Justin will not let him have too much space to work with.
Oh, there was a huge attempt at a passing play there. It didn't quite work out for them. But the good news for the Rebellion fans is you are in that orange half a lot longer than you have been in the past. And here it is, reset to get over one. Double off the sidewall to center, maybe to Justin, but he gets pushed off. Creams goes back, clear out into the mid, and Shopify Rebellion doing a great job of meeting TSM midfield. This is one of the longer clears that we've seen, but it immediately gets sent back, stopped in mid, just like I talked about. So Rebellion, that's a good sign of life for them. Despite the low boost, being able to have the cut off there and keep the pressure going. Justin's gonna float this one towards net. No connection from Parth. Somehow this one's still floating. The barbell's out. Justin pushes through. And at a minute 22, Rebellion have 1 foot still in the series.
They live on after putting TSM underwater in that last 20 seconds, boost starving them to 0. There was no way TSM could just unbury themselves from that moment. And Rebellion slowly but surely had a burn that ignited to keep themselves alive in the series. And what a series we have on our hands, too. I'm glad we picked this one.
Honestly, I'm in the same boat. Again, I knew it was going to be pretty close between these two. We're talking about the number 7 and the 10th seed, 10th being Rebellion and 7th being TSM right now, as far as NA rankings go, right? But these two are very coin flippy, and I talked about this at the beginning before we entered Game 3. I said the thing that is what I'm paying the most attention to is, can TSM close out? And that's a scary feeling when you drop that match point game. The good news for them is you have another chance. Rebellion has to win 2 more times. You only got to win once more if you're TSM. But Rebellion has the momentum now. That's what you're trying to take away from them, which when you've got Justin, 2Piece, and Parth on there, and they're starting to connect with each other, that challenge is going to be a little bit more difficult than you might think.
I just like that TSM have made so many improvements since Double Limb, because that's what, yeah, they came back. Yes, they're in Swiss, but Shopify Rebellion looked, you say coin flippy, I just had way more confidence in Shopify Rebellion just based on this matchup rather than the competition as a whole. And TSM had a slow start in Swiss, even the last regional, starting 0-2 and not being able to creep into that top 8. And you'd love to see that TSM will not let their hearts be broken for long. Like you said, only need 1 more game to go 1-0 in Swiss.
Oh, for sure. I think TSM probably has a fairly strong mindset as a whole team. And again, right, like as much as people joke about it, I think, playing on like your birthday and, having good vibes with your teammates, that can take into effect sometimes the mentality of a squad, especially if you're Wavy. Happy birthday, man. The double to open up Game 4 goes your way.
Oh, you love to see it, but you can't let the back be open. Like,
where were they?
I could just hear CJ in his Australian accent be like, well, wait. No, that's more British. But like, if you guys want to hear some hilarious critical commentary about Shopify Rebellion and all their mistakes, check out CJ. But Parth trying to make up, has Justin right below, scoops it from under Hockey to keep the play alive. The Shopify Rebellion can't maintain possession at this moment as the pass almost repeats itself.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. It was so low boost for that second player there. But there we are. Justin tried to drive that one forward. Parth up next. Took away the TSM corner boost, but it doesn't matter because TSM's already in their half. And this one, trying to get sent up to the backboard. I will commend Justin, though. He has anticipated these backboard shots so much more than normal, which has allowed transitions like that to become way more frequent for Rebellion.
And Justin just has great control of the ball, leaving it to two-piece. TSM, they just can't peel Justin off the ball once he has it. And you just don't know where Justin is unless he's demoing you or he's already taken a shot at the back of your net. He's just the secret killer on that team. And now we just are back to a tie game where there really hasn't been a solid enough lead since, what, TSM in game 2 or something like that?
Game 2.
Oh, man.
This has been pretty interesting. Here comes Parth, though. Trying to get over one. Cream's not going to make it that easy, although it takes everything in his tank to make that happen. And you got 3:30 on the clock. It's tied game. Cream's around one. Parth says, no, we're going straight back towards your net. Justin steals that mid from Creams, which actually could have been huge on that. And I don't know, TSM managed to hold off Rebellion for this long. At some point, though, I feel like these are just cracks in a brick wall that is eventually going to fumble.
TSM killing all of his momentum from Shopify Rebellion's offense is great to see, really downloading how to push them back. But right now, it's Shopify Rebellion that are getting pushed back. Wavy's 50, this bounce, dangerous. Wavy pushing Justin out of the way, but Cream's too slow to the punch. Parth puts it off to the side. Shopify Rebellion doing a great job of supporting each other when there's so limited space, when you have to make quick decisions. There is a solution, and it's Wavy with the birthday boy shot again.
He is having a banger of a series. He has honestly been everywhere, but I do gotta say, most of that would not be in due fact without the truth that is Rebellion defense is pretty much non-existent at times. I don't know where they are, whether they're just going a little bit too far out or it's bumps or demos, but even when they're all three there, these flicks are fairly threatening. It's an attempt at a pass and play, but no connection there from Justin. 2:27 on the clock, and TSM still holds the lead.
Yeah, if Shopify Rebellion could just focus on being on offense 24/7, they won't have to worry about their defensive wobbliness. Is Justin in the net, hoping to do the most against two defenders of TSM. And while TSM are demoed, Shopify Rebellion try to fight back for possession, and Wavy sends it all the way down. So nothing to build off of for Shopify Rebellion in that moment. And now against Creams, who's just been locking down the midfield. Difficult for Shopify Rebellion to transition unless they take the ball high, unless two-piece has a flip reset, but put off to the side again.
Here's a big clear, gets stopped by Justin. And I like that, actively seeing Hockey get called off. That means communication is still happening between TSM. Spirits are not down in any way for only being up by one. And you're just over 90 seconds for Rebellion to try and tie things up. Hockey and Net trying to disrupt anybody left on defense, but it's still not enough. Rebellion still holding on. This one off the backboard. Shot taken by Wavy. Hockey with the two-piece with the save, and that one gets sent off despite the demo.
TSM were in a 2-on-1. Thank goodness Shopify Rebellion saved at that moment. They can't afford another goal to go TSM's way. Now Creams with an awkward touch. Parth smells blood in the water, and with the demo, this goes all the way down. That's not what they wanted. It's not the plan. 3-1 TSM.
What was Justin's boost count, and what was the positioning off that? That was just a little bit too far. He's full-blown on zero, up near mid, and this is what was more reminiscent of game number 1, where you see Rebellion push up just a little bit too far on a little bit too low boost, and it takes one on-target clear from TSM to go through in their way, and all of a sudden, the game completely flips in the hands of TSM.
Just get the shovels out. You're just being buried 6 feet under. Get the rose. The Shopify Rebellion at 40 seconds. You're in the orange half. The ball is left unattended. Justin gets the shot. Saved by Hockey. Finished by two-piece. The Shopify Rebellion are within 1.
That was such a great save, but an even greater follow-up from two-piece. One of the few times you see that cheat-up actually do something worth it. and it's to close the gap between Rebellion and TSM. 34 seconds is more than enough time to find that tying goal. The question is, can they do it?
And they do it. Keeping the ball in the orange half would be ideal. Justin with a great touch off of Wavy there, but where's the harassment? Parth will step up. This pops out to Justin. Oh, 3 triple commit. This lands down. 2-piece slots it. Tied at 11 seconds.
This is what cannot be happening if you are TSM. This is exactly what I talked about when I said, can TSM close out? You had 11 seconds left to hold on. And a triple commit is showing signs of fear, in my opinion. A little bit, the pressure became too much. 7 seconds left, tied game doesn't mean you're out of the series yet. Justin tries to take one up into the air, but Wavy meets him with a challenge. The demo could open up some space for a shot. It goes down, hits the ground, and we've got our second OT of the series.
Cute fake out of Parth. Now we settle this. Are we going to Champions Field? Will TSM get the 3-1 sweep that you thought they were going to have when they started off this game 3-1? The Shopify Rebellion will not give up. Creams never letting these transitions go by his head too fast. As Justin sending it down, 2-piece stepping up, Hockey handling that pressure well. And Parth setting up Justin with the pre-jump, and Creams there to block that out. Now Hockey in the corner too, with Creams missing. Just gonna send it down. I'll take any big risks. 2-piece off the ceiling, gets past Wavy and leaves it off.
And there's Parth. That's a big clear. Wavy's gonna stop it. If you're TSM, you gotta hold down the fort at mid. You can't be letting them in your half like they are now. Thankfully, backboard read from Hockey's nice and safe for now, because with Justin in your half, you want to make those clears as quick as you can. Pass over to Hockey, shot on target, 2-piece with a save, and transition comes through. Here comes 2-piece, tries to get over 1. The bounce up actually goes in favor of Rebellion if they want to make the push up, but instead it's a massive clear there from Creams out into the corner. Hopefully TSM can reconvene, because right now you're racing back to your own half.
No mistakes can be made. Parth, read off the left, trying to adjust the ball, and now TSM can support each other, go down. Hockey wants to play with the high ball, and Shopify Rebellion's defenders beating them to the punch. TSM running on solo boost too. It's not a lot of fire behind this offense, but it's 50s that keep Shopify Rebellion locked in while TSM call for reinforcements. But now for Shopify, keep it to the side. Wavy generating some energy as Hockey looks for bumps and looks to finish things off. And Shopify Rebellion keep the wall sturdy and now hope to counterattack. A 2-piece leaves it. Wavy keeps the pop-up. Hockey is up next. Parth wins, but Justin too far as the second man will still try to get involved. Keep the play alive as 2-piece hunts for his moment. All 3 players of Shopify Rebellion trying to kick this ball in the dirt. 2.5 minutes into this OT. Decide who goes 1-0 in Swiss, or if we go to Champions Field. Shopify Rebellion starting to slow things down.
That's a massive redirect right there. Creams pops that one up, trying to give any sort of momentum to TSM. They haven't had it in a little bit there. No boost virtually for TSM. Most they can do is try and take this ball back as Parth goes down over to 2-piece. Over 1. Huge bumps in the net, but nothing coming out in favor of Rebellion right now. This one out into the mid, back into the hands of 2-piece. Parth trying to take collection from it, but instead it's Wavy with a clear out mid, and pretty much it's just Rebellion racing back home like we've seen so many times before. Here's shot opportunity, waterfall down, gets read over by Parth and cleared out in the mid.
And so scary. Shopify Rebellion getting desperate, sending all 3 members on offense, and Parth barely being able to rotate back to stop the counterattack from TSM that has killed them in the past, not only in this match, but in previous ones. The Wavy in the 1v2 handles it well. Creams so demos that second member. Pressure relieved from TSM's backs. Now sending it to the blue half, where Creams can go up high with this to not let Shopify Rebellion generate anything offensively. And you found Shopify Rebellion these weak moments when you had their backs against the wall. And that's why TSM are forcing all these 50s. This almost goes down, and Hockey swoops to make the save. Almost 4 minutes into OT.
I still do not know how that didn't find its way in. This one up the sidewall. Parth is the first one to get it beat out. Can't get past Wavy, but 2Piece up next. Up towards the backboard. Hockey with enough to clear out midfield, but no follow-up. Instead, it's Justin driving this one forward. It's a shot on target, but Wavy with the save past Parth and tries to make the transition. Over one. Can't get past Justin, though. You got to slow things down as here comes Rebellion towards your net. No 50 to win here in sight. Instead, TSM still manages to keep Rebellion at bay.
Okay, but Shopify Rebellion have way too much time on this ball. You just can't let Justin be dribbling like that. And TSM have given a lot of offensive opportunities to Shopify Rebellion eventually. This will be executed 3-on-2 after that demo from Justin. Creams is back. Parth wants to leave this to 2Piece. Gets broken up by TSM. Justin up high, few touches, landing in the box. No one there to follow up. Not close enough either. Shopify Rebellion, they're looking so terrifying. How did TSM just get their heads above water? How do you breathe in this moment against a team like Shopify Rebellion who seems suffocating? Finally, TSM break out of their own half, and they have boosts to work with. But they have to play closer to each other. Creams with the shot off the crossbar, and no follow-up.
How was that? How? Instead, it is Rebellion back in the TSM half. Fighting for their lives in the corner here is Creams. It's a no-boost battle between him and 2Piece. Finally, Justin just takes it away. And he's going to try and float this one out to the mid. This one centers. First one there is Creams takes a shot on the ground. It's Parth with a save. And hopefully, this is the beginning of momentum for those TSM fans out there because they are struggling in this OT. The longer it goes on, the harder it is becoming to find some space opportunities. Follow-up shot could go in. It hits the post, it goes out, but it's Hockey with the finish. TSM win round one, 3-1.
Wow. Yeah, it was off the post, but Justin couldn't recover in time to get the second touch to get it out. TSM able to build momentum. Look at him hit it with the shush. Oh my God, you're not viewing on cam.
You're only 17, relax.
You're done, you're so done. Happy birthday to Wavy. At least you get to start off the day on a good foot.
No, honestly, that is a really, really big win for TSM to be taking so early on. And especially, I think after the qualifier they had in the first one, I think you want to see them have something like this because the fact that Rebellion came back not once, not twice, but 3 times. Games 2, 3, and 4. Rebellion truly gave TSM a challenge. The fact that TSM was still able to come out on top 2 out of those 3 times says a lot about them as a team. As their new plan headed into this Swiss stage now, and obviously things not looking so bright and happy over on the end of Rebellion there. But this is only the beginning of day number 1. You guys still got more matches to go.
Yeah. Could be the beginning of the end. Could be the beginning of something great. Maybe a top 8 for TSM if they can get there and just have a comeback from the last regional where they didn't make it. And at least getting your revenge from Double Limb must feel amazing because I know TSM did not feel like they played their best. And losing when you don't play your best is the most heartbreaking stuff ever. And you talked about those coaches, Eclipse and Memory, stepping up and just making their team confident in the first match. This is how you set the tone of Swiss. We got a lot of exciting results to report on, but for now, we'll send you to a quick break.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an ally.
Get back to work. Oh.
Majority of the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. It's not
A match that was closer than the score line would indicate. TSM able to take down Shopify Rebellion in 4 games. The Rebellion ward back in 3 of them, though. Not quite able to get it, though, in that final overtime. They will drop to 0-1 for round 2. Welcome back. Round 2 of the Swiss is moments away from getting underway here. We had quite a few fascinating results here, though. I mean, Lemon, overall, you've had some time now to like breathe and think about the match after it happened. Kind of what was your biggest takeaway with TSM Shopify?
Oh man, I guess her called it coin flippy. I kind of call it an upset. I know I harp on how that double elim match went because it just went so one-sided in favor of Shopify Rebellion. They were the ones who just had to play their game, to play that offense that we know they know how to play. And it was TSM that had to catch up, and so they did. They created these one-on-one scenarios that, they went on this kind of win streak in game 2 where it just became a flood for TSM, and Shopify Rebellion repeated some mistakes of not having a third or second man back all the time. But overall, it was a really incredible series. You said I have time to breathe. I don't really feel like I had time to breathe with how that series ended.
It was crazy when I mean, Gibbs, I feel like this is the closest thing we did have to an upset in round 1.
Yeah, we talked about on the desk how both these teams inconsistent at times, and I think we saw that here. At times, the defense by both sides was very questionable. A lot of wide open nets on like third man rotations where I don't know where they're going. But then on the flip side, we see amazing saves or like amazing team passing plays out of both teams where they're getting the bumps going and all that, where it looked very pretty at times. I would say 10% of the time it looked pretty. 90% of the time, maybe it didn't look the prettiest Rocket League, but it's round 1 of Swiss. We'll see where it goes. But for the rest of round 1, yes, all favorites won across the board. The top seeds all are 1-0. All the lower seeds sitting in that 0-1 round. So for once, Swiss round 1 didn't provide too much chaos.
Not too much chaos. Only 2 game 5s of the 8 matches we played. Their OG went to overtime against Dignitas in game 5 and ultimately pulled off the victory. M80 also went to game 5 against Cloud9. That one did not go to overtime. 2-0 victory on Champions Field for M80 as they advance now to face off against G2. Can the Swiss Merchants get it done against one of the top dogs there? These are the matches we will have for round 2. And all these matches happening across the category here. Cloud9 will face off against BDW. Spate will look to bounce back against Dignitas. Moist and Netherlands will look for their first win, as will NRG and Shopify. Those will be our lower matches. Make sure you head over to the team streams to catch those. Meanwhile, in the uppers, again, we talked about M80 versus G2 just a moment ago. That match will be getting underway here momentarily. OG, congratulations on beating Dignitas. You get the undisputed kings of North America, Gen.G Mobile 1 Racing. We'll see Luminosity face off against the Snowmen here, and TSM versus Space Station. Folks, Luminosity, Snowmen, how about it?
I was just really excited for that the Shopify, not the Shopify, Geez, I had it on the screen, the SSG rematch, because that went to game 5. But let's focus on this one. There's some really good matches going on, so everyone go watch the co-streams.
Luminosity, all right, we have to talk about them because inconsistency would be a word I would use for them when they show up on Fridays, right? They always go into the 2-2 round. Most of the time in North America, they do fine. They make it through to the playoff bracket. They even made it to 1 grand finals. The only other team to make a grand finals outside of a Gen.G and G2. But finally, they kind of broke that luck by getting Gen.G in the 2-2 round last time, so they failed to make top 8. But Snowmen, on the opposite side, they just want to win and win now. They are now 4-0 in Swiss through these 2 qualifiers. They just want to get through 3-0, not have to worry about matchups, just beat whoever's in front of them. The young squad, we talked about, are they legit? Will they make top 8? We believe they will. I just don't know how far they will go. But they, once again, looked fantastic versus Moist. They dropped 1 game. It was 3-0, but besides that, very low-scoring affair, and they're getting the job done.
Chad, who do you think is going to win? Hashtag LG, hashtag Snow, if you think it's the Snowmen here. And I mean, Lemon, getting the win, getting the top 4 last time for Snowmen, obviously a difficult achievement. I would say this is more difficult. Doing it again, so much more difficult.
I like that Luminosity is starting off Swiss on a good foot because there's just so much doubt and there's so much pressure on them too after missing a top 8 in the last regional. And we were wondering, we already questioned their consistency and we thought, okay, with more time, that gets better, right? Because Cheese was that wild card. Cheese was the guy that can make or break a team, and that still is taking time to rectify. And Snowmen are the ones that are the underdogs. They're the young bloods out for blood. So I'm excited to see Snowmen in this match.
Well, who do you think's got this one? We're going to throw our predictions up on the screen.
I went Snowmen.
I got Snowmen. Let's go. That's right. Gibbs, what are you doing?
I talked about our power rankings. I had Snowmen at 8. I had Luminosity up a little bit higher. I think you have to show it to me twice. So I'm going to go with Luminosity here until Snowmen beat them, and then sure.
I don't know what you're thinking here. Chad's got your back though. Chad, the Luminosity army has been building in strength. We'll see if they're able to do it here. Can Snowmen show it wasn't a fluke? Can Luminosity show that Copenhagen wasn't a fluke? Both teams with something to prove here, folks. Let's get into it. Luminosity versus Snowmen for round 2.
Well, what a difference a week makes, or a couple of weeks. Luminosity struggles mightily against Nether Canada a couple of weeks ago, and then they return the favor. A brand new team, and their reward for their round 1 victory, they get to face one of the hotter young teams in North America. The Snowmen are up next.
Oh man, this is kind of a crazy matchup because right now, I can't lie. Snowmen have kind of been those guys for a little bit there, and they're trying to show that consistently in the beginning stages of game 1 here. A couple early shots being taken towards that LG net, but this one floating off the backboard. No follow-up to be seen. 10 seconds in though. This is a little bit more of a shootout than I think I would have expected, but I wouldn't expect anything less from the two squads.
Well, a very lackluster start for Luminosity a couple of weeks ago to this second half of the season. You know, they, of course, have those points from making the major and their performance through the Swiss there to kind of rest on. But again, you've got everybody else trying to catch up to them, and a team like Snowmen threatening to do exactly that if they can snipe one of these 4 spots going to London. So very important, especially for LG, to have a strong performance in this round, maybe more than any other, as Cheese has that pinch downfield off a defender, but Frosty is right there, making sure he doesn't have the follow-up.
And Scribbles wanted to keep that one going, but there was a great beat from Magic, allowing Cheese the opportunity to take a shot on target. There was a little save there from Reveal, and transition comes through. Reddle's trying to slow things down a little bit, and Magic wants to be the one to carry them out. The grass boost is back in play. Not sure if that's for strat or aesthetic now after everything we've seen in the past, especially with the little boost meter update on that one. But 3:29 on the clock here. Nobody has found anything in the early stages of this game 1. Reveal's trying to break that one. Pass over to Scribbles, doesn't find its way in. Instead, it pinches back towards mid. And the Snowmen begin again the race back to their own half as Luminosity tries to transition.
Quality performance out of Snowmen in round 1. They took on a Moist Esports squad that's still kind of trying to find their identity in this second half. Had the new signing, and then all of a sudden, they haven't been able to find the win column nearly as much as they'd like. Magic Bear, big drive, saved by Reveal as he falls into the net. And then Cheese, the follow-up there, has Reveal making the save, falling out in front. He's the only one alive for a moment as Frosty respawns back into the play. And you can see Luminosity bringing the heat on the offensive end, but they have not been able to melt the Snowmen just yet.
Yeah, not quite for now. These little moments of pressure from the Snowmen have been probably more consistent than Luminosity would like for the time being, but they have had great reads, not allowing too much space for now. And there's a big clear from Magic. Scribbles is going to meet it up into the air and try and slow it down out in the corner there. Past Rlcs, trying to get past Cheese next on no boost, is able to do so and take the boost in center, but Reveal not quite in a position to take the shot.
Shots 3 apiece. About to be 4 on an empty net with Magic Bear running forward. He eliminates Frosty, and it's Luminosity Cheese scoring his team-leading 6th goal. He had 5 in the first round against Nether Canada. Easy for me to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, that is, you said that probably better than most would, if I'm being honest. But in terms of Cheese, he is somebody that I specifically got my eye on, especially after that first qualifier for LG here in the race to London. He had a little bit of a questionable play out there last week, and he's looking a lot better, looking a lot more confident, which is a good sign for the LG squad. Pass over to Magic is something nobody from LG is unfamiliar with. The duo bringing it out to take Luminosity up 2-0.
We got two defenders, one coming left, one coming right. But the one from the right, way too far out of the play. Go left, in behind the defense, perfectly placed. Luminosity got it rolling here in the first game. Rlcs from his own back line trying to beat Frosty. That goes deep into the corner. Scribbles forced into action as well. And Magic Bear and Rlcs both come up empty on that ball. Opportunity now for Snowmen, but Frosty's so far back, he was by the corner boost. It didn't spawn for him. Still at least able to get something netward, but no threat of scoring, and a missed opportunity for Snowmen late in game one. They still could get one here as Frosty leads it for Scribbles, and Rlcs has it out to the corner.
Magic still trying to carry this one over to mid, and Reveal's trying to meet him. Does take it away, and Frosty there to complete the transition back into the LG half. Tries to take a pinch off the ground or a dunk to be found, but Cheese will not let it happen. And Luminosity hold off the Snowmen for now. The pressure doesn't end there as this one gets pinched out from the mid. Scribbles using what's left in his tank to drive this one towards that net there, but Cheese is a one-man band right now on defense. Nothing is getting by him.
At least 2 shots apiece for everybody. Scribbles has 4, but again, not many that have legitimately threatened to get by the defense of LG. That one dropped off, and Rlcs challenges Frosty. This falls right to Cheese. He'll beat 2 at the same time. Only one to beat on the other side, but the pass too strong for Rlcs, and the demo eliminates him. But it's only 15 seconds now. Reveal. Gotta go to work, try to line up a double. Scribbles has the rebound, and the Snowmen have life with 11 seconds.
You talk about life, this is exactly what you need if you're the Snowmen. Teamwork to get past that Luminosity defense. Clearly the solo plays were not working out in their favor, and they found something creative enough to get around them, but you got 11 seconds to find a kickoff goal. Everybody scrambled just enough. It was a bump to keep them back, but Magic with a flick, Rlcs to collect, and Magic can take a shot. That's gonna end it there. 2 seconds left, and Luminosity take back game number 1.
Now the Bear chose victory. He was getting bumped around off the kickoff, manages to stand his ground, and because of that, he can move forward. Luminosity put game 1 away. They got a little bit of a scare from Snowmen, especially off that kickoff, and I'm sure Rlcs very relieved to see the kickoff go his team's way at the end. He's got a history. Luminosity take game 1.
They honestly looked really good, but I do gotta give props for the Snowmen in those last few seconds there to be able to attempt that comeback. Just a little shaky off the last kickoff, but Luminosity reigning tried and true. I gotta give credit to Cheese though. 5 saves alone, what probably felt like a million more to him though. Cheese looks so much more confident than what we saw in the last qualifier.
Yeah, it was not look, collectively for Luminosity, it was a very stressful qualifier the last time around. Their first 15 games, I think it was, were all decided by 1 goal, and then things kind of fell apart at the end. They were tested from the beginning right to the end, and it's nice, I'm sure, for their fans to see them putting a little bit of distance between themselves and the opposition. Had a 2-goal lead, it ultimately became 1, and then the kickoff goal to put it away. Luminosity win by 2 goals this time around, and again, they're off to a much better start. Winners of their first 4 games here in the second qualifier of Split 2.
Yeah, they're looking really good out here. The question is, can they remain consistent enough to keep this going throughout the series? That's kind of the big conversation around Luminosity right now, is their level of consistency. They looked so good in Split 1. They had their moments. They even had a top 2 finish at one point, and now the question is, can they get back to what we all saw that took them all the way to Copenhagen? Can you recreate that and take yourselves to London?
You could make a case with Luminosity being one of the 4 teams that went to Copenhagen that this might actually be a top 5 matchup in North America with the quick rise of Snowmen, but of course they've got to prove it yet again. And Luminosity has a lot to prove following their lackluster performance a couple of weeks ago. Well on their way to doing so as Reveal drops that off to the corner. He might have been looking for Frosty, who had opted to go netward. Scribble's trying to pop around Magic Bear. He's not having any of that, and Luminosity weather the storm early on.
Magic Bear. He's been honestly such a great initiator for this team right now. Rlcs pinch off the mid though. This one into the hands of Frosty. Cheese tried to take it back. And there it is, Magic Bear, even on no boost, wins his challenge and pops it up high for Rlcs to keep it going. One reset, maybe two off the sidewall. It's a cheese shot that doesn't go in. Magic Bear with the follow-up, again wide. Most he can do is just keep pressure going, but instead, Luminosity retaliate as this shot goes on target. It's Rlcs with a small clear.
No boost at all for the Snowmen on that trip downfield. But they do at least hold off LG. Rlcs is going to have this ball with a lot of time to work with. Scribble's trying to bear down on him, and then Rlcs had to pop right over him. Opportunity for Snowmen after that little gaff, and still ends up with Rlcs with Cheese in support. That midfield boost was stubborn, though. It only spawned for Cheese, so now he'll take over, and Frosty, despite getting knocked out to the corner, does make the stop.
And there's Cheese, even low on boost, trying to keep this one going forward. Is able to do so. Reveal a little bit awkward there. It's a reset just to kind of slow things down in the mid. But Magic had a challenge ready to go. It falls into the hands of Rlcs. Tries to go for the bump play. Can't quite make that one come into fruition. Instead, it's a counter attack from Frosty forward. Gets bumped out of the way. And nobody has been able to find their way through a net. We've seen plenty of opportunity. Even trying to work together on it is still not enough for LG in this game too.
Well, Reveal had Cheese again breathing down his neck. Cheese has been everywhere so far for Luminosity today. That kicks out though, and there is Cheese to dump it off to Magic Bear and watch Luminosity work downfield. Rlcs will let it fly, and it's saved away again, this time by Scribbles. He's on the receiving end of that pass from Frosty, but gave it away to Magic Bear. You know, we saw a couple of weeks ago this team that did take down Gen.G, and then of course they fell short in the rematch in the playoffs. It looked like they had kept a lot of teams off balance. Nobody's off balance now. Rlcs goes right down Broadway with the opening goal of game 2.
This was so good. There was just enough space for Cheese to recognize that he had time to find Rlcs upfield, and Rlcs took full advantage. Absolute slot on that one, and Luminosity take the opening lead.
Scribbles will have Reveal if he can find a way to get the ball to him and just let it go back. Now Reveal with Frosty in support. Just stopped by Rlcs. Magic Bear was there as well. The net is open while Cheese kind of shadows on the backboard. He's got that stop. Rlcs out to meet Reveal as well. Now he's got his sights set on Frosty. Frosty avoids the contact. Drop down is cleared away by Scribbles, and nothing on that offer from Cheese. And again, an opportunity for Snowmen. Rlcs obliterated in the air, but he knocked Scribbles back into that ball. And even though he was successful with the demo, it doesn't work out for Snowmen, and that's a rough break.
That one is one of those moments where you're kind of got to be like scratching your head like, how did that still manage to happen?
Oh, my
Scribbles is
goodness.
still in these positions where he's taking these shots that you would absolutely think should go in, and LG still continue to come out successful on the defensive end of things. Low on boost is Rlcs with a clear out mid, but Reveal takes it away, and they're trying to transition upfield. It's Frosty with a shot on target. Magic Bear clears it off. Cheese, tiniest of touches, and Luminosity still defend off the Snowmen and make their attack. Magic Bear with a shot on net, and Frosty with sent out.
Snowmen matching the physical play now of Luminosity. Something I'm sure they expected would happen over the course of this series, and they're getting more quality opportunities for it. Rlcs took that one away from Cheese, and so now Frosty can take it out in transition. He's got Scribbles waiting, went for the mid-air bump again, and now Scribbles has that one forced away from him through the corner by Rlcs, so has to kind of chain dash along the wall, and now Frosty dances around Cheese. He's got Reveal waiting for a drop back pass, and that goes sailing way high. Cheese was there, but he didn't need to be.
30 seconds left between Luminosity and match point. Oh, there was an attempt, but not successful. They're trying so hard. They're putting everything out there, but Frosty spawns back, Everybody's racing towards this net. 14 seconds left on the clock. You're on the wrong side of the field right now if you are the Snowmen. But if you are Luminosity, you are exactly where you want to be. This one pinched off the sidewall, just wasting the seconds that Snowmen desperately need. It's one last attempt at a play. It's a bump play towards net, and Magic Bear takes it away from the Snowmen, puts it on the ground, and Luminosity are headed to match point.
Luminosity pitch a shutout in game 2, and I feel like they had to make a lot of adjustments mid-game because you saw Snowmen going for mid-air bumps a lot more. You can see guys abandoning the ball, try to take out the defender that's up to challenge initially. That's why Magic Bear had to stay back a couple of times just to be a secondary defender, and he was called into action several times during that game. But it worked out well enough for Luminosity. They make that adjustment on the fly. They shut down Snowmen in game 2. Tell you what, against a lot of other teams who maybe don't have someone like Raw Greg maybe in their ear, it might have turned out a little bit different as we look back to the Mobile One High Performance replay, and all of one goal right there from Slater. The opening goal, the only goal to give Luminosity match point, triple match point, in fact, over Snowmen here. But this is a tough team to close out, Herc. We've seen how good they can be. They kind of just score from out of nowhere. They did it all last qualifier. That's why they earned their way into the playoffs. This is still a team that has a lot of points to their credit. Boy, they've got their back against it, though, against this Luminosity squad that looks night and day different from last time out.
I absolutely agree. I don't think Luminosity could look any more different than how we'd seen them last. But like you said, there is in no world should the Snowmen be counted out in these last moments or potential moments of the series here. Because like you said, they have high potential to come back. Game number 1 was a 2-goal game. Game number 2, 1-goal game. All I'm seeing is they're getting closer and closer to figuring out Luminosity. But like you said, if there's one person you want to have in your ear in a time like this, it's probably Raw Greg. That dude is keeping them grounded throughout this series. As Reveal tries to drive this one forward, it's a shot slowly towards net and a clear out toward mid from Rlcs.
Leading scorer from that disappointing run in Qualifier 4 for Luminosity was Cheese at 0.56 goals per game. He's got 6 goals in 5 games so far. I know it's early, but again, marked difference against, well, at least one similar opponent from the previous qualifier, and quite a bit of a step up here in Snowmen that they are so far dismissing without much difficulty. Cheese has that one to the side. Magic Bear to follow it up. That's dangerous in front. They almost gave it away to Cheese, but Frosty stays with the play.
And it's not going to stop there. Pressure still continuing on, although no connection from Rlcs on that one. A little bit awkward. Magic up next, and it's just an attempt to find Cheese over and over again. He goes for the bump play. The shot is way wide on that one. A little bit awkward there from Luminosity. You have time to go back to the drawing board, and the plan was send Rlcs upfield, let him go for all the demos, attempt an open net. Otherwise, you just gotta keep going, and feeding the bear might be the answer. They've tried it not once, but I think twice now.
I mean, they had bumps on everybody. You had Chu get knocked away from one play, another get sent into their own net, and then Rlcs comes along and, well, started to miss more than that. Cheese trying to dish it off in Rlcs' general direction. He almost got the physical play down along the back line, but here comes Scribbles back the other way, and Reveal was waiting for a pass. They never got there. Good outlet from Rlcs across to Magic Bear. That boost did not spawn for him, though, so he's a little bit hindered. Rlcs can't receive a pass because it never came out, and Scribbles, with nothing in the tank, still manages to at least force the ball towards Reveal. And Snowmen have generated opportunities despite not having many resources, but still nothing into the net. Only one goal so far in this series for Snowmen. It came late with about 11 seconds left in game 1.
I'm just in absolute shock at how many times Snowmen have gotten so close to having the opportunity to score and still get fended off by LG, and then it turns into such a quick counter. And you would think, you know, with the Snowmen, how much closer and closer it's gotten, that it wouldn't be this insane, but it is. And there's 2 minutes left Nobody's been able to find anything. Magic's got a challenge on reveal. Scribbles is trying to drive this one into that LG half. It's Frosty that's carrying it forward, but nobody even lets Snowmen within 5 feet of that net.
Good communication, deciding who was going to take ball, who's going to take boost for Snowmen. It allowed them to break out quickly, but they still can't get anything back on target. So now Cheese with Magic Bear. He was up forward with no boost. Rlcs right in behind him with a full tank, and then Frosty wins that ball decisively downfield, but Reveal could not catch up. Missed opportunity for Snowmen, and quality opportunities that they've been able to generate but not cash in on. They're going to be few and far between here as we dip down inside 80 seconds. Reveal tried to go behind Cheese with Frosty running interference. That doesn't work out. Now Scribbles and Reveal will go to work. Scribbles flip reset, threw off Magic Bear, and Snowmen have the lead.
This is exactly the level of confidence that you've got to have going in against the LG defense to score on them, and that is exactly what Scribbles had. Pure confidence going up against Magic Bear in those few moments. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Snowmen could steal this game away. If they can score another one here, that could be theirs. But just over 1 minute to go. Right now, 1 goal doesn't mean do or die. You need insurance at this point.
Well, 1 was enough for Luminosity in the previous game. That got him 3 shots at closing out Snowmen. Now Snowmen trying to force a 4th game here in this 2nd round. Reveal dancing around Magic Bear. He didn't waste any boost at all trying to stop that. Cheese with Rlcs forward, and that boost's not there for him to steal. Frosty actually picks it up. So now Cheese on the other side had it fall right in his lap, but he had to turn around for it. And that demo on Frosty will prove inconsequential as Snowmen break out of the zone again. They don't get anything towards the net just yet. That one is, but Cheese has it easily. Frosty couldn't convert on the rebound, and now they're down to 15 seconds. Our Luminosity, Rlcs, Magic Bear to his left for the tie. It's wide, can't bring it back. Frosty with the save on Rlcs' shot, and now with only 7 seconds left, Luminosity got a scramble, and they can't get towards the net again. Nothing in the tank. Frosty with the clear. Snowmen stay alive.
This is such a great sign of life from the Snowmen. The fact that they had that much pressure on them too in those last 60 seconds and they still managed to come out on top is a great sign for them. And this is what I talked about before, right? Every game has felt like there's been an inch of progress for the Snowmen in the series. And granted, Luminosity, yes, you are on match point, so you've got at least 2 more chances to try and find that 3rd game there. But Snowmen, they're creating momentum. They're trying to do the whole snowball effect on Luminosity, and clearly something is working.
Well, that 84 won't help Reveal's score per game average. He's got a long way to go before he's reaching Justin levels averaging that, but still an integral part of Snowmen battling back here in game 3. Scribbles there, almost like an excuse me shot that sneaks on by Magic Bear, and that was LG's best shot. Rlcs' follow-up that was sent away by Frosty near the death of game 3, or at least near the end of regulation. But Snowmen hang around. They get a 1-0 of their own, and all of a sudden the doubt maybe starts to creep back into the minds of LG and their faithful. Like, all right, 2 isn't 3. How are we going to close out Snowmen?
Yeah, I think that's where a lot of, my questions come as far as Luminosity right now is, what does the mentality look like headed into this game 4, right? Because it was just a 1-goal game and there was so much pressure at the end to try and come back. It could be a little stressful headed into this next one, but if you can keep a solid mindset, you can still work together as a team. Hopefully nobody's thrown off. It's kind of just a reset moment. They could be in good hands. What you're looking out for was all the progress that Snowmen found throughout games 1 through 3.
I'll drop down in front this time. Shot saved away by Magic Bear, and we're off and running in game 4. Second opportunity to advance to 2-0 for Luminosity. But Snowmen have other ideas. Frosty around the board. Second touch. Threw off the defense. Scribbles' shot, though, had nothing behind it. So Cheese with the easy save, and here goes Magic Bear. Trying to work quickly out of the zone. He's got Rlcs coming in, trying to be physical. Almost got a shot off as well. And Frosty doing all he can with not much momentum to get that ball out of harm's way towards Scribbles. They're not out of the woods just yet, though. Cheese trying to line up a double, and Frosty's all over it.
Yeah, that was a great read off the backboard there, and an attempt to make that transition start for the Snowmen. Although as soon as it starts, it seemingly ended as Rlcs put that one upfield. Does end up getting the finish. I was trying to see if Cheese was going for a bump in net. I think
sure
just his presence was enough to freak them out. He got a small enough touch on him to get the bump and disrupt. But Rlcs with the finish, 1-0 for Luminosity.
Kind of got caught chasing Magic Bear behind the play as well, trying to make sure he didn't get involved. They forgot Cheese is kind of the guy. Magic Bear over to Rlcs. He's got Cheese all the way across the field. Oh, and the pass got to him, but he didn't anticipate it. They beat the defense, but Cheese wasn't ready for that ball to squeak through, and a missed opportunity this time for Luminosity. There have been plenty of goals kind of left on the table by both sides in this matchup, especially over the last couple of games. Now Rlcs running forward, got Frosty into the net, and the ball follows from Cheese.
Game 4 is definitely just the Cheese and Rlcs show right now, with a million sprinkles of demos everywhere, all over the field. There is a game plan headed into this game 4, and that is take the Snowmen defense off of the field. But same could be said, an attempt to win off the kickoff gets denied by none other than Cheese. And Snowmen have to race back to their own half as he makes the huge clear upfield that allows Luminosity to counter.
Snowmen having to play with 2, sometimes 1, and maybe no effective defenders on the field at a given time, the way Luminosity are timing their bumps and demos. That goes all the way back, though, and Frosty is right there. They were expecting just to find Cheese with a back pass, and Frosty is instead in the way. That's put Luminosity in disarray, and then Scribbles goes over the top of that ball, and another one gone by the wayside. That sails high as well, and then there's clearance made by Cheese, again with Scribbles right there on the doorstep. He's been so close to scoring 3 or 4 times this game, but he still has nothing to show for his efforts, and then Reveal scores that tight angle.
Oh my goodness, it was, I think we saw probably like 2 saves there alone from Cheese, and Magic was just trying to anticipate off the backboard. Unfortunately, just couldn't get down in a place where you can make the save, but on the flip side of things, that is incredible placement from the Snowmen to get past. Now, you got a half a game of regulation left to go to tie things up here. It's with the faces of LG in your car. It's gonna be a lot more difficult than you might think.
Snowmen go with a fake kickoff, and still LG managed to thwart that, dump it deep into the corner, away from any waiting defenders. That goes to the backboard, easily dealt with by Reveal, and followed up by Frosty, only as far as Rlcs. Just left there on a platter, though. Scribbles to Frosty, and Cheese got a hand on it. Magic Bear was just about dead to rights, and his teammate bailed him out big time, and the lead remains for LG.
Minute 45 on the clock. He's still just holding on to a 1-goal lead. You'd probably feel a lot better if it was 2 or 3, but for now, it's Snowmen trying to tie things up. 50 gets 1 in favor of Frosty, and here comes the Snowmen getting sent back into their own half. Magic Bear wants to take a shot. Scribble disrupts it. Minute 27 seconds left, and it's Snowmen on a transition back into the LG half towards their net. This could be dangerous.
It goes across for Reveal, and he overshot it, but nobody bearing down on him, so it didn't really matter. Now Rlcs across the way. He's got everything to work with, but unfortunately for him, Scribbles in the way. The support defense has been good enough for Snowmen. They've got to work quickly out of the zone, though, because they're running out of time and running out of chances. Down in front again, and Magic Bear dishes off to the corner. Might have got some help from Rlcs there as well, as he gets around Frosty's contact attempt and all the way downfield. So back to the drawing board go the Snowmen with 45 seconds. Cheese, that could be left, and Magic Bear bails him out, returning the favor from earlier. Frosty got there. That goes well off to the corner as well, and not much doing for Snowmen as we get to the final 30.
30 seconds left off the crossbar. No follow-up to be found other than Rlcs placing this one out into the corner. But it's not going to stop here. An attempt to keep it going from Magic Bear. Demo comes through. Cheese off the ceiling, trying to wayward around everybody, but it's not enough. But you've got 10 seconds left. Just keep this ball in that half. That's really the name of the game for LG right now, and that's exactly what they're doing. That ball stayed mid. 3 seconds left. Last chance efforts for reveal, but this one hits the ground, and Luminosity go 3-1 and 2-0 in the Swiss.
6 out of 7 to start the day for Luminosity. They will take that any day of the week. They make relatively quick work of the Snowmen after making quick work of Nether Canada in the first round. And so Snowmen now have to deal with something they haven't had to deal with in the second half of this season. A loss in Swiss. They dropped down to 1-1. Still plenty of life for this squad. And again, the way Luminosity's playing, they look like a team that could be poised for a deep run this weekend. I don't think you can take much negative away from Snowmen watching that series. They play close games with a team that is on it right now.
I wouldn't disagree with anything you said. I think Snowmen played to the best of their ability, but you are going up against a Luminosity that is on a redemption arc after what we saw from them last, and it is a pretty successful one at that. This is a team we usually see go all the way to round 5 in the Swiss, and they want to go 3-0 if possible this time. But for now, there's a little bit more going on with as quick as that happens, so we're going to send this one over to the desk.
All right, we see the upset. We've seen the Luminosity stabilize. We've seen Snowmen need to get some energy back under their feet here. We'll see how it goes, but I'm kind of distracted from this. M80 has just beaten G2 in the Swiss in round 2.
Wow, that is
big result there for M80.
That's the first G2 loss to anyone.
I just want to say I am in the trunk of the fraud watch on this one. Shout out to the Luminosity boys. They got me tucked in the back seat. I know I had my doubts about LG, but I am so glad to see them in a position where they can come back, because that's what I was worried about. Could they come back from how the last regional went? Because it's all about how you do it within the day, which is stressful, and they couldn't do it within the day last regional, and now Luminosity have turned it all around. I'm so happy for them.
Good result there for Luminosity for sure here, Gibbs.
Yeah, and
big
I'm just going to put both Wave and Stacks on the power ranking for Fraud Watch as well. It's like, come on, guys.
Excuse me.
You got to see it twice.
The Snowmen day is young, sir.
That is fair. We'll see LG in the 2-2 round, and probably Snowmen there as well. So we'll see how this goes out. But LG, they start out 2-0. This is a great showing for them. But historically, they've always gone to round 5. So the 2-0 round, while it's great, once you start losing, you're only playing top teams. So they still have a lot more work to get into that playoff bracket. While Snowmen, hey, it's going to happen. You lost to a Copenhagen major team who almost beat Vitality. So, that's going to happen at times. Now it's time to learn how to bounce back on the same day, which Snowmen have not had to done before through Swift.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's a... Wait, what
results are in. Oh,
Which
there's
one?
some results in. Go refresh.
Which one?
The M80 one?
Yes, isn't that crazy? We were starting to talk about that at the beginning there.
Oh my
M80 takes
God.
down G2. Yeah, don't let Luminosity distract you from the fact that M80 has beaten G2 here, folks. A big result there, which they have done before, Gibbs. They're the one team in Swiss that somehow manages to take down G2.
It can happen at times, but I don't think M80 did take down G2 last time around. I think G2 has only lost to Gen.G this entire year so far, I think.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
M80...
I'm having a fraudulent memory.
It was a weird result because in their round 1, they won in Game 5 against Cloud9, who you're like, that's not a great result. But they bounced back against G2. And this is what we always say in, Swiss round 1 is always an awkward one for, every team. They have to wake up early and play these games. And, for some reason... These players don't know how to wake up correctly when it comes to a day 1 on Swiss. But M80, they have found their form and taking out G2's huge.
So we got a few other matches still ongoing here. We'll give you more thoughts about M80 G2 here when we can. And again, the day is not over. All those teams still playing. TSM versus Space Station. Lemon, you were excited about this matchup happening here, and it's gone to Game 5 the whole distance.
Yeah, I kind of messed up, and I was thinking it was TSM and SSG that went to Game 5 last regional, but it was Shopify and, the black logo situation. But still, the vibe is there that TSM bring the momentum of beating Shopify Rebellion in that minor upset and have taken SSG to Game 5, which is insane to me, considering a lot of people powering to SSG very high in that top 4. Like, surely they're going to London. But, slipping up in Swiss, I feel like everyone's doing it. We're even seeing G2 lose in Swiss, so anything can happen.
Oh, this is great for TSM, though, because TSM was one of those teams where, like, all right, you had one top 4. Then you had no other top 8s outside of that. Was that a one and done? But to see them being very competitive, we expect them to keep it close versus probably a lot of these other teams in the mixture of like the 4 through 12 seeds. But Space Station, we thought, at least me and Wave, that they were starting to become on their own little island as that 3rd best team in North America. But it looks like maybe we were a little too early about that.
I mean, they had been on their own island. They hadn't lost to literally anyone other than G2 and Gen.G, so this would be a massive result for TSM. And what a statement after their round 1 win. We were like, this is kind of a coin flip. This is a team that's struggling to develop consistency. What a statement it would be if they were able to take down Space Station here in Game 5. But they got their work cut out for them, still 0-0 on Champions Field. And we don't go to you don't get credit for winning the first 2 games. It's that 3rd one that'll get you. So we'll see if TSM can make it happen here.
That's sure great.
Just noticed.
Good. But there we go. The LJ, just a quick pass off the wall here. Like, I don't think anyone expected that to go in, but the demo, I guess, kind of disrupted things. The pinch is what got Wavy there. It was a little pinch off the wall. So Wavy, the birthday boy, didn't get any favors in this Game 5 so far.
Yeah, birthday versus non-birthday. Then you have hockey versus Hawkster. This is like a caster's nightmare. But hey, anything but a nightmare for anyone watching, because Game 5, could we at least say this would be a pretty big upset if TSM were to win here? Okay, I'm on the same page. Good. Because I thought the Shopify losing was a pretty big upset, but that could have been a toss-up. But SSG having a wobbly here, just even going to Game 5 when everyone really touted them as pretty definitive top 3 team is surprising.
But the great teams, right, they find a way to win like in these moments, right? Like on a Champions Field is when you're going to make your money, right? So right here we get a double tap by Chicago, just barely doesn't drop in. See if Space Station can keep pressure here. I would hope they could, because LJ was sitting back with full boost. Finally, the ball goes out to him. Going for the bump play. Wavy making the stop, avoiding the bump as well. And now Space Station has to double back. TSM can at least breathe a sigh of relief there because that was dangerous.
There was more pressure. Oh, Chicago. The pass to LJ.
Oh, wow.
Number 2. Let him go, clearing out the net and taking advantage of it.
They're locked in.
And we talked about this in the first series, like TSM and Rebellion, where like the 3rd man of both teams kind of would drift up a little bit too much or go for like a bad challenge. That kind of happened to TSM right there, where that 3rd man, or maybe like the 2.5 man, because there was one other guy rotating back, went for just an awkward challenge, didn't even get a part of the ball at all, so it allowed all that pressure, and then LJ was just sitting there pretty, and here's another one. LJ putting home. Space Station, again, we talk about great teams. Champions Field, this is where you get it done. And just a bad clear out by Hockey, so LJ can finish it off.
And since we're kind of coming halfway through this, well, near the tail end, I should say, of the series, 2-1 in OT for SSG, then it was 2-1 for TSM, 2-0 for TSM in Game 3, 3-1 for SSG in Game 4. So this has been really close, considering, Gibbs, you were talking about how TSM's defense was flip-floppy a bit when we watched them against Shopify Rebellion, and to not give up that many goals against a team as good as SSG is really incredible how they make that up.
And that's what we kind of saw in Qualifier 3 when they made their top 4. They were doing it a lot on the defensive side of the field. Like normally every single qualifier's number 1 defense is always G2, but TSM, I believe, was the number 1 defense in that qualifier, at least until playoffs. I'm not sure if they kept it, but that's what you need to see when you're one of these teams in the middle. Just don't make mistakes. Don't give away these free goals. Make them work for it, and that should be enough to win some versus these heavy favorites like a Space Station. But it looks like the defense fell apart just a bit in this Game 5. Of course, as soon as they show up on stream is when it falls apart. So, just a stream curse.
True. this caster curse, observer curse, whatever you want to call it. Hawks are looking to put the nail in the coffin here. Nice drop. Oh, they nearly own goal, but not going to quite get there. 40 seconds left. They don't really need anything more here. And once you get to Champions Field, you know, having the ice here is a huge thing for every team. So Space Station, the thing that is really one of the things that has cemented them, their experience playing in Game 5s. Any Space Station fan will tell you they've been here many, many times. TSM do get one on the board here, but they'll need at least one more before it starts to matter.
And also, what's huge for Space Station winning this is they're going to go into the 2-0 round, and G2's not there. So they don't have to play G2 and Swiss. So they can possibly go 3-0 this time around. We'll see who they get, but that has always been their curse as well, is they always get G2 on Friday, and they can never get by them. So Space Station with this win, as long as like nothing crazy here happens, we'll go to a 2-0 round. Might play Gen.G. I'm not really sure. I haven't been looking at the matchups just yet, but we'll see how it all pans out. But at least they avoid G2. Might be a good thing.
Always good to not have to play G2 if you're trying to get farther.
Oh, and Cloud9 won against BDW. That's being updated. So the fact that BDW, there's always like that one team in these regionals that kind of surprises everyone, that comes out of nowhere, sort of like last regional was Snowmen, Dark Horses, and now it's like BDW you got to watch out for. It's always exciting.
Both Netherlands Canada and Shopify Rebellion able to bounce back in their matches against Moist and NRG respectively. Also Dignitas able to take care of Spate down there in the lower bracket. And I believe we gave you updates on everything else that happened. LG taking down Snowmen, and as we just saw, SSG taking out TSM. So Gen.G make work of OG in 4 games there, 3-1. So that's round 2 in the books, folks. We got another round coming up after this. All the teams still alive, but we start to knock them out here. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the RLCS.
Come on, guys, get me.
Ooh, nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
I'll get back to work. Oh.
lost time, gotta rent a car, gotta stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said, replay loud. There are people outside, living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you.
Officially at the midpoint of the Swiss round 3 inbound. 2 more to go after this, and we're starting to send teams home as well as send teams through to the bracket, folks. We'll send 2 into our quarterfinals right now. Luminosity, Snowmen, a nice battle there. Snowmen will have to look to bounce back in the bottom here. They have kind of the, they're going 1-1 so far in the event here today, Herc. They are not going to get that 3-0 repeat that they had last time, but still plenty of time for them to work.
Oh yeah, there's more than enough time for them. If there is a team that is a testament that it is okay to go in through the 5th round or even the 4th round, it's LG. So just look to the people that you played against and think it's okay. That redemption is possible.
And you won't have
how did you feel about LG? Like we were talking about how they looked not as great last week. Cheese maybe not quite as there. Did you feel like they bounced back?
I do think so. Like I think they had a lot of space. Like Snowmen loved to use a lot of boost. It was all 3 of them. Boost count per minute is all 3 players from them as the top 3. But there was still a lot of space to be given because after they use all that boost, then the counterattacks happen where you have to go get more boost. And Luminosity made good use of it. A lot of good passing plays on the offensive side, which is what I like to see. And Reynolds, you have to talk about him. The longevity of his career and how he just keeps getting better and better and more mechy. Like throughout the years is fantastic to watch. I think this is the best LG we've seen since Copenhagen, obviously, when they played Vitality. And they're looking solid. I think they have a good shot at going through probably 3-1 because they're about to play Space Station. That's going to be a tough match, but they look much, much better than last qualifier.
Here's how the Swiss look so far. And again, the teams in the top and bottom there going to be respectively sent into the bracket and eliminated from the competition. So on the brink of elimination, Moist and Spate will play for their tournament lives, and NRG will face off against BDW. So 2 of those 4 teams going to be going home right now. Meanwhile, on the top side of things, M80 versus Gen.G and Luminosity versus Space Station will be our 2-0 matches. Everything else going to be in that 1-1 in the middle there. Here are some of the more matches. Again, we were just talking about most of these. OG versus the Rebellion will be one of our 1-1 matches. And then the rest there going to be matches we've just talked about. The Snowmen versus Dignitas. They'll both be looking to continue their runs in the 1-1 there. On the other side of things, more matches. Again, all these matches more or less being broadcast on Twitch on the team's streams. So go to twitch.tv/Rocket League, or go to the category. I don't know what the URL is exactly for the category. You're on twitch.tv/Rocket League. Happy to see you guys here. Here's the rest of the matches that are going to be happening as well. So we'll see G2 face off against Netherlands Canada, and Cloud9 will be trying to take on TSM. But let's talk about the match we're going to have here on the broadcast featuring teams we've watched a few times now already. It's SSG taking on Luminosity here, Herc.
Oh man, this is interesting because these are kind of my closest teams, which I could probably get some heat for, but hot take, I feel like SSG should always at least be in the conversation for that top 5 range, and they've been doing pretty good. The problem now is, despite SSG starting to look better than we've seen in the past and finding some momentum here, seeing them going 2-0 in Swiss, is they're going up against, like I said, the redemption arc Luminosity that's really embarrassed about what they put out on the streams last qualifier. So this could become very intense very quickly.
So I think on paper, I think Space Station are big favorites here. They are 14-1 versus teams outside of G2 and Gen.G. Their only loss was against OG back in Qualifier 2 or 3 or something like that. But they got that win last weekend or 2 weekends ago in the bracket versus OG. Space Station has been on this redemption arc for themselves where they want to be the 3rd seed in NA, right? And they want to take down all these Copenhagen major teams that made it because they had to play Gen.G in every quarterfinals. Now they get their chance against Luminosity. They did it last time against OG. Space Station, on paper, I think are bigger favorites, but I do believe in Luminosity. I think they're playing very well throughout today, so I think it will be closer than what it should be on paper.
Well, chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag SSG, hashtag LG. Are any of us brave enough to pick the underdog here? SSG 14-1 against teams not named G2 and Gen.G, but there is a G in LG. Herc, you got LG on this one.
I can't go against that. Listen, I know my boys, Spaceman and Corelli and the crew are watching on the stream right now. Guys, I will run the ship for us up here in the RLCS. I will stay the believer, get their photos up on the Kraken, tell them where they belong. Luminosity.
They give us so much crap when we don't
start the raw curse,
LG.
boys.
Okay, when we don't predict LG, they give us so much crap, and then somehow Spaceman goes on first touch this week and doesn't put LG in his top 10 team.
I don't speak for Spaceman. That's fraud alert. Put that man on fraud alert.
What's going on, Sean?
On my way.
Now,
hey, put him in the Fraudmobile.
Okay, just go, Wave. Just go.
We're ready to play the games. Okay, we're pretty split down the middle, but chat does narrowly have LG on this one. They are the fan favorites, but are they the favorites on the pitch? The only place that matters. A space station, a global object against whatever a luminosity is. Let's get into the round 3.
As you've heard them talk about on the desk, the word of the day is redemption. For Luminosity, redemption from a lackluster first qualifier in this second half of the season. And for Space Station Gaming, redemption for an entire split's worth of running into Gen.G. Here's the thing, they win here, they will probably be on the other half of the bracket from them. Let's find out what happens.
I'm trying to escape the Fraudmobile. I have broken out of the trunk and I'm running down the street, okay? And it depends on what side of the shiny coin do you care about, because it's really Chicago that's sparkling. One team made Copenhagen, but another team also made top 8 last regional. So we'll see who comes out on top in Swiss.
It's been a deadly duo so far today, Chicago and LJ. With that goal from Chicago, he's now got 9 to match LJ's 9. He's been stellar. 9 goals, 9 assists through the first couple of rounds. That's Cheese going to work for Luminosity. He's been brilliant for LG. But you're up against now a Space Station Gaming squad that I think a lot of people thought was easily the best team that did not qualify for the Copenhagen Major. And I think a lot of teams, or a lot of people kind of looked at Luminosity as the team that stole their spot. So this matchup, very poetic in that sense, as Hawks are going to work. Drop that one off. LJ's there as well. And Chicago corkscrewing through the air as his shot blocked away by Magic Bear. The pressure doesn't quite stop here as SSG does not let Luminosity out of the zone quickly at all. And I think this is going to be a step up in pressure for LG in this series. Space Station has brought it so far today. Just ask NRG.
Yeah, and LG rose above those expectations of, like you said, they, quote, took the spot out of SSG, but then still performed above what everyone thought at Copenhagen. While as SSG, you thought, okay, if we just make playoffs every single regional, we'll go to the major, right? Apparently not. Like, this fight in North America, the race is so tight, the competition. It's the 3rd and 4th spot that is really up for grabs. And we'll see if LG can make a return at the major, because they're going to need a huge comeback after we keep unfortunately mentioning the fact they missed the last regional's top 8.
The number Luminosity will be trying to avoid, 10. It's been the magic number so far for Space Station Gaming. 4 games against NRG, they scored 10 goals. They go 5 games with TSM. You saw the tail end of that a moment ago. And they scored 10 goals. Try to keep them off the scoreboard. They have not been successful in the first couple of minutes. Cheese goes right by that ball, but Chicago demolished by Magic Bear, able to grab the boost as well and use the time allotted to him to get around LJ, get around Hawkser. Can he pull off the triple by himself? With a little help from Reynolds, he does. Magic Bear beats SSG, tie game.
You love to see that LG are not playing nervous. Start off the day right. They know they're only one win away. Great demo to free up the net too. And LG know they have to go all the way to keep London hopes alive and to crush the ones of SSG. But this is a 2-0 game, so whatever happens, like the work has already been done and the work keeps going if you're LG.
This one, it almost looked like it developed in slow motion. Hawkser kind of backing up there, and he drifts to try and get in position. He knows he's got to be facing the net and got to get there in a hurry, and Cheese just throws a fastball right by him. And at the halfway mark, Luminosity, who scored 2 quick ones to keep SSG's head spinning.
Just great support out of LG. Just play closer. Now Cheese from up high after a demo from Rlcs. It's a lot of pressure. 2 in the net. Great save out of Chicago and friends. Now trying to escort this out has been slowed down. And LG set themselves up off the backboard. Hawkser at least gets a piece of it and a hand up to send it off.
Well, right now, Cheese is just too fast for Space Station Gaming. He is intercepting pass after pass, even off the kickoff. Had the ball quickly going downfield before SSG was ready for it. LJ demolished there, that time by Rlcs. He's got an extermination in 3 minutes. Are you kidding me? I mean, I know I heard a few explosions. I didn't realize they were all him. Good grief.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit out of hand, but you got to do everything you can. Rlcs setting up Cheese, shot a bit wide. Hawkser, not with a lot of boost, but doing his best to just walk this off. As LG, they retreat back to the midfield, try to lock it down, and SSG just find the gap.
A little dose of their own medicine there as Chicago gets his second, but give a huge assist to Hawkser as he gets the last defender. And Space Station Gaming right back at them. This has been one of the most physical games we've seen in a hot minute. Magic Bear after Hawkser takes out Rlcs. That had to feel therapeutic. Nice demo, nice goal. Cheese gives them the lead again.
Non-stop scoring here in the last minute. But yeah, even the double would have been nice, but as long as someone is there to clean up, because that's what we need out of LG. Consistency and clean play, because that is the question mark they're imposing on everyone. And they've corrected us, and Chicago will also correct that gap in the score with some quick retaliation.
I'm going to sound like a broken record. Loose ball, kickoff, it goes neutral. Rlcs turns upfield, and what does that mean? He can't get back to the net in time. Happens time and time again in North America. Nobody learns. 3-3.
This pace is getting out of control. Like, you're just scoring back to back. Hawkser, the reset, leaving this off to Chicago. But now 2 in front. The defenders to deal with. Rlcs misses that touch. Now the ball to LJ. Chicago up before Magic Bear off the ceiling, but no second man up from SSG. At least they could try to lock down the midfield, not make this transition easy. 1 minute left, and game 1 is already very exciting.
Hawkser's got a full tank of boost as he goes up the side, but Rlcs takes him out as well. It's going to be 9 demos, I think, for him so far in this game. It's been a while since he had picked one up after picking up his extermination for 7. There's Hawkser, though, met by Cheese with 40 seconds left. And Magic Bear chasing Chicago around the back wall, and he still manages to make the save. Hawkser recovers there as well, and a dangerous spot defensively for SSG, but danger averted for now. They're still packed in like sardines, though. Magic Bear tried to outlet back to Rlcs, not going to happen. And Rlcs can turn on this, but gets bumped away by Hawkser, and Cheese has to go all the way back. Only 13 seconds separate us from overtime. LJ can turn on this, but Rlcs played it ahead instead, and this surely heads to sudden death, but they gave that ball away to Cheese, and they almost got punished for it. Magic Bear could not get up in time, and we go to OT.
SSG did such a good job of relieving that pressure, but also watching where that second man was, where Rlcs is in the box, because if it's not going to be the first shot that lands out of LG, it's the follow-up that why they've kept this game so close. It's already some early aggression out of SSG. Chicago forcing the save out of Cheese, and Hawkser is up next. SSG Seam all over them. Now they're gonna respect Magic Bear. Takes the ball high and almost lays down the red carpet, and Cheese can't tap it home. Hoxer is in the way.
Boy, Hoxer put in a man's work defensively there. My goodness. Even with the setup by Rlcs, Hoxer stops a penalty kick, and it comes back the other way. Magic Bear chases LJ away. Secures the midfield boost, waiting for Cheese to maybe win this ball away from Chicago. But even without boost, Chicago got that central, so now Cheese can play it forward finally, and Hoxer just sends it right back out to midfield. Nobody there to threaten that ball at all, as Rlcs' second touch will send it away, and now back and forth the teams go. A little more than a game of tennis, waiting for someone to blink, someone to make a mistake, and there it is. They've just watched Chicago thread the needle.
SSG, just all the wires were crossed. You don't know where to look. The illusion was there, and Magic Bear fell for the trick. The rabbit came out of the hat, and SSG lock it down in game 1 in OT. When it went the distance against TSM, this may as well go the distance against LG. Holy shots coming out of LG. Holy demos coming out of them as well. And they still couldn't beat SSG.
And they're not going to help anybody's shooting percentage with that game. Look at the 7 saves from Hoxer. He doesn't get the MVP honors because, gee, Chicago scored literally all 4 goals for Space Station Gaming. But Hoxer, especially in that brief overtime, was critical to SSG's success. We look back at the Mobile One high performance replay, and you see Hoxer at the center of every play on offense and defense. And I think it's critical for Hoxer to be having great series in back-to-back qualifiers here, because I think if you asked him, he'd say he was a little disappointed in his performance through that first half of the season. And it's hard not to be when you're not able to put up stats because you're running up against Gen.G all the time when the playoffs roll around. But Hoxer, I think, has kind of reinvented himself this second time around, and he has been crucial to SSG's success, not just this weekend so far, but last weekend as well.
Just SSG are cogs in a machine, and LG are realizing that they have to break that machine piece by piece with demos to catch them making a mistake. Because when all 3 of SSG are on the field, they put on a masterclass. That's why they're consistently into playoffs. So LG, I like that they're changing up their style of becoming that bully team, but you also need someone in the net, so great job by Magic Bear.
Hoxer goes for 7 saves, and then he has technically the assist on the overtime winner. Keep an eye on Hoxer as this series goes on. Chicago now out of the corner. Magic Bear takes out LJ, so it's only Hoxer at midfield, who's trying to guide that ball back towards LJ off the respawn, and it just barely worked out. Now Chicago with Hoxer the full tank of boost. He's a decoy this time, and LG does not bite on it, so LJ has to stay back. And Cheese met by LJ, can't get that back to Rlcs, and it's Space Station Gaming picking up the pace just a little bit from game 1, and they're almost rewarded with a goal from it.
Yeah, SSG playing close enough that if they happen to lose these 50s while they take the ball high, there's someone down low that can take the immediate follow-up shot, forcing LG to scramble and panic and have to be aware of all the players on the field, just not the initial offense, as the LG retaliation at least seems to not be slowed down. They're able to even lock up Chicago into the back wall. But now that all of SSG look comfortable, it's gonna be tough for LG to peel this back with the low boost that they have. So Rlcs and friends will have to leave.
Looked like Chicago was playing jump rope with Magic Bear or whoever was trying to bump him. It went back and forth twice. Still didn't actually move him anywhere, as Hoxer setting one up, and Cheese dishes that out to the side. Chicago with not much in the tank, at least enough to feed LJ, but that floater is all he's got as he's knocked over to the side wall. And then Cheese bumped by LJ again, so we're not seeing the demos this time. There's one from Hoxer, and then he can turn and fire. It should be saved, and it is. Magic Bear back into the play, and what happens? Hoxer is right on his bumper again. Magic Bear and Rlcs both up for this ball. They don't throw off SSG, but you can tell the physical play is having an impact on both teams. But it's Space Station Gaming now kind of making Magic Bear and Cheese and everybody else just a little uncomfortable here. LJ's got to get to this, and he does.
Yeah, magical use of the reset just to get themselves to most Magic Bear out for blood. Even with the face, gets out it's not like this is resulting in insane amount of lethality here, unless we'll see what she can do. But Hoxer is not going to let that happen.
Well, physical play has been the hallmark of both these teams so far. Third, or rather fourth and fifth, respectively. Coming into this series, right under 5 demos a game. That number will undoubtedly go up, especially if Reynolds picks up another exterminator. Here is LJ now, with Chicago chasing down Cheese on the other side. Cheese avoids him, able to get that back out where Hoxer has it back in. And can Chicago get onto this? No, LJ called him off for good reason. And now Chicago avoids contact and stops Reynolds as well. And again, you're seeing it's hard enough to stop these guys in individual plays just looking at the ball, but when you've got to worry about 1 or 2 other attackers coming in, it adds a whole new level of complexity to putting together a defensive performance like this. So far, nobody's breached the scoreboard here. Nobody has found the back of the net, even though defenders are being put in nearly impossible situations. So anytime I hear that North Americans can't play defense, I kind of roll my eyes, because the level of defense we have to see at this level when this kind of game is being played is otherworldly.
What would people hate America, can we? We got to stick to them. Someone's got to cheer for North America, and someone's got to get a goal. What the heck is happening? Game 1, we were stopped non-stop with people scoring, going back and forth, going to OT, and now things have really slowed down to a halt, at least in the scoring department. SSG trying to force their way out, even LJ pushing people, but now Reynolds has a ball, threading the double, leaves it to Cheese, but about time for Chicago to get a hand up.
Oh, Hoxer, slow play, lulled Magic Bear in, and then he scores! It goes bar down as he had Magic Bear dancing. Look at the move right there to just kind of throw him off, and Magic Bear can't recover.
Oh, now you only have 37 seconds to respond. LG have thrown everything at them. They've done everything from using resets to transition to the other side to double demos, and now Chicago gets insurance for the team right off the kickoff.
Luminosity and kickoffs. Hey, guess where Magic Bear turned? You'll never guess. You'll never guess where he turned with the ball coming back towards his net. I'll give you a hint. It wasn't back towards the net initially, and it's 2-0. 34 seconds, and Luminosity have a massive uphill climb left.
Yeah, it's the climb, as Miley Cyrus would say. And right when they just hurt you off kickoff, LG, it takes a while for this to build up, and they can't even pass. Even when they get these long passes, SSG have the final read. They're already pre-jumping for it. You know that SSG are confident too. LJ with the ball to Chicago. Magic Bear can intercept, but Hoxer swinging, and it will be saved, but not enough time for LG to do much else but whimper in game 2 without a goal.
Shutout in game 2 after SSG had to go to overtime. In game 1, there was a shootout, and then it just turned into, it's hard to say a beating, but the shots are 6-2. Luminosity did not have many good looks at the net at all. Reynolds and Magic Bear barely got to play the game. I know they end up on opposite sides of the spectrum there, with Magic Bear leading the score per game for anybody that cares enough about that, but they were both being chased constantly throughout that game. Space Station Gaming turned up the heat, and Luminosity was not ready for it.
I think LG are like, okay, we're demoing. Maybe we need 16 demos again in order to get the ball rolling. But when they just made that third man more available, it still wasn't enough to just keep possession if you're LG. And SSG, they don't need like a second or third man sometimes. Chicago will win a kickoff and score solo. So SSG, with the small or the limited opportunities that they have, they execute every time. And that is why SSG are one of the most respected teams in North America.
For all the physical play we saw in that game, for all the bumps, for all the demos, and all the chasing going on, the 2 goals that were scored were not really a direct product of physical play at all. You had Hoxer just putting on a move that just turned Magic Bear all jelly-legged, and then you had the kickoff goal that immediately followed. That's how SSG wins game number 2, and now if they can put together one more, they'll be through into the top 8 at a 3-0 in Swiss.
What?
And, well, you know what? Awkward kickoffs have been the name of the game so far. Why not another to start game 3?
Just a bit of a fake. And all three of LG were just committed to that, and almost a momentary win for LJ that could have caused a 1v1 or even a breakaway. This just, well, it ends up happening eventually. My crystal ball still works.
Well, I wondered when LJ would actually score one in this series. It seems inevitable whenever Space Station plays, and he finally adds one here. His 10th goal of the day to go with a couple of assists in this series. SSG score 18 seconds into game 3. And Luminosity looking up yet again at their Space Station overlords.
Yeah, SSG are not playing around, and Reynolds just comes in like a rocket, will do it all by himself. But it starts with them connecting on the long passes, which usually SSG are in position to at least force the 50. That is so much freedom for LG to go for that.
Yeah, Reynolds kind of changed the pace. You often see guys go for maybe a kind of a delay or flip reset coming off of that side wall. No, he just picked his spot, dove right in, got over Hoxer. It was a well-read play, and then Cheese almost adds one. Magic Bear does, and Luminosity, just as they did last round against Snowmen, get 2 quick goals and have turned this game over.
Chicago and LJ with a bit of synchronized swimming, both going up the back wall, both coming down at the same time, running into each other and not able to recover before the ball was in the back of the net. So LG not even beating to demo or to do much of anything to force mistakes finally out of SSG, but an answer could be here for Hoxer, and we're tied again.
Well, as everything falls apart defensively for both of these squads here in the first minute, you saw it a moment ago, the Swiss Merchants are back in business. M80 get another sweep. And all of a sudden, so that in back-to-back rounds, they take down G2 and they take down Gen.G. And all of a sudden, all the talk about Gen.G and G2 being the prohibitive favorites to go into the finals, you kind of look at it and go, well, wait a minute. Maybe M80 will cook this time in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah. Can they get out of quarters? There's a lot of curses to break.
there's Friday M80, that seems to be back, and then there's the rest of the weekend M80. But what matters for M80, they are through into the top 8, and somebody will join them at the end of this series. It could very well be SSG, as that one just saved away on the goal line through midair. Hoxer's going to clear this one away and try to stay with it, but he's got nothing in the tank. That's a brilliant drop-off by Cheese towards Reynolds, back to Magic Bear, and saved away.
There's not enough power on that ball to really surprise SSG. Ready off the post to save, but the passing plays sure look cool out of LG if they can go for more. Now the midfield, everyone's kind of waiting for the other person to make a move, and how to react is the name of the game. Now LJ can move forward with the rest of SSG with 3 minutes left. Hoxer up the side wall. Cheese tries to protect the back wall, does a good job of doing so. But now LJ was too far forward, so here's LG on the counterattack.
Reynolds, yeah, boy, Reynolds in a real tough spot there, trying to get that back to Magic Bear, and he's still got Hoxer chasing him. Boy, after that extermination by Reynolds in game 2, they have been all over, rather in game 1, they have been all over him, and they have not let him feel comfortable for more than a few seconds. The fact that he got a goal early in this game is almost an anomaly. They have not let him anywhere near the ball without somebody almost marking him.
Defense looking great for LG. Like, the backboard's protected. They're approaching these 50s that are in front of their net safely. They're denying these dunk opportunities. Now the counterattacks, the LG are just kind of dropping off the ball, but here's a follow-up out of Magic Bear, almost to Cheese. All 3 of SSG have to break that up. And remember, it's match point for SSG. All is on the line. See if they can make top 8 once again, and Cheese, oh no, so close to the post.
That one's gonna hurt. SSG let off the hook there. Cheese, who has been so great so far today, once the negative vibes start, that's when you start to worry about him. And he turn it around here. He's got a couple of goals in this series. They're gonna need more out of him, because Space Station Gaming back on the attack. LJ got through one. Reynolds is there at the back line. He gets followed off, and then the shot high. Down and in. It's Chicago Chicago, who continues to punish LG.
What a shot out of Chicago off the sidewall, and it came in fast too, and the save thought it could be put off to the side. We get a crack in the lead with 1:21. SSG want to close out this series. Now LG's defense kept up for so long, and it eventually leaked through. Rlcs will step up as that captain, as Magic Bear bumping, looking for any gaps that his team could take advantage of. But these whips, you can't afford it out of LG. They lose that momentum, and they get punished for it.
SSG are just a step quicker now. Chicago grabbed the corner boost. Rlcs went there as well. I don't know. I mean, he had plenty in the tank. And then nobody could scramble in front of the net in time. Look, if I tell you Chicago has 2 goals, you kind of roll your eyes and go, okay, show what, big deal. If I tell you he's got 2 goals a game in this series, then maybe you kind of lean forward in your chair a little bit. That's what he's got going for him right now. 6 goals and a couple of assists in this series. He has been phenomenal.
Yeah, SSG are a machine that just keeps heating up, and LG tried to break it down gear by gear. See if they can force them out of structure. Now Chicago and LJ almost getting a pass, and if you're LG, you can't afford much else, and Rlcs beats defender and cheese to keep them within 1.
Rlcs passing sure has been on point, hasn't it? Magic Bear feeds him forward. Hoxer's ready to block the shot. There is no shot. Rlcs just serves it up on a platter for Cheese, who adds his 10th goal of the day. Do they have one more in them in 27 seconds? Or will Space Station Gaming march to the top 8? Rlcs met by Hoxer. Magic Bear trying to chase LJ around, and Rlcs was almost there for Hoxer's clear. It doesn't matter. LJ opens the gap to 2 again.
Needed Magic Bear to be more focused on the ball and the play than just looking for bumps, because the gaps are nice, but scoring, who is actually going to take the shot matters. Magic Bear's done everything to demoing to bumping. He needed the second man to take a shot. That would have tied the game, and SSG, they punish them every single time. Last 8 seconds. It would have to be Magic Bear scoring here and now, and he gets stopped at the line. And it will be a sweep in favor of SSG to move on to top 8.
4-3, 2-0, 5-3. Space Station won that series every possible way you could, it felt like, as they weather the storm from Luminosity. They take their best shot and throw it right back in their face on a couple of occasions, especially that first game where they're back and forth, and even that last game. What was it, 2-2 in the first minute? And then things kind of slowed down for Luminosity. Not so much for Space Station Gaming, a team that at the end of the first set of qualifiers, it was kind of like, well, I mean, we don't know how good they are because they kept running into the best team every time. Now we see how good this team is, and they have the results to show for it as well. This team is legit, and it's Space Station Gaming that joins M80, not G2, not Gen.G, but M80, as the 3-0 teams through this Swiss qualifier. A lot of craziness, and the desk is standing by to break it all down for you.
Indeed, it is M80 that comes out of the 3-0 round. Yet again, the Swiss merchants are back at it, selling their goods wherever anybody buys merchandise, and somehow they come out on top yet again. Gen.G not able to get a win in that series. That two 3-0s here in the 2-0 round.
That's the most unbelievable part, I think, the Gen.G M80 series being 3-0. You expect it to be close. You expect Gen.G to lose because it's the 2-0 round Swiss. They love to do it. 1-5 now. They've lost to M80 3 times now in that 2-0 round. So M80, their third 3-0 in Swiss. But on the other side, obviously, the match that we just watched, Space Station and Luminosity. Space Station in full control. Now 15-1 versus teams not named Gen.G and G2. They just can't seem to get over that hump, but everyone else, it's no problem.
I did 3-0? Like, I had that one, like, pinned, and I was watching it. I was like, is this real? Like, is this really happening? Because they went 3. It was Game 5 against Cloud9, Game 5 against G2, but 3-0 on Gen.G. Like, I'm sorry. That's my like. I think they are the Gen.G kryptonite. Like, I can't think of anybody else besides G2 at times. But like, G2 is like Batman or something. I don't know. Don't quote me on that.
Like, I'm starting to think that it's Gen.G just wants more practice, and they purposely lose in 2 round. They're just like, you know what? We need more reps. Figure it out for Saturday, Sunday. I think we've seen it now. Apparently, Jack, you can't outsmart us for that long. All right, you're throwing these matches on purpose. I don't like it. I just don't like it.
That's some sincere confidence in your roster. Be like, that's fine. Let's just
They're like, we got no other plans today.
Yeah, I wanted to play. I don't know about you guys. I woke up wanting to play Rocket League, so let's play some Rocket League here. Yeah, game 1 of this series was, I think, where we were like, oh, maybe genuinely a chance as it goes to overtime here. Unfortunate kickoff goal that sends it to overtime. Yeah. And then ultimately Space Station able to take care of it. Some strong defense there as well to give them this opportunity.
And Rlcs was a nuisance on the offensive side, just going for demos. Got an exterminator within like 2 minutes of game 1. And when that works, when that demo game works, it looks great. And I think it was working at times, but the Space Station, on those few moments that they got, they were able to score. And that's because of that demo game, right? When you send someone up to go for those demos all the time, there's not going to be anyone back on defense, so Space Station will be able to capitalize on that. But Luminosity, have to give them credit that on the offensive side, they made some magic work as well. But Space Station in complete control there. They will be the #1 overall seed as well because of that 3-0, I believe. So hats off to them. We'll see where everyone else lands in this bracket as we move into OG and Rebellion in Game 4 in a tight one.
You know, a few different games happening here, a few matches in Game 4 as well. TSM currently in Game 4 against Cloud9. 39 seconds left in that one. It's 0-0. Cloud9 up, TSM up 2-1 on that one. Snowmen up 2-1 on Dignitas as they're in Game 4, and NRG leads BDW 2-1 in their series in Game 4. Moist was able to knock Spate out here. The young whippersnappers not able to make it past the 3rd round here. That was Moist taking that one down 3-1, 2 overtimes in that series. Spate did win one of them, and Moist able to continue on from there. OG and Shopify, though, this series has been back and forth. 5-1 from OG in game number 1, 3-2 from Shopify Rebellion in game number 2, and then 3-2 right back at them from OG. So OG has the momentum in the series right now. They also have match point.
Dang. I've been having my eyes on OG for a while, and I always wonder like when they're gonna just become the most consistent team out there. For some reason, I just like never can get behind it.
Not today.
Not today, but yeah, maybe tomorrow. Go make a top 2.
And that's the hard part, right? I just feel like we've talked about this a lot already today, but again, that 4 through 12, there's so many teams in there where you're like, when will they get consistent? But I think that's why they're in that 4 through 12 range, right? Like, there is no true 4th best team. I think Space Station has kind of shown now, a 3rd best team for sure with the quality of wins that they have gotten. But that 4th spot is completely up for grabs, and whoever makes the London Major is very likely going to just clinch that World Championship as well, because all these teams are so close in points anyway. It's going to really come down to just make it to London and get maybe a win or 2 there, and you'll get enough points to make it to the World Championship. Right here, big save. Can they keep it out? They can't. Awkward by Rebellion on the defensive side. Almost an own goal, basically an own goal, I guess. It was a big save here, but Parth didn't back up enough, so the ball didn't pop off correctly, and awkward here, but OG might be able to clinch it here in Game 4.
Bunch of results kind of coming in quickly here. TSM able to beat Cloud9 in overtime to take that series. NRG takes Game 4 against BDW to clinch their series. And Snowmen have also just won in overtime against Dignitas.
Wow, okay.
So I think that was literally all of our matches ended within like 40 seconds of each other. Well timed, well scheduled, everybody.
Really quick on Snowmen, I think that's huge for them. Like, after coming off a loss, to go up against Dig, who you expect to be better than what they showed in Qualifier 1 or Qualifier 4, to back that up. So they're a young squad in Snowmen, but they are definitely here to play. And now in the 2-1 round is great to see.
big results here from top to bottom, but we'll see. If any of these count as upsets other than the M80 match, I don't know. We'll talk about it later, folks. We got some time. We're going to get the match round 4. More Rocket League, and we'll break down how things have been going so far. Stick around.
Come on, guys, get me.
Nice move. Right, go. There you go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority of the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic. Some work there for Rally, who picks up that corner boost. Might be moved up though. Here's a chance for BDS. Oh my word! Instead, set does rise and said, I'll have that one. 1-0 BDS.
You feel the rush, you see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, The world is yours, only if you take it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside.
Round 3 in the books, round 4 right around the corner here. Luminosity tried their best against Space Station, but SSG continuing to cement themselves as the third best team in North America. They are through the Swiss without a loss. We will see them play in tomorrow's playoff bracket. Luminosity still looking to make it to that bracket, as are many, many teams in our Swiss. Welcome back. We've had some ups, some downs, some surprises, some sleeper matches. You could have just missed it and it would have been fine. There's been a lot. There's something for everyone here, Stacks, on Swiss Fridays.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen physical play take over for sure. I mean, we've seen demos left, right, and center. And even when players aren't picking up demos, they're at least in a position to throw off defenders and make them incredibly uncomfortable, making it almost impossible to get back in position. But one thing we saw during that series a lot, you just saw one, we saw a lot of kickoff goals. For as great as some of the passing was during that series, and there were some great setups made, boy, way too many just freebies given up off the restarts.
And
that was a nice play by Hoxer.
Yes, it absolutely was. But we see another kickoff goal right here. So Luminosity's got to figure that one out a bit. But Space Station, huge 3-0 for them. It gives them the #1 seed going into the playoffs. We'll see if that matters, because there are times when, bracket luck just goes the wrong way for you. Because who knows? Because G2 and Gen.G, they're not 3-0, so they could fall down in that 2-2 round. So that's been the big upset, I guess, of the day so far, is that G2 and Gen.G are not perfect. Gen.G, this happens to them a lot. They go in the 2-0 round. They are 1-5 now in that 2-0 round. 3 of those losses to M80. So M80 again, 3-0 versus Gen.G. They are 9-1 in games against them in that 2-0 round. So M80 back to their Swiss selves. See how they fare in that 2 seed. And then we let go some teams we kind of expected. Probably the 2 bottom seeds, Spate and BDW, have both been are both going home at this point. But now it's a pretty crucial time. The 2-0 round is obviously huge for playoff implications, but also your World Championship hopes for some of these 1 and 2 teams might come down to this very match.
I'm excited about, let's look at the bottom there of the round 4 matchups. We've got Cloud9 versus Nettle America Canada. Obviously one of those teams going home in this matchup, but one of those teams playing for top 8. Cloud9 trying to live up to the accomplishments of the previous of Open Qualifier number 4, where they made top 8. Nettle America Canada trying to make that accomplishment for the first time here. So we'll get to see one of those stories possibly happen in round 5, given this seeding. Also, Moist versus the Rebellion there. Moist going to look to build on some momentum here after taking down Spate. Moist today, how's Moist Day been going so far? We'll look at their results here. They've gone around game 4 every match, losing 4 games to the Snowmen and Nettle America Canada before bouncing back against Spate.
It's not the kind of day that you are looking for if you're a Moist fan. If you're looking for something to hold on to, about the only thing you've got now is, well, they did hold on, but they're going against a team in Rebellion that I believe the last time they met, Rebellion won that one. I can't wait to be proved wrong, but here we are.
We'll see how they do, folks. Again, Rebellion doing their best after dropping to OG there 4 games. We'll see if they can bounce back. It's kind of an up and down day. We'll see these matches happening again across all of Twitch. Go and check out the team streams. I know Gen.G's got a stream, Snowmen got a stream, Luminosity's got a stream. You can check out all these games happening in the various corners of the globe. TSM versus G2, definitely one to keep an eye on there. On the other side of things, more matches going down. Again, we were just talking about Moist versus the Rebellion and Cloud9 versus Nettle America Canada, but Dignitas versus NRG, the former generals, former World Championship organizations. Both of these organizations with a Rocket League World Championship at some point in history, both now fighting for survival in this Swiss.
not only for that, but also for their World Championship hopes. Very likely, if you lose this match, you're not going to qualify for the London Major. If you don't do that, you're not going to the World Championship. So both teams with their season on the line, it feels like not mathematically out, but pretty much basically out. So Dignitas versus Gen.G is going to be a high pressure match here. Like Gen.G, I think we talk about like Dignitas with the roster move. They were like the only team in North America that was one of those top teams to make a roster move, bringing over European, but it has not fared well because of maybe the short practice time. They couldn't even qualify for Qualifier 4, and now obviously in Qualifier 5 here, they're sitting in that 1 and 2 round stack. So Dignitas not looking great, but there's still time. There's still time to bounce back. We saw it from OG. Can Dignitas do it? Yeah,
I mean, they make so many roster changes so far this calendar year, we can't even keep up with them. As far as I know, Gyro will be in there, and it's it has been tumultuous for Dignitas. It is kind of ironic that, at this stage in the tournament, facing Elimination, you've got Dignitas and NRG on the road to London, but neither of them are realistic favorites to get there.
But that's also NRG too. They had roster troubles as well going to the Copenhagen Major where they couldn't find that third. So now it's Dignitas' turn. It's basically the two teams that have a shot at anything, making roster moves, but neither really working out just yet.
This is very, very similar stories. Two very long legacy storied organizations in Rocket League history, both just trying to do anything they can to get to that World Championship and maybe have a chance at their reliving their former glory. #DIG, #Energy. Fascinated to see how this prediction goes, given all the fans both these teams have. I definitely think Dignitas is stronger right now. You still have faith in NRG at this point?
I'm going NRG. They had a great qualifier 4. They didn't qualify for top 8, but they were the #1 offense when Aqua was on the field. So he did not play round 1, but besides that, Aqua was the best offensive player in the entire qualifier. So I think Aqua is the man to watch here. I think they will prevail. I think NRG takes it.
We are in North America. The Generals brought their army. NRG will be the fan favorites. Gibbs has their back as well. Can it happen here, folks? NRG and Dignitas fighting for World Championship life, fighting against their history, trying to bring it back to the foreground, folks. Let's get into the match. Dignitas versus NRG to stay alive.
Dignitas versus NRG, two teams, and what has felt like a million roster changes has all led up to this moment. Only one more round of Swiss for one of these two squads, and there's only one way to find out who gets to continue on now and who has to continue on today.
And roster changes galore of both teams trying to reach a higher peak than what they've shown before. Gyro playing over Evo. Of course, you guys know Aqua is here, but Stizzy is here to say hello first.
What on earth, Stizzy? All right, come in and let them know that it doesn't matter what roster change they have made. You are definitely the one to keep on the team. Dignitas coming out hot.
That is a hot start. I'm still reading here, looking over at the game, and bro's off the ceiling. Can we relax? And this is a great comeback. This is a rematch of the double elim from the last regional, where NRG made it out of Swiss beating Dignitas in Game 5 in that last deciding match. So NRG have been usually the gatekeepers to Dignitas, but revenge is looking sweet for the moment.
Yeah, there is one thing you gotta keep making mention of, and it is the fact that Gyro is back, and we're trying to see how big of an impact that has on this Dignitas squad. Because remember, when they came into the original split, they came in with Arsenal and Gyro duoing with LF third, and then they took him out, and then they brought him back, and NRG has kind of done something similar on their end of the things. But for now, and Dignitas it's prevailing. It's working in their favor.
Yeah, it's like a work in progress when you bring a new third like that and you just want to scrap it out. This is definitely possible to do because the pressure continues for Dignitas. Arsenal kind of gets blocked on the sidewall there, giving some chance for NRG to move forward. Back and forth we go as Stizzy wants the second one and sets up Arsenal for the banger.
I love this. I mean, listen, if you're already up by one, you might as well make it two. But Stizzy, he's got something to prove right now. But I love the teamwork between it, even trying to push that ball forward, still managed to get the bump out of the way just enough for Arsenal to be able to push it through, and 2-0 up in game one.
So far so good, but missed. Bringing it upstairs to Aqua. What a pass, but what a save out of Stizzy. Man, he is having a game one. Here he goes too, having the reset, flicking it above Aqua, and Gyro slammed into by Garrett, but the follow-up by Arsenal is beautiful, and Dignitas are on a roll.
You cannot count this Dignitas roster out. My goodness, it took all three players, but it wasn't a bad showing by any means. 2 attempts off the backboard. It was the third touch to go through, and Dignitas 3-0, completely uncontested. NRG, you've got 3 goals to respond to, and yet have barely been able to break into the Dignitas half long enough to stay there and take some shots.
This is a win here is for a chance to make it to the final round, to get a look at top 8 for the first time in a while for these teams. Good backflip by Aqua, Garrett to his right, with Stizzy and Gyro in the way, and Dignitas won't even let NRG kind of stand up on 2 feet. Even get the ball rolling at all as Gyro switches up the pace, makes the opponents look silly, just drops it off. Giving a chance now for Garrett and Aqua. Down the field they go. Gyro with the jump and Aqua to the corner. Garrett can get a great touch on it. So not much threat there from NRG.
Yeah, nothing too insane so far from NRG. It's really just them trying to figure out what you can do to slow Dignitas down for now. But something that makes me a little bit nervous is how close NRG have been kind of playing to each other, trying to just figure out what is going on at the moment. But you got just over 2 minutes left to go. You're still down by 3. It's not a bad thing, though, the fact that it's happening in game 1 to NRG. That means you're left with plenty of time in the series to still be able to try and come back. But my goodness, these follow-ups got to come in so much quicker than what they have been if they want a chance to try and put something on target. That was one of the closer opportunities there from Aqua, but Gyro with the save.
Dignitas know that they can just play defense at this point, and it's just barely keeping these goals back. Now the counterattack's coming in quick as Arsenal takes this from his friend, and NRG managed to rotate back in time to not let anything through. Now 90 seconds left. It's not impossible for NRG, but it'd be some cope to think there's a comeback here. We'll see what the next minute will bring for NRG. That leader of Garrett will at least set them up through the corner, but Aqua kind of ran into Garrett, so the follow-up was late to the party. Now Garrett's trying to threaten the double, and Stizzy won't let it happen. So NRG are trying different options, and a defense is apparently not there.
Yeah, they've been trying a million things right now, but honestly, if you're pushing up even just a bit too close to that midfield line, it takes one clear from Dignitas to be on target, and of course an Arsenal that's cheating up as well to completely take away any chance of NRG starting a comeback. You've got a minute left to go. Gyro tried to clear this one up into the NRG half. Aqua sending this one back and missed there to follow, but Arsenal's touch actually gave an opportunity for a shot there. It was just a bit high, and again, nobody back. It's almost like NRG want to do the high risk, high reward kind of play, where you want to be all up in the faces of Dignitas. You want to send somebody up to cheat and go get the bump of the demo. The problem is when you do that, if no shots or goals are coming in immediately after those plays, it's the easiest clear for Dignitas to put on target and give themselves another goal.
It's a lot on that third man of NRG when Garrett's going for a demo, as you said, and then the challenge missed out of the second man, and you just can't have multiple mistakes happen. Dignitas have gotten a few too many open nets, and a 5-0 is very worrisome if you're an NRG fan, because you just know you've stuck around for this long. At some point, they can come out with a win, but at some point, Stizzy has the reset. It makes it look disgusting.
Bro, Stizzy's got all the space in the world, and I'm trying to figure out why, but honestly, he's not even going to question it. The reset over Garrett from the mid just bounces up and down and in. 15 seconds and a 6-0 on NRG. That's not what you want. If you were Aqua, Garrett, and Miss, you are scratching your heads going, what is going on? How do we just reset mentally headed into game number 2 after all of that? But if you're Dignitas, don't change a thing. You give Stizzy the ball, you give him the space, and even let Gyro have a crack at it if he wants to, but this one's gonna hit the ground. Dignitas take game number 1 in probably the most dominating fashion they could have possibly handled it with.
A very tough game out of NRG where it was just them needing to still be organized. Like, I'm seeing the players run into each other and still finding how they can disperse on the field and have intention behind what they're doing. Because sometimes you'd be off demoing a player and then Dignitas have the ball in your net and it's open. So there still needs to be a lot of cleanup on NRG's side, but then we can also commend Dignitas for what a game 1 they've had. Yeah, we can highlight Stizzy at almost 1,000 score and a hat trick. Arsenal got a hat trick too. The whole team's popping off. But Dignitas just came off a loss in a painful one where they went like to a 3.5 overtime against Snowmen, almost going to Champions Field. Lost 3-1, and Dignitas were able to come back from a weaker Snowman to really give it to NRG in game 1. So great job by Dignitas to come back.
Oh, it's a very, very commendable win for them to be coming back on this one. For now, I think I am so worried for the NRG mentality because you made a little bit mention to that, right? They're coming off of a loss, and it's a frustrating one at that. And to be able to have that quick turnaround time, especially to come up against a team like Dignitas that obviously Garrett has been playing for years, the org in a sense, because obviously for those of us that have been around for a while, this is not the OG Dignitas roster by any means, but what you can say is he has played Arsenal, he has played Gyro, and to add Stizzy into the mix and for Stizzy to have the capability to pop off like we've been saying throughout game number 1, this team looks like a threat. Same could be said for them though.
Yeah, NRG just got to forget about game 1. Did game 1 even happen? No. And look how things have turned around. Aqua leaving it to Mist. A backboard unprotected. NRG get to kick things off when, remember in game 1, it was Stizzy that scored within the first 5 seconds off the ceiling. So the fact that NRG can have some revenge here is nice.
That was probably a little close for comfort for Dignitas off that one, and probably one of the more rarer times we've seen Dignitas a little stressed on defense. They quickly transition out of their half. This one's gonna float down over to Gyro. Gonna take his time there. Aqua with a challenge on him. Garrett wants to push this ball forward. No boost for Arsenal, but still carries out mid, and there it is, the big clear from Stizzy, immediately sent back, and it's a battle in the mid for control of this ball. Who's gonna be the first one to clear over and formulate some sort of a play, more than just a weak shot towards net? Stizzy reset over 1. It's Arsenal to follow up and hits the post, and it's out. It's Gyro though to finish over Garrett. Tied game at 3:59.
Oh, Dignitas, this was part of a long-term plan. They were boost-starving NRG, eventually dwindling him down to nothing. And finding that equalizer is huge for them. Yeah, you can always give Stizzy the ball and let him do some freaky stuff off the ceiling, but you can also just play your game. And Dignitas weakened them to that point, but here's Garrett going up high. Aqua putting it in reverse, but sets up Mist to score.
Was there a bump in net off this one? I can't quite see. It was just like the tiniest of hits between Arsenal and Garrett, and then Stizzy just got really awkward off that one, and it was just full taking advantage of the moment and the opportunity, and there you have it. NRG immediately back in a lead here, looking to extend if possible off the kickoff. Miss trying to take a challenge onto Gyro, not as successful as he probably would have hoped for it. Instead, this one falls into the hands of Stizzy. Challenge off of Garrett means this one goes to Aqua, and Aqua's gonna carry over. Reset over Gyro, headed towards the net, but Arsenal to send off into the corner.
Uh-oh, Stizzy didn't like how he handled that, but recovered well, and there wasn't an immediate reaction out of NRG to punish that. And here's Aqua with the double, and he gets it done. NRG have woken up.
He had way too much space. If you are Dignitas, you cannot give Aqua the backboard like that. You saw Arsenal try and race back up there and prevent what was basically inevitable. It was the double coming through off that one. 2-goal lead now, almost immediately turning potentially into 3. Thankfully, Stizzy got the bailout not once, but twice. And now it's Dignitas on the flip side fighting for their lives.
I was not expecting that after the 6-0 game 1, but we knew that NRG need to start playing the game. And now that they have, things look a lot closer. Arsenal not getting that second touch. Stizzy, no boost, can't help, but now we can. But NRG, solidly, but there's still so much time and still a long time for even Dignitas to catch back up with these very close call saves to still keep this within 2 for them. Now it's only Aqua back, and Arsenal just runs head first. Stizzy off the ceiling, used the reset to get above mist, and Gyro waits for his moment to challenge Aqua. And RG still do a good job, and even so, getting the demo relieves so much off of them with Dignitas on their back.
I was about to say, I think something that I would absolutely commend NRG on right now is the sheer amount of aggression that they're putting onto Dignitas to really slow them down and probably frustrate them, right? Every demo is disrupting the Dignitas rotations. You're messing with their game plans and you're making it a lot harder for them to transition out of their own half. And there it is, Aqua just slowing things down. Nobody back on the defense. It's actually Stizzy with enough boost to get around. He got really lucky that Aqua was low there. And there it is, a tiny touch from the quarter post to put Dignitas in a 1-goal deficit.
Oh, just missed completely, missing that. And then the 2-on-1, there's only so much Garrett can do in that moment. A little hectic off the post, but hey, it makes it for an interesting game. And I'm seeing NRG even still try to go for these setups, but the first and second man on that offense still need to connect more consistently. They had a good start, but like I said before, it's how you finish. And at least, like you said, NRG able to slow down some of this pace out of Dignitas, not letting the backboard get used, but Gyro catches it first off the midfield. It's gonna leave Garrett to do what he does. But dropping off the ball, NRG need to maintain possession if they want to create more offense than defense.
Exactly. I think being able to hold on to that ball would be super crucial to NRG being able to extend this lead, because for now it's a lot of these touches just falling into the hands of Dignitas. You saw it again, Stizzy trying to attempt the dunk off of it as well. Somehow NRG walk away with a save, but can they do it again? Yes, it's missed off from the goal line, trying to transition his team out on a shot. This one just high, it goes right back into the mid and immediately volleys back with Aqua. And Dignitas, you gotta stay in this orange half. You got less than a minute to go, and NRG are ramping up the pace.
Yeah, Dignitas tried to challenge when NRG took the ball high, and it's a good stop out of Gyro, and NRG smell blood in the water. They can get some insurance here. That could lock down game 2, and Miss makes up for it. NRG hope to equalize the series in the next 35 seconds.
This is exactly what I was talking about, being able to hold on to that ball a little bit longer. Now, granted, Stizzy wasn't able to get up probably as quickly as he would have hoped. The fact that it was able to have another bounce and Miss had what felt like all the time in the world to get to reset up for another shot was insane. But he did it again. All the space in the world is being given to this player. And if you are Dignitas, that is a detriment to this game number 2.
Yeah, there were 2 players off Dignitas that had 0 boost and were probably trying to collect that and leaving, I think, Arsenal, who's the only one who had boost, to realize he was the 3rd man that could even get there in time. And, well, even with that, if that was a goal, there is just so little time left for Dignitas to find the dominance that they had in game 1. But yes, it was Dignitas winning. It was also NRG almost barely playing together, which is the key, playing together. And we're seeing NRG make those improvements. And for now, game 2 will end in a landslide in favor of NRG this time compared to how game 1 went. But, oh, cute double at the end.
Listen, just keep them going. Show Dignitas exactly who you are and remind them any missed touches, any space given from the backboard results in an NRG win.
You're happy that happened. I mean, you had a sense that this was a different NRG when they scored off the kickoff. It wasn't Stizzy going up on the ceiling doing some crazy stuff. It was NRG who had a complete mental reset after game 1 because they needed it. Especially, we talked about in game 1, NRG running into each other a bit on the field, and you didn't see that as much in game 2. They definitely calmed each other down because they know that this is the last chance to even attempt to make playoffs.
Yeah, this is starting to come down to the wire, not only in terms of London, but in terms of world. It's everything you do pretty much affects everything now. There's literally nothing to be taken lightly anymore. So the fact that NRG were able to have such a massive mental reset between games 1 and 2 shows a lot of progress and hope for this team. I don't think it's fair to say cope towards NRG anymore. I think it is very valid now that it is a sign of life out of them. The fact that Mist had 7 shots alone and Aqua 6 of his own, that right there is 13 that you have to defend off 2 of the 3 players on that squad. So Dignitas, you got your work cut out for you. It's your turn to answer, but the question in everybody's minds is, can you do it?
And what's the adaptation out of Dignitas, who thought this was going to be maybe an easy series starting off 6-0? You get to lay back and just see what are the changes coming out of the opponent. Now it's Dignitas finding themselves behind NRG. Oh my God, right out the gate swinging his missed after getting 4 goals in that last game. He is a threat on the field you gotta respect. For now, we'll be 0-0.
Here's Mist off the backboard. He doesn't miss those. I'm telling you, the second Mist is given any space on that backboard. Anything that comes after that shot is slotted. 1-0 for NRG.
Yeah, Dignitas, they attempt these challenges and then lose them in the worst of ways, where it results in a shot on an open net. And maybe you need more layers to this defense if NRG are going to vanquish you. Not physically, but hey, it's a good lead for now, and you see that Dignitas have at least set themselves up on the orange half, as Stizzy looking awkward on the midfield. Now him and Arsenal are going to support each other, but it's not very comfortable and confident control, giving a chance for NRG to just throw some shots down, and Stizzy has to go back.
I mean, you mentioned the word awkward, and there's been moments where it looks super awkward, but finally Stizzy making NRG feel that way just a little bit there. Having 2 players in net and neither one being able to make connection off this shot here. It's Stizzy just around the corner. Tied game in game 3.
Holy counterattack. Like, as soon as I stopped talking, they scored. Like,
I mean, they heard you.
Well, good. I think all of us want a good series. We just want to see teams, if they're going to lose while playing their best. And now Aqua against Stizzy. It's coming in fast. Stizzy at least gets a touch to slow it down, and Mist dribbling it up high. All 3 below watching. NRG, they got him where it hurts. And it will be Garrett on the right waiting for how Stizzy tries to clear this. And Aqua against Gyro. It's a dance in this blue wall until the demos come out to start physically removing NRG from their half.
It's kind of insane because every attempt to make a clear is resulting in a demo. Gyro sent up, double demoing, and still not getting anything off of it. Aqua clears this one out past mid into the hands of Arsenal, pops this one up, attempt over to the Gyro, but Mist is just faster. Stizzy somehow able to collect this one. Arsenal, great follow-up there, just lurking behind him. Tried to go low, but Garrett had him read beautifully. And hopefully this can turn into a counter for NRG. If not, I think it's just another Dignitas transition play. Gyro trying to keep this one low, goes under Aqua, tries to get the 50 off, and Arsenal to finish up. And there you have it. Dignitas are back in the game.
It's so unfortunate for NRG because they just came off of a demo. Mist was hunting for bumps, and they just needed possession. You just can't hunt for demos if you don't have the ball, and NRG gotta be on the same page and break the glass and hit red alert 911 if things are not working out. But Dignitas don't even let them have time to think. They'll have the lead. And Arsenal's been bringing that energy to kick off the offense, and Gyro almost with a chance. It's coming off the ceiling. And the clears happen for NRG, and maybe not just that, a counterattack as Mist's second touch is shut down. And this game is heating up.
There's Gyro around the corner. Couldn't quite do anything with it. Arsenal just tried to drive it upfield, but instead it's a redirect from Aqua at mid to tie things up for NRG. I've said it once, I'll say it a million times. You give this NRG squad an inch, they will take a mile. You have to be so prepared on the back end for these clears at this point. And if you are not, well, I don't know what to tell you, Dig. They've done it to you multiple times. At some point, you gotta learn.
And it's like Stizzy that's been playing more third man this game when he was the player on fire before. Now Dignitas still having to decide who can protect their net when things go awry in the midfield. And he pointed out this happens a few times, and Dignitas will learn eventually, right? But Garrett is handing the ball now to the other team, hoping that his second man finds the bounce, but it's Stizzy and Arsenal, 2v2, running into Mist. Gyro with the shot, but a better save out of NRG to keep this still 2-2. But Gyro left with the ball, and Garrett comes back in time. Aqua seems safe for now, right? Arsenal at least bump him off the ball, and Stizzy thinks there's a chance. Arsenal trying to bump Mist, and Gyro lands it off the backboard. So NRG starting to stabilize, but that got so scary, and it still is! How did that get in?
Finally, Dignitas find their way through. I know everybody watching, you were holding your breath for the last 30 seconds. There were 3 times that ball should have went into the net, and it was all because of a low boost that Dignitas could not push that ball forward. And finally, my man Stizzy clutches up, but it's up to Mist to tie things here. Garrett, he knows Gyro's lurking on the backboard, tries to pass his one over to Aqua. Backboard is his if he wants it, trying to reclaim the shot, and the power is Mist, but Gyro, he's got to try and make a clear out of this one. For now, Dignitas can only hold on to a 1-goal lead, and a bump and a play from Garrett are not going to come into play here. It's 1 minute left, and somehow Dignitas are fending off NRG.
Oh, just when NRG were starting to ramp up too. They can't afford much else. Stizzy bringing the ball down low. Aqua with a great defensive read. NRG can now reassemble the troops. And Gyro's attempts to dunk there. They gotta be careful for where Dignitas are flying about. Now NRG are gonna need to help Mist a bit more on these transitions. And there's 30 seconds left. Gyro makes the save. Here's Mist with the second touch off the sidewall to shake up Gyro. Gyro doesn't know how to, or Garrett doesn't know how to be involved, but this time, take the ball high, but against Arsenal, Aqua trying to redirect this forward. Mist with the second touch towards the back wall, it lacks power. NRG lacking potential, but still in the blue half to try and get this done. Mist with the shot, Aqua with the attempted redirect, and still not gonna happen. Dignitas take the game.
I have to give the biggest applause to the Dignitas defense in that last 30, 45 seconds or so. They were fending off probably some of the most intense shots coming out of NRG on 30, 40 boost or less. They had no time to go and collect more. They were doing what they could. They were resetting forward to try and just throw themselves in front of this ball and keep it out, and somehow still came out successful. So huge congratulations to Dignitas on that Game 3 win. I gotta say, that was probably one of your better ones throughout the series, and NRG have gotta be scratching their heads like, how did not one of those shots find their way through?
These games are so intense and very coin flippy. It feels like with who can come out on top when just it's these relentless offenses that seem like eventually to leak in, and it's insane. Dignitas now go to match point, hoping to have revenge over NRG from the last time they matched up to after NRG denied Dignitas going to Swiss in the last qualifier. Man, this regional has had a bunch of surprises.
Yeah, this regional has had surprises. It's had crazy upsets, new champs, like having M80 on top. It is a world for change right now. It is anybody's win if they want to claim it, and that's exactly what Dignitas are trying to do, claiming that win over NRG as they sit on match point.
Oh, don't let Gyro have this ball. I love how close Arsenal plays to his teammates too. Like, there's always a follow-up touch. and not just immediately being dispossessed. So it helps create more options. For now, it seems Dignitas are a bit trapped, waiting to see how they can react against NRG. But Stizzy's getting shoved around. Gyro's close enough to salvage the moment. Now Stizzy just needed more power, but you can't get through Mist. Now Garrett up the side while wanting to run into Gyro, manages to get the ball before he gets hit. And Dignitas got to be careful still.
Yeah, you're definitely trying to play a little bit more of a patient game this time if you're Dignitas. Nothing too risky. Just let the opportunities arise and then take advantage of them. Now, granted, that was one of them. It was Gyro trying to find Stizzy. Couldn't quite find him off that one, but Stizzy's not going to let the play die here. It's Mist trying to kill this one. Aqua attempted clear, but Arsenal's touch keeps this one in the corner, and this one could float down. It's a center from corner from Stizzy. Instead, it falls into the hands of Aqua. Aqua to carry over, and NRG start their counter.
NRG's defense so stubborn there when it feels like Dignitas are setting up camp, looking for houses in the area. That's how long they're staying, and it continues as Arsenal takes the shot. Garrett gets a hand up in time. Stizzy's off the ceiling again as Arsenal tucks Mist into bed. When it comes to his position in the net, still NRG unbury themselves from this moment, but it's not like the counterattacks are getting them goals either.
No, it's definitely been a little bit more work than I think Dignitas was anticipating, but hey, listen, Gyro puts in the work. He was given the ball, he took it to the backboard, he saw nobody was there to defend, and well, dude took advantage of the space he was given, found a shot opportunity, and gave Dignitas the lead.
So, only so much NRG can do. They're constantly saving, reacting. It's about time that Dignitas scored after how fruitful their offense looked now in the first 2 minutes. Is there still signs of life out of NRG to come back and to get revenge out of a game that slipped out of their hands in Game 3? Now it's Arsenal and Stizzy working to see how Mist is going to challenge this against Garrett and off the crossbar. It doesn't happen for Dignitas quite yet. But Gyro will keep the play going, and Garrett has to catch up. Stizzy will take the boost at the corner and wait to see how NRG try to escape, as Dignitas have been so good at keeping them locked in that half. It's been impossible for NRG to escape.
Yeah, this has been pretty interesting seeing NRG on such low boost. I think Dignitas is just playing really great pathing right now to take everything away from them, and also just forcing NRG to use everything that's in the reserve, right? They're slowing this game down for NRG to a point where it is pretty much uncomfortable for them, and it's extremely difficult for them to get out of their half. This is the first time we've seen it, and it's a pass over to Garrett G off the crossbar and out, and that was one of the better opportunities we've seen. And as quickly as it came, it went, and there you have it. It's Dignitas back in control.
And if NRG are going to play this forever defense, then the slivers of opportunity they have to execute. Well, they've registered 2 shots all game. Like, it's looking dire for NRG. They're only down by 1, so it's not the worst position ever. But Gyro's using the reset to now get off the wall there, and Stizzy tries to recenter this. So still go back to Dignitas' hands, now pinching it off the wall to Stizzy. Great read. Aqua's already jumping for it. Gets a good enough clear for NRG and something to work with.
Nice reset. Still not going to do too much there. You can pinch it around the corner. Maybe that can beat out the defense, but Arsenal had it red. Garrett tried to place that one down, but it's low boost, which means it's a slow shot. And a quick counter for Dignitas. Great 50 there. Enough space for Gyro to make a challenge. Even on low boost, Dignitas comes out on the other end successfully in terms of keeping this ball where they want it, and that's in the NRG half, wasting the time that NRG so desperately need to be able to formulate a play.
Dignitas are going for these 50s so close to the net that if NRG approaches the wrong way at any moment, Dignitas can just dunk them, and NRG have been able to get out of their own half now a bit easier in these last minute, and they just need 1 to find OT, and that's not how they wanted it, but that's how it's gonna get done.
As soon as I saw this, wait, who had the tiny hit The tiniest hit onto Stizzy from Garrett. I knew if Mist or anybody was behind him, they just had full clearance to send that ball on target, and that's exactly what they did. 27 seconds left, trying to get one off the kickoff. It's just wide here, but can they keep it going? Aqua sealing and down to Garrett. Nothing coming out of play. Instead, it's a clear back, but Mist drives it forward. Arsenal, no boost off the backboard, but still manages to keep a save. You got 9 seconds left in regulation here, and Garrett's in control from the corner. Can Mist slow things down to keep it at least in their favor enough to take one more shot? They're trying to do it, but it can't go in. Defense is too strong. This one can float, but Arsenal will kill it, and it's overtime for match point for Dignitas.
It would be so crazy if Dignitas lost this after being in. Yes, it's only a 1-goal lead, but the way that they were controlling this game for so long, NRG, they opened their eyes at the last second, but they gotta stay sturdy here on this defense. They do so for now. Gyro can't beat Mist. Into the orange half we go with Garrett trailing behind and Mist bumping and making Dignitas look uncomfortable. But Stizzy takes the ball high in order to avoid NRG. 30 seconds in, it's Aqua with a touch off the sidewall, kind of running into Mist. That's okay. Garrett steps up when when Stizzy is still trying to control the ball. So NRG trying to harass Dignitas a little bit more, and this offense is gaining confidence. And Aqua down the ceiling. Mist was so close. How is this not in for NRG?
It's pure panic at this point. That one goes crossbar down and back out, and Dignitas are still in the game. You're a minute into this one, and like you said, NRG have made Dignitas look uncomfortable, but that doesn't excuse the fact that at times NRG can get panicky. You got enough to make the double, and he's successful with it. Aqua are taking NRG with him to game 5.
Nah, how does NRG win this and we go to Champions Field? Yes, it was 1-0 for Dignitas this whole time. Then NRG forced OT at the last second and win it in the end. My jaw is on the floor. Dignitas looked like they were commanding that game in terms of the field possession that they had and how many opportunities they had to score. You should have seen the shot count in the first half because Dignitas were on a roll. Yeah, they could have scored more, but still, if the other team doesn't have the ball, it's still good. And then NRG, they just clutch up. They got Dignitas frustrated.
This was insane. I think frustrated is probably the best word for what Dignitas was feeling throughout that game 4, because you could even see it throughout the OT, but even before that, if you take a look at the high performance replay, it was just NRG all in the faces of Dignitas. Even at the end there, it was double demos coming out, bumps coming out of every which way. And then at the end, it was Aqua with just enough space to hit an angle that he knew he was going to be able to make if given the opportunity, and that's exactly what he did.
What an insane round 4 we're having. I'm just looking at some scores as they're being updated. Gen.G, Snowmen going to 5, LGOG going to 5, C9 and Knack going to 5. Everyone is out for blood, okay? We're saying goodbye to a lot of good teams today, and there's only so many chances to get to London and the World Championship left, but for now, we'll zoom back in on Champions Field for Dignitas and NRG.
Guys, make a million tabs open, but right now this one is one of the more intense, and I say that respectfully because these two are grudge matching against each other right now. You are in game 5, Dignitas, NRG just trading back and forth the wins, and nobody wanting to cheat up just enough on Dignitas to try and play this. I think they want to play the safer game in this game 5, and I'm sure that's what most teams are going to do. You don't want to risk it. Most you can do is go for a bump. Even no bump on Mist is fine because Arsenal, his shot was enough to clear out.
Stizzy cleared out Mist too. Jeez. Good physical play out of Dignitas to get on the board early. But maybe I'm just growing to be a hater now because Dignitas, they had a lead last game too and they lost at the last second. So Dignitas need as much cushion, as much insurance as possible. Whatever it takes. Look at NRG coming and swinging. Garrett, full boosting for that. Now needing to full boost back. At least Mist third man. Not let Dignitas have that space and time.
Here's Mist. Gonna slow things down just a little bit. Arsenal with a challenge on him, but his touch actually sends this one back, which could have turned into a transition had Stizzy not pinched it off the sidewall there. It's a shot opportunity, the world's tiniest double off the crossbar, if that even counts, but I mean, technically it's 2 touches off of it. But 2-0 for Dignitas, a storyline that we have seen before. We're just waiting to see if they can hold on to it.
Well, there's the insurance we hoped for. I have taken the time to gain some hope, some cope. Never mind.
That's
it's
the
gone.
faster crazy I've ever said.
I'll shut up now. I'm sorry.
Calling insurance at 4 minutes on the clock is insane.
They needed one more to just make you feel like Dignitas actually had a lead. And now it's gone.
Against
it doesn't feel like a lead.
NRG, I would call like a 4-goal lead insurance at this point.
Oh man, just right off the kickoff like that. Okay, we have a game on our hands. Loser of this, out of Swiss. It's Arsenal circling around, got Aqua jumping for it. All 3 in the net though of NRG. Not too worried, but it's how these midfield scrambles and the who's first on the ball that helps the transition go forward and how the offense can catch the other off guard. Dignitas have been winning that for now, just like they did before. They have a lot of offensive chances, and this time it's executed.
That is such a huge reset. I love it. Gyro pops it to himself off the sidewall, and he saw that Aqua might have gone up towards him, but instead Aqua actually got a little bit like mind tricked and went low, and Gyro just said, look, all I gotta do is reset, and this one is clear to go in, and that's exactly what he did. This, I would call potentially an insurance goal, but there's still over 3 minutes left in this game 5, and it's potentially going to turn into a 3-goal lead here as Arsenal puts this one in. Dignitas go up by 3.
Yeah, Garrett, what's up? Aqua, what's up? Like, I wanted to see it a second time just to confirm the whiftiness, but all good. And when NRG didn't score off the kickoff too, then we were very sure it was insurance for Dignitas. 4-1, lots of time left, but NRG can't let that happen, especially when there's multiple layers crumbling.
There's a lot of depth to this game, to be sure. Here's an attempt to drop this one down to a teammate. Instead, it's Mist over Stizzy. Aqua there to try and take it back, but who's the follow-up? It's Gyro beating out anybody trying to beat him out. This one, 50's back into the NRG half, which could be bad for them, although no connection is not a good thing, but Stizzy has enough chance to keep this one going forward. It's an attempted shot there from Arsenal, but it gets saved and sent out. And Dignitas, you got a half a game left to go. You just play the best defense of your lives at this point to keep going.
That's what I felt that with. The recovery, so good to make the follow-up save in a 1v2 scenario. So yeah, you saved that moment, but you got 3 goals to make up for if you're NRG. Now you're getting demoed in the half, 3-on-2, Stizzy against Aqua. A staring match with the reset to Gyro, a little bit high, Miz chasing it. Arsenal wants to carve through the left side. Keeping NRG trapped is still a viable strategy. Stizzy's off the ceiling trying to challenge Aqua here, and it works out. Him and Arsenal work against Mist, but it's enough time for Aqua to get a jump, and now they're both double committing for it. And Arsenal with a few more touches will sink it.
Listen, where's the backboard defense, Mist? I know you're like technically there, but Aqua took you out, man. You guys gotta communicate a little bit better because he looks like your op right now, okay? He was not on your side in that play by any means. And the other thing to take note of, because the fact that this is a 5-1 scoreline right now and NRG have 90 seconds to find 4 goals, this right there,
hey,
not only is that... Hey, listen, no, listen. Not only is that NRG's second goal, that's also only their second registered shot. So technically, yes, you are on 100% shooting in game 5. That is not a good thing, okay? That is not a good thing. I need to see a couple more shots on target to kind of put this ratio in your favor a little bit here, especially if Stizzy is keeping this one NRG side.
Oh, just NRG showed us signs of their peak. showed us that they can level up, that they can reset the composure. There's been so many mistakes in this game, and it's created a gap in the score that seems impossible to overcome in at least a minute. And how quick those adaptations have to come out in a minute while also staying calm to stay locked in. Dignitas will negate the storm for now. Miss won't let Arsenal get to this ball first. So NRG aren't giving up too much quite yet. They just need a shot on net, and then maybe that'll be a third goal based on how the stats are going. But Dignitas are the ones with possession, so precious time is being wasted.
Earlier in the series, I said that calling NRG anything in favor of them copium was not fair to them. And I take that back. You got 20 seconds to find 3 goals. At this point, it is full-blown cope. To try and think that there is a chance left in this game 5 right now. 10 seconds left to go before NRG are sent home and out of the Swiss. I believe you can correct me if I'm wrong off that one, but I think that that is true. Dignitas, Gyro pops this one up. 1 for the road home to go 6-2, and GG's across the board. Dignitas, redemption arc has ensued. It came out successful, and they send NRG running.
The script writes itself, too. The fact that Gyro steps up as the new third man, and he gets the last goal, and he, well, won it with the team. Like, you gotta go with what the results are telling you. Dignitas will go to round 5. They still gotta win one more time if they hope to get the playoffs, but NRG missing out. Hey, at least they made Swiss. They made Swiss last regional, and Dignitas now have their revenge. But now the job is so much more difficult to try to get to London and the World Championship. Missing out on playoffs 2 times in a row. You have to go X Games mode in the 3rd regional to have a chance.
Yeah, there is a lot. I'm sure 100% there is a world where NRG could still make it, but like the stars have to align and like people's chakras got to be in order type stuff. It's going to be rough is what I'm trying to say, but Dignitas, congratulations to you guys. You pulled off arguably one of the more intense game 5s that we saw here in round, round 4 of the Swiss. But shout out to Gyro, man. They brought you back. You showed them there was a reason they should have done that. And, well, you came out successful. But you're going to have to do it again. We're going to see if that's possible along with some other teams as we head over into round 5 of the Swiss.
Come on, Jack, get me.
Ooh, nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work. Oh.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic
The road ends here for NRG as well as Moist and Netherlands Canada. 3 teams sent home, 3 more teams sent to the bracket as well as OG, Gen.G and G2 make their way to the quarterfinals, folks. We've got 6 teams remaining, 3 spots left in the bracket. Those 6 teams will battle it out. Finally, you can't lose anymore. We're in to round 5, into the depths. I'll let you guess what 5 of the teams are. One of them, obviously, LG. Round 5. They have gone, a fun fact that Shift tweeted out there, 6 tournaments so far this season. They've gone to round 5, every single one of them, including the LAN. They are very consistent.
Reynolds is very smart. I'm pretty sure in his contract he went for hourly pay instead of
Yeah.
So it's worked out really well for him. So congrats to him. But Luminosity versus OG was a very tight one. They're always very, very close to the Copenhagen major teams, but OG does prevail. Moving up, and of course, Gen.G and G2, they right the wrongs from earlier, and they both qualify as well. So, one thing that we did get is Gen.G and G2 are not on the same side of the bracket. That is huge. It will be Gen.G versus OG tomorrow in the 4-5 matchup. G2 gets the 3 seed, will be on M80's bracket side.
Additionally, SSG is not facing off against Gen.G or G2. So Gen.G, SSG, assuming they win their quarterfinal matchup, will get the winner of Gen.G versus OG. So could be a huge one there. But if anyone's going to keep G2 out of the grand finals, it's going to have to come from M80. And then 2 of the teams remaining here. We'll see Cloud9 take on Luminosity, an incredible battle of the blue. We'll see Rebellion take on the Snowmen. Snowmen, we all were saying that we thought they would make top 8 again today. They've got a chance here against the Rebellion. And our featured match that we'll be focusing on here on the broadcast. TSM versus Dignitas. Just watch Dignitas take down NRG in 5 games. They've got to carry that momentum through here, Lemon, against TSM.
Ooh, and that's what this is all about. What happened today? Because you don't want to look at what happened in the past, because TSM have never beaten Dignitas in the history of RLCS. So don't look at that. Focus on today. And I know Gibbs and I were going back and forth on what do we want to predict here? Because both teams look good, but not great.
Yeah.
But they're in round 5, which is a glass half full type of mental.
At both these teams, too, like Dignitas, they didn't qualify for Qualifier 4. They only got 1 point. TSM, they were outside the top 8. So, again, we're coming down to a matchup where if you lose, very likely your London major hopes are over. And you'll be looking at next year. You'll still have 1 more qualifier to play, but for like all intents and purposes, you're out of the World Championship running. So another huge match on the line here. I think Dignitas, what they showed last match that we got to catch live, was fantastic at times, but then also like NRG battled back and made that a 5-game series. So we're not really sure. TSM, as well, we saw them earlier today, and they got the minor upset win. And it was so now we got 2 teams that I picked against, and they're both here in the 2-2 round. So I don't know which way to go.
Well, Gibbs, hashtag TSM, hashtag DIG. Which way are you going to go?
This one, like, I went for the upset versus NRG and Dig. I said NRG would win, but like I thought it was an upset. I think I have to come back to Dig.
Okay.
Dizzy looked amazing. Like, he looked like a world-class player that we saw in Europe for the Copenhagen Major when he was on Magnifico. He looked like that player again. He looked like the best player on the field. It was him versus Aqua. He definitely won out there. If he plays like that, TSM has a good defense usually, but today it hasn't been perfect. I think they will light it up and Dignitas will win this, but I'm not incredibly confident.
Okay.
Yeah, me neither. I went TSM just because I'm like, Dignitas are also taken to 5 against NRG. TSM had the big upset, or I think it's an upset against Shopify Rebellion. So it's I was leaning more TSM in terms of they looked overall cleaner. Dignitas would have leads that they choked, and yeah, they would have these flashes in the pan of Stizzy off the ceiling doing crazy stuff off kickoffs, but can they do that and keep the lead, which is what worried me about Dignitas.
Really quickly, TSM, they have 2 losses today. It's Space Station and G2. Everyone loses to Space Station and G2, so you can't really fault them there.
They did just lose to G2, though. There is definitely a momentum for Dignitas here coming off of a Game 5 win against NRG. Meanwhile, TSM just got swept by G2. They're going to have to fight an uphill battle here, but you've heard it from the experts here next to me as well. This defense from TSM definitely strong. Maybe they'll be able to do it. Dignitas, the favorites in chat and on the desk. Can TSM prove us wrong? Win this, you play tomorrow. Lose, and you watch from the couch. Round 5, folks. Put up or shut up. Let's play some Rocket League.
Two organizations that have a lot of history in Rocket League. TSM, Dignitas. Only one moves on to the top 8, and realistically, only one has anything to play for after this series. Let's get it on.
This is so exciting. I think the fact that Dignitas is on such a momentous run right now is going to be really exciting to see, but the same can be said for TSM. It's been a little bit of a rocky day for them at times, but they had such a strong start, and they're looking to close out the way that they began.
Two teams that have had statistically very even days so far as Hockey tries to slow play his way through the corner. Stizzy there to meet him, and Stizzy's a name you're going to hear a lot as we talk about Dignitas if they're going to have a chance. He makes a stop there as well with Arsenal in support, and Hockey picks his pocket. Can he get onto it quickly? Not enough as the shot sails high. The follow-up is in from Wavy.
That was perfectly in the corner there from Wavy too, virtually unsavable at that point. Incredible placement. I love it. Just over Stizzy, a player that a lot of people need to have their eyes on. I think Wavy and Stizzy are kind of my two for this matchup, that they have the potential to kind of just carry their team towards a very offensive heavy series instead of playing a little bit slower on the back end. But that is a great opening start there for TSM. 1 minute in, looking to try and tie things up. Here is Arsenal, but this one gets sent off.
So far on the day, Dignitas and TSM have both played 15 games. Stizzy trying to tie this one up as Wavy will pop it away with help from Creams. Arsenal to the backboard, can't get the dunk through. Dignitas has averaged 2.13 goals a game. They've given up 1.93. Those happen to be the same numbers for TSM, just in reverse. Again, they've been very evenly matched through these 15 games, and now they finally go head-to-head with everything on the line. That shot just trickles a little bit wide, and Stizzy now trying to get around Hockey, and all that turns into is a back pass to Wavy, and the birthday boy has to retreat. He did win the race to that midfield boost. He can try to center this, but Arsenal's got it.
It's a slow floater down right now. Arsenal wants to keep driving this ball forward. Instead, it gets left there for Stizzy. Creams tried to take a little bit of a challenge on him as well, but Wavy's up next. Bump could drive this one forward, but Arsenal's back. No connection there from Stizzy means this one falls to the hands of Hockey, but he's immediately plumped off the play. Demoed for his actions is Gyro, as Wavy and his teammates are just trying desperately to hold Dignitas back from finding any momentum in game number 1.
This one to the back wall, and Gyro trying to get around Hockey. Easier said than done. He's been outstanding today. 8 goals and 11 assists coming into this final round. Creams now. Indirect pass is picked up by Stizzy instead. Loose ball at the midfield line, and it falls to Creams. Hockey was looking for Stizzy. Could not find him, and Arsenal didn't burn a lot of boost, but had to spend a lot late to keep up with that play. He'll have to dish this off to the corner with Hockey bearing down on him. And now Stizzy let that one get just a touch too far away, and Creams almost dunked it through Gyro.
And it's not going to stop there. Creams is going to take this solo play over to himself. He manages to get it to the backboard here, and it gets left. It's Wavy with a shot on target. Incredible save there, though, off the post and out, but pressure doesn't end. Hockey up next. Demo on the goal line means this one's going to find its way through, and TSM go up 2-0.
Well, you see Stizzy put the brakes on right in front of the net. He realizes he's not going to get out and cut the angle down on Hockey. He's got a lot to shoot at, so he's trying to read and react. And unfortunately for him, there's a man coming right across to delete him off the field. And just like that, it's a 2-0 lead for TSM. Creams off the crossbar, and Gyro helped aid that one away, and he can boom this away as well. He's got his former longtime teammate Arsenal downfield, but he couldn't connect. Well, it's great to see Gyro and Arsenal back together on the pitch again, this being the 5-year anniversary of the end of Season 7's regular season this weekend. Peeps were a part of that roster. It was Rlcs, Arsenal, and Gyro. They played second fiddle, of course, to Mist and Hoxer, and Roldiz on Birds and the Bees. It's a very different time back then in league play with the Rival series, and as much as I love it, I don't exactly miss it. This is a much better system for up-and-coming players. Someone like a Creams and Wavy, as they are putting the work to Dignitas right now.
No, that is completely valid. I think the system right now is letting a lot of these newcomers have much more opportunity to shine on these rosters, and that's exactly what is happening right now. It is just pure, excitement seeing all these new players coming up, and I don't know, I just couldn't be happier for them. That's a great pass, but that one unfortunately hits post and goes out. You got 30 seconds left here in game number 1 with a 2, potentially a 3-goal lead if Wavy can get this back to somebody to help finish. Couldn't quite make a double off of it of his own, but 2-0 lead isn't quite too bad.
The passing for TSM as they've closed out this game has been superb. They have created a lot of good opportunities and forced Dignitas to just play hard defense. They haven't been able to break out of the zone much. They had one decent look at the net in the final minute, and that has been it. Dignitas go down. They get shut out in game 1 by Team Solo Mid. They were anything but mid in the opener.
Yeah, anything but mid for sure. They looked really, really good and cohesive, but the sheer amount of shots that were coming out of there was 12-6. So TSM already shooting over 50% of what Dignitas were even able to just register. But I want to talk about this every single time I see TSM come up on our mainstream, is the fact that TSM brought in Eclipse from Europe. And what that could do, that could make this team so interesting at times versus other of those mid-pack NA teams, is the fact that they're probably going to be implementing a little bit more of that EU play style against these NA squads, and that has the potential to throw things off.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You look at this particular matchup and you've got the European import coach on the TSM side, and then you've got on the Dignitas side, you've got a European import player in Stizzy, and there was a lot of discussion over, what's the mentality of this team going to be like when the rumor got out of, okay, they're gonna bench Evo, they're gonna bench Gyro, or whoever they're gonna bench, who are they gonna bring in? And there was a list of players, and you look at that list and you're kind of going, well, I mean, there's talent there. How will they fit with the team? Dignitas might have figured it out. Obviously, they didn't make it to the main event last time around, but OG didn't get much done in their first qualifier in the first half, and you saw what happened to them. They were Copenhagen bound by the end of it. So no matter how bleak things look as we go to game 2, and of course they are down a game in round 5, it can all be forgiven by catching lightning in a bottle here and making a run tomorrow.
Exactly. Never giving up hope is so important to either end of the field or for anybody playing in this round 5, because I think these round 5s there's a little bit more to it than just playing your game. There's the mental aspect to it. Who is strong enough to keep fighting on, especially if you're ever down in a loss situation? The fact that Dignitas are down in the series but up in game 2 is a great sign of life for the squad.
Dignitas bailed out a couple of times with the lack of accuracy from NRG in the previous round, and then you see what happens here. Bar down and in. Dignitas themselves had missed a couple of opportunities. Now they convert. They've got a lead. Stizzy trying to bring that one down in front. Easily cleared by Creams. And it's Wavy circling around, but watching Hockey make the initial save, and he can boom this away himself because everybody else just let him have it.
This is not the end of this one, though. It floats down over to Creams, and he carries it. Not the best over Arsenal there. Stizzy's the one back, and he's the one to watch a little bit. We saw him in his last series here, and he had so many pop-off moments and solo plays that I've kind of just been waiting for them to come out against this TSM squad. The problem is they just haven't been able to find any space. It's Creams, though, with the dunk on the last defender to tie things up.
Well, the challenge game has been good, too, but you see Stizzy just sent way off to the side. It looked like Arsenal got a piece of him. I don't think he just naturally shoots out there. Didn't have a good angle on it, but it's 1-1 That's what ultimately matters. TSM will take the goal any way they can get it. And now Creams going to work with Wavy right by his side, and that could get a little awkward for TSM, and it has. And can Stizzy maybe make up for this here? Can he center? No. Hockey right there in his way. It's still not great for TSM, but at least Creams providing a lot of relief. This is able to clear the zone and buy his teammates time to get in position now to just kind of put the pressure back on Dig.
Speaking of Dig, they're trying to fend off that TSM pressure of their own. 3:20 on the clock here. Arsenal 2 touches and a clear out towards mid gets stopped in its tracks by Hockey, and Wavy sends it right back to him, trying to take this one over to the backboard, enough to try and double it down, but Gyro just in the nick of time, able to get the read off of it. And Stizzy working together with Arsenal, driving this one upfield. Hockey, great read, places this one out in the corner off the challenge there, but a little bit awkward there from Creams, which isn't too worrisome, but it does a lot to Dignitas a little bit more time to keep the pressure going.
Oh, Arsenal to Gyro, swatted away by Wavy there. And Stizzy starting to creep up as well, trying to get involved in the offense here. He's been the leading scorer, and that's exactly what Dignitas signed him to be. Come in and make an impact. But he's yet to get on the board here in this series. Only the 1 goal for Dignitas. It was Arsenal very early on in this game. That lead short-lived as Hockey now has that to the corner. Stizzy full tank of boost. Can he get back out onto this one quickly? He sure can. Hits Arsenal and then gets chased away from the play by Creams. If Creams isn't there, Arsenal's setup is perfect, but that worked out perfectly for TSM. Stizzy back on it. Into the corner now. Couldn't drop it down in front. This will find the center, but it's Hockey and Creams in the pass too strong.
Oh, nothing quite finding each other on it. You can see the idea working, but so can Dignitas. And this one getting sent all the way back. Gyro's trying to follow it, but he's awkward. No touches on this ball here. Instead, it's Wavy working with whatever he's got left in the tank to send this one towards that net, but it's wide. And this one into the corner here, over 1. Stizzy able to get over Creams just enough to allow Arsenal the time to drive this one upfield. It goes backboard, but great read there from Creams. Team works together to send this one over to the backboard. It could waterfall down if somebody wants the opportunity, but Gyro's got a big clear.
Luminosity, Shopify Rebellion, and TSM, Game 1 winners. Game 2 now. Coming down to the final minute. Wavy playing that one indirect. Trying to follow it himself, and Gyro's all over it instead. I don't think you can expect one team to run away and hide from the other. Again, they're not lighting up the scoreboard offensively, either team. They're also not getting lit up on the other side. Gyro, serve it up for Stizzy. Man of the hour, does he have something up his sleeve? No, Hockey's in the way. They just aren't going to let Stizzy cook it all in this series. Every time he's anywhere near the ball, somebody is diving in to make sure he can't create anything.
37 seconds, and it is still a tied game between these two teams. And it's slowing down just a little bit more in the sense of nobody wants to play the crazy risk game right now. Double commit off of TSM to fend off Gyro's shot there. That is not what you want to see if you're a TSM fan. Arsenal's going to take a shot. Wavy to bail him out and send this one off mid, but it's not the end. Stizzy over 1, very low boost, and this one gets cleared out midfield, but Gyro up into the air. His touch from Wavy actually could have worked in their favor, but it's 6 seconds left to go. The pass to Stizzy. Can he double it in? No, it's fent off. Can they do this in the air? No, but it's still up in play. This isn't quite the end here. 2 touches, kept that one up in play. Arsenal's still going. Is this ball gonna get killed off this one? No, Stizzy wants to end it potentially on 0 seconds, and there's the chance, but it could be going the other way. It's TSM looking to end this one here. Over 1, touch off the back of Gyro's car means this will hit the ground, and we've got Game 2 OT.
Gyro did a great job of setting up Dignitas' last chance opportunity, but still turned away just barely by TSM. And now they're trying to break Dignitas' hearts. But it's Gyro and Stizzy both going forward. Arsenal stayed back, but he was still very close to the play. That could have blown up in their face. It turns into a shot from Arsenal instead. And Hockey's got the save and clear, and maybe he may even have the center. But instead, Stizzy in the way. Gyro trying to boom this out. Who's going to blink now in overtime? You know it's going to come down to a critical mistake, and at that point, all you can do is shake it off and come back for Game 3, whether it's 1-1 or maybe triple match point. for TSM. Wavy, after the double commit from Gyro and Stizzy, nothing brewing for TSM. They're playing very conservatively, not trying to dive in and take many chances. Stizzy, Arsenal are both there. It falls harmlessly to the ground in front as Dignitas do not connect.
And here comes the counter. Big clear there from Wavy over to the backboard. Stizzy down into the corner though, no boost there. And it's the counter. It's coming through towards backboard. Wavy with the fend off. And everybody just taking their time, trying to breathe. But Dignitas is on the necks of TSM. They're trying to push this ball forward. It's not quite happening for them, but the pressure doesn't let up. Stizzy pushing through. Pass one, pass two, and creams off to the corner.
Dignitas are just 150 away from breaking this wide open and getting an overtime winner. Everybody from TSM all bundled up in the corner. And then on the other side, Hockey's 50 goes low, and Gyro there to sweep it out of harm's way. That would have been utterly heartbreaking if Dignitas lost that way after having a couple really good opportunities. One at the end of regulation and just a moment ago in overtime. Hard out of the corner this time. Hockey can stay with the play. Wavy stayed forward and wins the game. Happy birthday!
Match point for TSM, but I've seen them in this situation before. The round one of Swiss, they did the same thing. Match point against Rebellion. Look at it.
Oh my goodness.
You did this earlier today. You can't do it twice.
Settle down. Get game 3 before you start doing that. All right, he's styling on him. I'll respect it, but boy, you better win it after that.
Honestly, he looks confident though, and I mess with it. I like it a lot. I think the vibes are definitely very, very high on this TSM squad right now. It's just a matter of being able to close out. But I want to take a look at the fact that Arsenal had 8 registered shots, and still Dignitas were only able to come out with 1 goal, and it was his. So Arsenal, being that heavy hitter as far as offense goes, isn't necessarily worrisome. It's just like you said when we first started talking about this Dignitas squad, Stizzy was brought in with the sole purpose of being that scorer, that striker for Dig. So the fact that he's not quite, necessarily pulling the weight as far as that game 2 was concerned would worry me if I was a Dig fan.
Well, it's Arsenal who has the 2 goals for Dignitas so far in this series. Stizzy, just the lone assist that came in game 2. Just that 1 goal. I don't know why I had Dignitas down for 2 goals. No, he has just the 1 goal. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Either way, it is 2-0 and 2-1, and that means 2-0 in the series for TSM. And a chance to close out Dignitas here, but the kickoff falls to Gyro. He's going to try to create. Stizzy's there on the doorstep as well, but Gyro bulldozes his way through 5 seconds into game 3.
This play is all Gyro. The bump play and through. You can call it cringe if you want, but it works. 5 seconds off the kickoff, and Dignitas are back in the game.
We saw the same thing happen, I think, to one of the Snowmen attackers, as Arsenal will find a path through, going bottom left, and 2 quick goals as Hockey missed it on the corner.
Oh, that's just unfortunate for Hockey. Just a little bit awkward. Probably didn't expect it to come to him as quickly as it did, and didn't quite know where to anticipate if it was coming onto his left or his right side there. But full advantage being taken of is the end of Dignitas and Arsenal. That sharpshooter from game number 2, but same can be said for Creams off the kickoff. Not 1, but 2, but 3 goals have come onto the scoreline.
Listen, just because we talk about teams not lighting up the score, but just because you stop playing defense doesn't make the other team a good offense. Settle down here. 3 goals in the first 16 seconds. Something's got to give here. Eventually, it's got to slow down. These are teams that do not score at this pace very often. It has fallen apart at the very beginning of game 3. But through it all, TSM only down 1. So that collapse in the first few seconds hasn't proven to be too costly as they get 1 back. Stizzy now going over top of Hockey, and well, that went off of Hockey right to Wavy. And Well, that double commit with Wavy and Creams shouldn't yield anything, and it almost did with Wavy rushing downfield.
You're just a minute into this. And I'm kind of waiting to see TSM kind of wake up. I see Creams all the way downfield, looking for the bump. It's the pass over to Wavy. Creams back to the backboard. Arsenal misses. So does Wavy, though. And every bit of hope of that play ending with a goal goes wayside.
Downfield here, it's Creams to just boom it only as far as Stizzy, and he's got Arsenal waiting for a pass. It dropped down to him, but then Stizzy fell in Arsenal's way, and that's a catastrophic collapse. And it almost got a lot worse, but instead, TSM unable to capitalize. Hockey just catching that right in front of the backboard. He's got no boost in the tank whatsoever, and that has kind of been a theme for TSM in this first minute and a half or so. When they've been on defense, Dignitas has been able to kind of starve them out a bit. Arsenal right at Creams, and this falls all the way back to Stizzy, and everybody can kind of reset.
You're just pretty much taking your time here to try and get back together. Granted, you are up by 1 now. Make that 2. Like you said, bang, bang from Gyro. He's kind of been all over it, and I love that from them. I think Gyro is definitely coming into this weekend with something to prove, and he's doing just that.
I love that, too, from Stizzy, setting that whole play up. The first shot, okay, if it gets through, great. But TSM's not in a position where they're going to be able to control that rebound very well at all. So you got Gyro following in behind, and he's got a wide open lane to shoot through. TSM, if they're going to be that passive on defense, and they have been a few times, Dignitas should be able to set up plays. They should be able to score. They should be able to get wins and get back in this series. What should happen and what ultimately does happen have been two very different things, as the Swiss standings today have proven.
Yeah, it has been a little bit of a toss-up at times for some of these teams, but hey, it's how you finish, right? It's being able to close out there that's most important. Just over 2 minutes to go, you're down 2 goals still if you're TSM, but they've been in this position before and come out successfully. It's just a matter of being able to do it again as Arsenal throws himself at this ball. Wavy's got a small clear off, has a teammate help him try and go past mid there, but Hockey's the third one to really make sure this one heads towards net, and Wavy attempting the finish actually ends up hitting the post, and it's a quick counter from Dignitas.
Arsenal and Stizzy are both great playmakers. They can be outstanding strikers. They've got all the talent in the world. The problem that Dignitas has right now, even though they're leading, there's only one ball on the field, and they can't both have it at the same time. Gyro now with Stizzy waiting, and Stizzy starting to creep forward. Arsenal for the rebound to extend the lead, and he does.
Listen, Arsenal, I see you. The motivation in this last round of Swiss is high. He has been overshooting more than I think we've seen in most cases, and that's a good thing. Just continuing to extend the lead, especially, right, you're on match point. This is your last chance. It's 1 foot in the grave type of territory here. So extending this lead, giving yourself insurance to guarantee a game 4 is so important to this team.
Dignitas has 5 goals in this series. Stizzy has set up officially 4 of them. A couple of rebound opportunities that he's created, and he scores one of his own as well. And that puts a nice little bow on game 3 for Dignitas.
There you have it. I mean, I said it, right? I was like, you want to have a little bit of insurance in this game 3, just genuinely try and secure it for themselves. But give yourself also the momentum headed into game 4. Mentally give yourself the momentum to keep going and fight and stop this TSM team in their tracks, especially when they're already trying to bring out this passing plays to get around you, and it's not quite working for now. But you got less than a minute to go. This isn't the end. You got to fight till the last second here. Hockey up next. Slow shot towards net. Redirect on target from Wavy. Not even that goes in.
Yeah, that's been that kind of game for TSM. They had that early goal that kind of got them back into it. And then, well, if you don't score there, when are you going to score again? As Dignitas firmly has this one in the bag, and Stizzy may add to the highlight reel. Oh, he just missed it high. Arsenal and Gyro. Now the only question is who's going to score the next Dignitas goal, because they are just all over the TSM net. This goes out parallel. And another one sent in right at Wavy with only 13 seconds left. TSM just trying for all they're worth not to lose 6-1. It's an admirable effort. But after a little bit of, well, let's say some confident celebration out of TSM after game 2, they find themselves looking at a Dignitas squad that has finally shown up to play.
Yep, this Dignitas squad is one to be feared, and this is the one that they wanted to put out onto the field. And as this ball hits the ground, Dignitas will take away the 3-0 sweep from TSM, forcing them into a game 4 here and continuing on in the fight to continue this weekend.
Top 8 on the line, and again, with all the stakes here, yes, there is still another qualifier after this, but how many points? And again, if Gen.G and G2 make a run through the bracket again, of course, they've already qualified into the playoffs again, not as 1 or 2, but if they take care of business in the quarterfinals as one might expect them to do so, then you're realistically only looking at 2 spots. Space Station went 3-0 in Swiss today. They could effectively lock up the 3rd spot with a strong performance. You might just be looking at a fight for 1 spot when all is said and done. And neither of these teams really got off to a strong start fighting for that spot. So they need to get as much as they can. And if they fall here, it really could be curtains.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting one. Again, TSM was in this exact position in round 1 of the Swiss. They got taken. They won 2-0, and then they got taken to that game 3, lost it, and then had to come back. The difference, though, is Dignitas has a little bit more firepower under them, I would argue, than what they were faced up against when they played Rebellion in round 1. You can see the deep breaths and everybody kind of walking around and having their moments to try and just gather their thoughts headed into this next round here. But you don't got much more time left because we're about to get into it.
And Wavy had to restart things. Went for a walk as well to get reset for game number 4. Dignitas trying to start down the path of a reverse sweep after we've had some relatively quick series throughout the day here on the main stream. We might just feature a classic between TSM and Dignitas when all is said and done. Gyra running forward. Arsenal, Stizzy, they're all there. All hands on deck, and Stizzy scores!
The double comes through. We've seen this so many times from him, but it was the setup from Arsenal just driving this ball forward, allowing Stizzy to just run upfield, push this ball in, and there you have it. Dignitas said 10 seconds in, we're gonna show you that momentum doesn't stop from game 3. We're going right back where we started.
Cloud9 has gone final. They take down Luminosity in round 5. So the round 5 merchants in LG are done after they started off so strong, 2-0 in the Swiss. They go 0-3 from there, and C9 on a day where we've featured Dignitas, we featured NRG, we didn't feature Cloud9, but we got no choice but to see them tomorrow during the top 8. Just feels like it is the past, like we've walked through a time warp, except the faces are very, very different.
Yeah, this is, it's on paper looks like it's 2018 or 2019 again, but honestly, I'm not upset at it by any means. It's just a new generation of history with all of our favorite orgs here. And there you have it. TSM's Wavy trying to clear this one up. Hockey gonna take a shot of his own on target, but Stizzy with the send-off. 2 touches and a redirect allows the counter from Dignitas to begin.
And you know who else is into the top 8 as well? A 3-0 sweep over the Snowmen. Shopify Rebellion gets there. So Justin back into another top 8. The injury that's been kind of talked about a little bit away from the camera. It hasn't hindered him enough to keep him out of another top 8. So there's still some life for Rebellion when we kick things off tomorrow. And that, of course, means there's just 1 match remaining. It's this one here in game 4 with Dignitas trying to reverse sweep TSM. And it was all TSM for the first game and a half of this series. And then Dignitas battled back. A quality couple of looks late as well in game 2. That ultimately didn't go their way, and then they opened the floodgates with a 5-1 beating of TSM in game 3. TSM still yet to recover as Wavy's got that in the corner. Cream started to go, but he didn't burn any boost, so it's not a costly kind of half double commit, but Arsenal wins that challenge deep into the zone, and Gyro, boy, a lot of times we'd be waiting for Stizzy to come up, but he was way back behind the play.
And that's not even the end of it there. Hockey upfield going for the demos onto Dig, just trying to give his team some time to find each other, some space, but Dignitas consistently in the faces of TSM, and this one's gonna pinch off on target, and almost in, and it will go in. Arsenal from one end of the field to the other. The unintentional pinch goes through.
Just the way you draw it up. 7-1 the scoreline over the past couple of games here. I mean, Dignitas had those 2 goals in the first 15-16 seconds of game 3. TSM answered back immediately, and then since then, it has been all Dignitas. They have not taken their foot off the gas, and even that one going through. So now Gyro, with Arsenal starting to creep up to his left, and he got chased away with a play by Hockey, and then started to turn back on that ball. Stizzy called him off, and that time they don't actually double commit. But even just a split-second hesitation could be costly. Creams got blocked by Stizzy, finally able to get into the play. And Gyro's shot is through as Hockey was too slow recovering.
Listen, 1 for every player on Dignitas, and no answers to be found from TSM. 3-0. Gyro finally onto the board, at least as far as this game 4 is concerned, and Dignitas looking to take TSM to Champions Field.
Creams won the race to the boost. Congratulations. Now the parts of his car are scattered all around it as he gets demolished. And he can respawn and try to spring Hockey downfield. And it almost worked out if not for Gyro recovering.
It's not even the end of it here. Dignitas is still going on the pressure end of things. Hockey's getting frustrated and just bumping everybody out of the way off of that play there. Double demo in response to those bumps comes out from Dignitas. And Stizzy gonna try and drive this one upfield. Can he do so though? Bump onto Creams, but no follow-up quick enough to take this away from TSM until Gyro shows up onto the field. And he did so for a short moment there, but it's only a minute left and you've got 3 goals to answer to, and you're in your own half. That is not where TSM want to be.
The extra pass, it might even be available to Dignitas, but they don't need to commit bodies forward. They've got a 3-goal lead. They do have Gyro downfield after running forward, picking up a demo. Hockey can just bring this gently to ground, and Wavy, more of a desperation flip towards it. He can't get to the ball either. Stizzy and Hockey crisscross through the air, and now it is just Dignitas doing a victory lap in game 4. I mean, they have had TSM completely shut down and dancing all over the place. TSM might break up the shutout, but it will mean very, very little. It has been Dignitas all throughout game 3, all throughout game 4, and while the numbers won't show that it was much of a blowout, this game is not as close as any of the numbers make it appear. That goal with 10 seconds left means they'll need a couple real quick kickoff goals, but very, very unlikely. If nothing else, you at least see one go through and you're like, okay, that's what it's like to score a goal again.
No, honestly, it's more honestly about remembering that feeling, like you said, and carrying that one all the way into game 5, especially off the kickoff. This one doesn't go in their favor. It's a drop down over to Stizzy. That one's in and through. Dignitas said just end it here. We will keep it going if we have to, but you guys might want to let this one die and go to game 5.
You know, we've seen some kind of clever kickoff strategies employed here, and nobody's been fooled by them. The ball ends up going deep all the way through the corner. There's nobody there to corral it. It's not going like straight back towards the defender left in front of the net as the teams are intending. And it's very different looking at North American kickoffs turning out that way, because normally, I mean, if any region's susceptible to kickoff strategies, you'd think it would be NA. It hasn't been perfect, but it hasn't reared its ugly head as often in this series. Nobody's been fooled. Dignitas outscores TSM 9-2 over the last couple of games as we look back at the Mobile One High Performance replay, and it's a lot of Dignitas. It's a lot of Arsenal, as it has been throughout this whole series.
Which honestly is a really good thing. I think a lot of the times when you think of, the Dignitas offense, eyes at first will point to Stizzy. Most people are kind of waiting for him to be that playmaker. He hits doubles like it's nobody's business, but to see Arsenal be in the spotlight for this squad and really just that IGL that we know that he is really important to this reverse sweep.
Wavy getting a little more energy out this time around. He's not as relaxed as he had been maybe about 15 minutes ago. And now we settle down on Champions Field. TSM won the first 2 games by a combined 4-1. That was the scoreline in Game 4 alone, as Dignitas has dominated the last 10 minutes of gameplay. Here we go on Champions Field.
Last chance to punch your ticket through to Saturday. There's another opportunity for TSM to come back, but right now it has been Dignitas' series. Creams slowing things down, taking his time, flicked over one. Stizzy with the save out into the corner, but pressure doesn't stop here. It's a misconnect from Hockey that allows Gyro to drive upfield, and it's lurking in net is Creams trying to send this one all the way back to that orange side.
That's happened a few times to Hockey in this series along the wall, and now he's going to stay back and let Creams take over. What you don't want to see if you're TSM is that to cause Hockey to kind of second guess and be late to challenges like he was there. Arsenal lines up a perfect double as he beat Hockey by a mile.
Oh my gosh, he had one, almost all the space in the world, but two, he had the angle and the placement. No matter how quickly you were trying to get back in time, it was not going to happen.
Up the wall it goes. It is Hockey. He meets Stizzy. Opportunity for Creams. Got around one. Arsenal there on the backboard. It looked like Creams was just trying to kind of dive bomb down on top of him. Double commit in the net for Dignitas, but they recover as Arsenal gets it out towards Stizzy and Gyro. And Dignitas are out of harm's way. They almost got a goal out of it.
And this isn't the end, though. It's very early stages of game number 5. Got to stay on your toes the entire time. Huge shot towards the backboard there. Great read there from Gyro, though. And even on no boost, Arsenal still manages to try and push this one out of his own half. It's not the end. Low boost for all of TSM means 2 will retreat back. And Creams just trying to make sure this ball doesn't head towards that net by any means possible. The last time Dignitas had a lead, they just continued to extend it, and TSM couldn't do anything to stop the bleeding.
Hockey was looking for a boost steal. The defense beat him to it as Creams has to get around Arsenal, and he got a piece of that as it was coming back for another rebound. Wavy the save as well. Hockey's still looking for boosts. He hadn't had any boost since last game, it feels like. They have starved him out, and it is just compounding right now. A lot of it out of his control. But now Creams waiting, almost empty at midfield. The demo from Arsenal. Hockey's got some boost to work with now. Got around Gyro, kept it available, but Creams is all the way back. And wisely so, with Arsenal breaking out.
And this isn't the end of it. Stizzy gonna send this one up. It just a bit wide. I think if Dignitas could put a couple more of those on target, they could actually be way threatening than how they probably feel to TSM right now. Granted, TSM being down by 1 is probably stressful in its own right already, because you only got a half of the regulation left to go here. And Gyro gonna slow things down. Sends this one towards the net there from Creams. But it's not the end of the play. It's an attempted challenge, but it bounces off into the corner. And TSM try to clear out past mid, but continuously get stopped for their efforts.
Well, Creams and Wavy kind of connected there, and not with a pass. Arsenal disrupts him. So now Hockey, unable to center. Didn't really have anybody to pass to. They're all kind of following up the same play. The pinch doesn't quite work out. And so Gyro will pop it away. Creams and Hockey both jump. Hockey didn't have much in the tank. He's still running forward, trying to get in Stizzy's way. Just trying to make his presence felt in this game, trying to get some forward momentum. And it's working to an extent. TSM are getting close, but close is not going to be good enough. They still trail in Game 5, and the offense has been completely shut down since they won narrowly in Game 2. This one goes central. Creams has it away. And Stizzy looking for one more crucial 50 to set up Arsenal. And Arsenal's shot goes high and wide.
Minute and 25 to go. Dignitas still clinging on to the 1-goal lead. Potentially could get taken away from them, but this ball is going to roll back. It's a race for it, and Creams gets there first. But Arsenal isn't going to let that play die. Hockey will, though. And from the air, a bump onto Gyro means TSM can break into their half, but it's short-lived. Creams stops this ball into the mid. Arsenal no touch on it, which means you got an opportunity. It's the fake-off one, but no shot to follow up after, other than the one from Hockey, and even that one gets sent off. And immediately, Dignitas transition back into TSM half.
Hockey thought about going up for that ball, and then he saw Arsenal coming to sweep him away, and Arsenal was ready to take him out of the air, so he had to kind of side flip out. Now Hockey with Creams in behind him. Stizzy and Gyro crisscross. It is Stizzy trying to put this game away. Not going to happen. 30 seconds remain now for TSM. Gyro lets Hockey go by. He tried to take out Arsenal on the way through. So now Creams with 20 seconds left. Got the bump on Arsenal, but nobody's committing on these bump plays out of TSM. So you can get the bump, but if nobody follows it up, it doesn't matter. Stizzy, solo effort, almost put the game away himself. Almost has been the theme of this game. Will we have a tie game here in the final seconds? Hockey let it come to ground. Wavy with little in the tank, just got enough, but it's boomed away, and it's all Hockey can do to keep it in the air. And now he's got to chase this ball down, which he does, but Arsenal kills, and Dignitas reverse sweeps TSM.
Congratulations, welcome to Saturday, and an unfortunate end for TSM, a position that they had been placed in before with a different outcome this time. But if you're a Dignitas fan, it is a great day. You have made it through, and honestly, I gotta give props out to Arsenal, man. Throughout the day, it was the Stizzy show, but at the end when it mattered most, I feel like it's fair to say, but the captain came through.
Yeah, and honestly, no one standout at any point in the series. I mean, Arsenal had his moments, Gyro had his moments, Stizzy, especially later on in the series, had his moments as well. It was a three-headed attack out of Dignitas, and just like we were saying with OG in the first half of the season, better late than never. All can be forgiven if they can win again tomorrow, but it is certainly not going to be an easy task. There is a lot to sort out tomorrow. But we have our top 8 field set, and you see the star, rightfully so, above Arsenal as he leads Dignitas on the reverse sweep effort past TSM and into the top 8 tomorrow. The desk is standing by to break down everything right now.
We have our top 8 in North America. Cloud9, Shopify Rebellion, and Dignitas in round 5 emerge victorious and will play in the quarterfinals of the playoffs tomorrow. What a day of competition here. Back and forth, a reverse sweep here from Dignitas. Congratulations, what a performance. I mean, it's, you know, Lemon, we've seen so many reverse sweeps in the history of Rlcs. Every time, it's like, wow, I can't believe they did that.
I can't believe it either. I've been smelling some cope in the air about Dignitas and how important, how pivotal this roster change was, and it showed a reverse sweep on the other guy's birthday. How could you do it?
So
from going from not even making Swiss to being in playoffs, like, what a 180 and what a comeback. Big congratulations to Dignitas, and I suck at predictions, guys. I think I'm 0-2 on the desk, so I'm on perma fraud watch.
But the pressure that had to be on Dignitas. You make this roster move, you bring a European over, you make another roster move to try and make it work because you know you're on your last life, and then you go down 2-0, and you have to battle back, and that is what it's all about. When the pressure is on, like Arsenal's been here very long time, and they talked about it, how he looked fantastic late throughout this match. Arsenal carries them through. Dignitas, it's a long shot, but they're still alive to make this major, to make the World Championship. Now they just got to do it again with tougher competition in the bracket stage.
You talked about who they lost to in the Swiss here today, and as we were going to that match, like, you know, it's actually been pretty strong here in their performances, especially for TSM, like the way that they play. They only lost to G2 and SSG, now losing to Dignitas as well. It was a rough day for TSM as they tried their best against a very strong strength of schedule there. But ultimately, at the end, the marathon going to go in Dignitas' favor, and they will emerge victorious. You can see our top 8 teams are up in the green boxes there, Gibbs.
Yes, the one thing I want to mention, pretty much every other team was rooting for the Rebellion boys to take down Snowmen to keep that 4th spot wide open. That's exactly what happened. Rebellion wins 3-0 there. Snowmen falls from top 4 to a 9th place finish. So that 4th spot now is completely wide open. And then Luminosity, again in the 2-2 round, they fall to Cloud9. They're going to need an incredible performance in the final qualifier, probably even a grand finals appearance, to have any chance to make that major and to have a shot at the world championship. But Cloud9, back-to-back top 8s for them, so that's very impressive. Last time around, they fell to Snowmen. We'll see if they can battle back. They probably like their matchup here in this playoff bracket because it's playoff M80, and we all know that M80 is a completely different team from Friday to a weekend. But maybe M80 can right those wrongs finally here. But the full playoff bracket is here, and honestly, like, all these matches should be incredibly good. Even Rebellion G2. I know it's Rebellion playing against, one of the best teams in North America, but we know when Rebellion peaks, they look insane. So if they can peak for 4 of those games, you never know.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Shopify Rebellion looks so good. And I'm not even that doom and gloom about G2 and Gen.G. Kind of very surprising to see them lose at all, especially to the teams that they did. But where they peak is playoffs. And hey, G2 and Gen.G are on the opposite sides of the bracket, so we could still have that G2 Gen.G final that we always get. But there's new teams on the rise, which is so awesome. We already pointed out Rebellion. Then SSG could make another top 4. M80, they could maybe get out of the quarterfinals, especially if it's against Cloud9. So we've had such a fun regional.
If there's ever been a bracket for M80 to do well on Saturday.
I swear, Wave, if they don't do it, I am going to disown AJ. He was my son.
How far are you dropping them in the power rankings?
I'm kicking them out of the house. Yeah, like, I believe in M80. I said before this, they're going to be a major team. But these are the days. Saturday's the big day for all these teams. You got to win on that day, get into the top 4. Then anything from there is just icing on the cake. But again, Snowmen are out. They had top 4 points last time. It opens the door for all these teams battling in the quarterfinals.
It's got to be annoying for Cloud9 too, because if they win in the quarterfinals, no one's going to be like, wow, Cloud9, what an excellent quality win. We're all going to be like, yeah, of course they did. Somebody just rolled over, and they'll be like, come on, we played our hearts out. Give us the credit we deserve here. So we'll see how that match goes. That one's going to be happening tomorrow, folks. Don't forget your tickets. If you want to go see these teams compete in London, 4 the North Americans will be there. We'll see 4 European teams. We'll see teams from all over the world. Ticketmaster.co.uk. There's 2 days of competition you can watch. You can buy an individual ticket if you just want to go to one day. You don't have to go to both days. It's an incredible experience. Highly recommend it, especially in the Copper Box. It is a one-of-a-kind Rocket League crowd there, folks. We've got 4 matches to play tomorrow to play through all the quarterfinals, and then we will have our semifinals set. We'll play through the semis and the grands on Sunday. But for our quarterfinal action, we will kick things off with the Battle of the Yellows, Dignitas versus Space Station. A tale as old as time in Rocket League here, especially in North America. Cloud9 M80 will be match number 2, and then the 2 big dogs will see if they can slay their Davids, respectively here. G2 versus Shopify Rebellion, and OG will try to knock out the Kings of North America, Gen.G Mobile One Racing.
I am so stoked for the OG Gen.G match, especially. Like, yes, Gen.G are on this win streak, but OG beat their rival of LG. And of course, in like a round 5 scenario, they finally have done it. So have OG surpass that peak, and can they peak hard enough to go against Gen.G? We haven't seen Gen.G lose in a while, so we don't count Swiss, but in terms of playoffs. So I wonder how that's going to go.
We'll see. We'll see, folks. It's going to be a lot of fun. Matches kicking off at 10 a.m. Pacific with the pre-show going live at 9:30. I'll be there. Gibbs will be there. Levin will be there. We'll hope to see you there. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an ally.
I'll get back to work.
Let's move those feet.
Majority on the attack. It's been BDS on defense, having to make saves like that, helping each other out. Exotic. Some work there for Rally. He picks up that corner boost. Much moved up though. Here's a chance for BDS. Oh my word! He sticks it, does rise and said, I'll have that one over BDS.